Xiao Meng, Xiao Meng, are you all right? An anxious voice echoed in his ears as Lu Meng slowly opened his eyes. My queen, I truly cannot endure any longer. Xiao Meng, what has happened to you? Did you hurt your head? A familiar face, one filled with guilt, came into view, and Lu Meng instantly sensed something amiss. You are Yun Ru? My landlady, he blinked, unable to believe his eyes. In his memory, Yun Ru had perished in the early days of the apocalypse, yet here she was. Casting a glance at the once familiar room, his mind raced like a frenzied little motor. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Meng with the force of revelation. Could it be that he had been reborn? Could such good fortune truly descend upon me? To confirm his inner suspicion, Lu Meng reached out towards the direction of his gaze. Indeed, he found himself lying in Yun Ru's embrace, and directly in front of him was her right arm. A shriek erupted, and Yun Ru immediately released Lu Meng from her hold. Xiao Meng, what are you doing? She appeared flustered, although Lu Meng had fallen while helping her fix a light bulb. His action seemed rather unfriendly and had inadvertently caused her pain on her arm. It's true. Disregarding Yun Ru's response, Lu Meng reflexively flexed his hand. Yes, he had truly been reborn and had returned to a week before the apocalypse. The mishap with the light bulb was indelibly etched in his memory. In his previous life, when the apocalypse suddenly descended, Lu Meng was merely a 9-to-5 worker at his job. Though he had managed to evade the initial bloody carnage, his subsequent life had been akin to that of a dog, existing solely as cannon fodder amid the chaos. All because his awakened bloodline was utterly worthless. It wasn't until 3 years into the apocalypse that celestial bodies aligned and divine beings manifested. He was chosen by the desired demon Imidiridu to his extraordinary looks and finally turned his fate around. Yet, that turnaround was but fleeting. An even more unfortunate chapter was just beginning. The desired demon, with the title of demon, naturally possessed formidable strength, and as one of the few female demons, her beauty was beyond compare. Yet she was ironically associated with the term desire. The experiences that followed were a blend of agony and ecstasy. At that time, despite having been enhanced by Amidira in numerous ways, Lu Meng could not withstand the strain of a demon's physique. The joyous times lasted merely a week before Lu Meng was thoroughly exhausted. What an absurdity! It's as if absurdity has come knocking at my door. Reflecting on this, Lu Meng muttered to himself, shivering with a chill. Other demon representatives may not soar to great heights, but at the very least, they can enjoy a decent period of power. Yet here, I am the past was too painful to revisit, and the exhaustion needed no elaboration. Xiao Meng, do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Seeing Lu Meng in a daze, Yun Ru pointed to her head, temporarily forgetting the earlier incident. She suspected that Lu Meng's head might have been injured. No need, I just feel a bit dizzy from the fall. Lu Meng glanced at Yun Ru, noting the faint bruises on her pale arms. Her long black hair cascading down naturally, and her loose white dress failing to conceal her alluring figure. However, at that moment, he had no heart to admire such beauty. The apocalypse will descend in just a week if I awaken the same worthless bloodline as in my past life. It would be better to end my life. Right now his mind raced with thoughts, seeking a solution. As celestial bodies aligned, divine projections manifested, and a variety of monsters would soon descend. All humans would be subject to inexplicable radiation, awakening ancient bloodlines. In the apocalypse, the quality of one's bloodline was of utmost importance, ranked from D to A, and then a few of the most potent S, SS, and SSS levels. Particularly, bloodlines at S level and above were exceedingly rare, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Lu Meng had even heard tales during the 3rd year of the apocalypse about legendary SSS-level bloodline warriors confronting lesser demons. Yet, Lu Meng's bloodline from his previous life had been the most inferior D-level infinite charm. Of course, while the infinite charm bloodline was lowly during his servitude to Amidira, he had overheard that among all humanity, only a few possessed infinite charm, and those few were all women, with him being the sole male. Lu Meng had often pondered that the reason the desired demon chose him as her representative was likely due to this damned infinite charm. Is being handsome a fault? He sighed in exasperation, although there were no mirrors present. Lu Meng could vividly describe his own visage. With a chiseled face, slightly raised brows, and a perfect harmony of features that left a lasting impression. Yet, beauty could not be consumed as sustenance, nor could it equate to strength at most. It could only enhance one's allure. Perhaps I should seek medical attention. Had it not been for your assistance with the light bulb, I wouldn't have fallen. A distinct look of guilt crossed Yun Ru's face, being a kind-hearted individual. She felt remorseful that Lu Meng had fallen, and was now acting strangely due to helping her. Lu Meng remained silent, feeling a twinge of impatience, and turned to leave. The beauty stood before him, yet the pressure was simply too overwhelming. Of course, if he could possess both beauty and strength, it would be the best of both worlds. Ding! Host detected to have been reborn. The Apocalypse Beauty album system has awakened ahead of time. Ding! Automatically gifting the host a beginner's gift pack, which includes an early awakening of an ancient bloodline. Ding! Automatically utilizing the new gift pack. Congratulations to the host for awakening D-level Bloodline Infinite Charm. 3 consecutive system notifications chimed, and upon hearing the first 2, Lu Meng's heart soared with joy. However, when the third notification echoed in his mind, he felt like a lion that had just regained its vigor, only to slump back down in a heartbeat. This damned charm, he mentally roared. Frustrated charm. Once again, charm. Given that the host has just awakened the system, this system will activate artificial intelligence to provide a detailed explanation of its functions. Function 1. As the name suggests, this system is dedicated to cataloging all beautiful beings in the world. Function 2. For every qualified beautiful being cataloged by the host, a random bloodline will awaken, with the awakened bloodline level corresponding to the cataloged being's bloodline level. Function 3. Beautiful beings successfully cataloged will exhibit absolute loyalty to the host. Function 4. Once the quantity of cataloged beautiful beings reaches a certain threshold, there is a chance for the awakened bloodlines to merge. Cataloging requirements. 1. Only beings of the opposite gender may be cataloged. When the opposite gender's favorability towards the host reaches 80, cataloging can occur. Note: initial favorability is not fixed and depends on the interaction between the host and the being. 2. The beauty of the cataloged being must not be rated below 7. This rating is automatically assessed by the system. 3. The minimum bloodline level of the cataloged being must not be lower than a level. 4. The host may only select one cataloging target at a time. Friendly reminder. 1. Upon successful cataloging, the host will immediately gain the corresponding bloodline. The cataloged being's favorability toward the host will slightly enhance the host's strength as their favorability continues to rise. 2. After successful cataloging, it will take 6 hours to generate the album. 3. Hidden: the host's initial bloodline infinite charm will provide extra benefits in acquiring favorability from beings of the opposite gender. 1. Favorability acquisition towards the cataloging target is doubled. 2. If the cataloging target's realm is lower than the host's, favorability acquisition is quadrupled. 3. There is a very low probability of triggering love at first sight, instantly raising the cataloging target's favorability to 80. Ding! Detecting a qualified being of the opposite gender nearby Yun Ru Demon Bloodline, a level. Upon successful cataloging, the host will awaken the corresponding Bloodline Demon Subjugation Bloodline A level. Please choose whether to set her as the cataloging target. And just like that, the tables had turned. Who said infinite charm was useless? This was clearly a divine technique. And at this moment, the Demon Subjugation Bloodline, though merely a level, was renowned in his previous life. As the apocalypse descended and divine projections appeared, a multitude of monsters followed suit, with demons being the majority. The Demon Subjugation Bloodline held absolute dominance over these monsters. The most crucial point was that he was familiar with Yun Ru, which would save a great deal of time. Among those he knew, Yun Ru was the only one within a level bloodline he had fortuitously discovered. Yes, Lu Meng turned around, and this time, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. Chapter 2. The Pursuit of Pleasure. The Compendium of Enchanting Beauties in the Apocalypse successfully generated. Objective: 1. Yunru race. Human, unawakened, succubus, age, 28. Personality: gentle and kind-hearted, empathetic. Appearance rating: 8 out of 10. Initial affection level: 40. Introduction: a compassionate and gentle woman who tends to unconsciously shoulder the blame for others. Bound by a childhood engagement, she has been compelled to marry an ineffectual man whom she has only met once. 1. Gentle women possess a tender heart. The misfortunes of her marriage have left her yearning for care. Shower her with utmost gentleness, gradually touching upon her inner sorrows, and then provide your concern for optimal results. Point 2. When pursuing a married woman, refrain from openly criticizing her husband. Even if she agrees, it will inexplicably diminish your standing in her eyes. Hint: there exists a significant contrast within the hearts of human women. Once you achieve success, you will come to understand this deeply. What the hell? Is this even possible? Lu Meng was left somewhat dumbfounded. This was truly a comprehensive service, complete with strategy suggestions. However, within the system's description, Lu Meng discerned a crucial point. Despite being married, Yunru's husband was a man of no merit, which implied, no wonder that little wretch has been harassing me. Lu Meng chuckled coldly to himself. In Jinhai City, Yunru owned 6 properties, undeniably a little affluent lady. Lu Meng had been renting one of her apartments for the past 2 years. Yet, her marriage was rather peculiar, having occurred suddenly 6 months ago without a wedding ceremony. Had it not been for her inexplicable husband's previous attempts to trouble him, he might have remained oblivious to the situation. Why must men complicate matters for one another? Lu Meng silently lamented, now realizing the reason behind Yunru's husband's harassment. Jealousy combined with incompetence, leading him to mistakenly believe there was something improper between himself and Yunru. It nearly cost me my job. Although I don't care for that wretched job, one shouldn't act out of their own shortcomings. Since misunderstandings from my past life have now turned to reality in this one, why not embrace it? Lu Meng recalled past events, remembering how Yunru's husband had caused a ruckus at his workplace, nearly resulting in his dismissal by a supervisor who already harbored ill feelings towards him. Little Meng, do you really not need to see a doctor? Observing Lu Meng lost in thought, a look of guilt still lingered on Yunru's face. No need, Sister Ru. Lu Meng shook his head, quickly adjusting his mindset. Sister Ru, I was lost in thought because I noticed the bruises on your arm. Has Li Bin been harassing you again? No, Little Meng. Yunru's expression shifted to one of alarm as she pulled down the sleeves of her long shirt to conceal the bruises. Sister Ru. Suddenly, Lu Meng's demeanor turned serious, yet his voice remained exceptionally gentle. I am aware of the suffering you have endured in the past 6 months. However, continuing down this path is not the solution. Though Li Bin has his merits, he exhibits tendencies of domestic violence. As a woman without support, enduring this situation long-term is truly heartbreaking. At this juncture, Lu Meng deliberately sighed. Little Meng. Yunru's inner turmoil was stirred, her voice barely above a whisper. Actually, he is quite good. Affection level 2. So easily? Lu Meng's heart soared with joy, though his expression remained serious. I can see that Li Bin is indeed competent and admirable. Yet, I am even less willing to witness your suffering. I understand your reluctance to disclose such matters due to your character. However, if he were to bully you again, please inform me. I will certainly protect you. As he spoke the last words, a hint of sorrow appeared on Lu Meng's face as he quietly added, had I expressed my feelings sooner, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Affection level 2. Little Meng. Yunru's heart was touched, her eyes glistening with tears. Lu Meng's assurance of protection and his expression of sadness deeply moved her. Which woman does not wish to be cherished? Yet, she had never possessed such affection. For reasons unknown, at that moment, Lu Meng appeared more charming than ever in her eyes. There's potential. I must continue my efforts. Observing her reaction, Lu Meng's gaze flickered as he realized he had made a small breakthrough. Sister Ru, if possible, I would like to become a source of support for you. The unexpected confession startled Yunru. She did harbor feelings for Lu Meng, yet she was already married. A married woman. How could she possibly burden Little Meng? Torn within herself, her strong sense of traditional values caused tears to spill from her eyes. Little Meng, you are a good person. We should remain. I asked that not acceptable. Before Yunru could finish her sentence, Lu Meng sensed the impending outcome. What was amiss? Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, interrupting the awkwardness between them. Yunru quickly wiped her tears and hurried to the door. I will see who it is. Hello, we are the police. Here is my badge. Someone reported that an MY incident is occurring here. We kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation. Moments later, as the door swung open, Lu Meng heard these words. Yunru had never encountered such a scene before. Having been a well-behaved girl since childhood, she had never even dealt with the police and was at a loss for what to do. Hello, officer. We are willing to cooperate with the investigation. Just then, Lu Meng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yunru. Here is my ID. This young lady is my landlord, Yunru, age 28, born on XXXX, registered at XXXX. We have a legitimate rental agreement. The three police officers were momentarily taken aback, particularly the slender, sharp-featured female officer, who regarded Lu Meng with newfound interest. While she had encountered individuals unfazed in a crisis, she had never seen someone handle the situation with such familiarity, as though they were accustomed to being interrogated. Meanwhile, Yunru, standing behind Lu Meng, discreetly relaxed her grip on her clothing. Thank goodness for little Meng. Otherwise, I would have no idea how to explain this, she sighed with relief, casting a glance at Lu Meng's back. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Miss, could you please also present your identification? The female officer turned her gaze towards Yunru. All right. Hearing her name mentioned again, Yunru instinctively nodded, searching through her pockets, yet failing to locate her ID. What to do? I always carry my ID with me. Panic began to set in. If she couldn't prove her identity, both she and Lu Meng could be in trouble. Don't panic. I recall you left your coat on the sofa. The soothing voice broke through the tension as Lu Meng grasped Yunru's wrist, his gaze shifting towards the half-open door. A sinister-looking man was pacing anxiously in the corner outside. Chapter 3. You little wretch. Can T.I. deal with you? It truly is him. Lu Meng's bloodline had awakened. Although it was the lowest tier of infinite charm, his physique had also received a certain enhancement, granting him superior vision. Indeed, the man lurking in the corridor was none other than Li Bin, Yunru's nominal husband. I was just waiting for you to show up. Otherwise, how would I seize this opportunity? Lu Meng inwardly scoffed. The memories of the week before the apocalypse remained vivid due to the significant blunder that had transpired in his past life. After he had fixed the light bulb for Yunru and subsequently fallen, he had left immediately. Days later, he learned that police had visited Yunru's residence for a search, and he had been relieved to have departed in time. Yet, it now appeared that it had all been premeditated. However, as a man, not only did he resort to domestic violence, but he also slandered his wife with false accusations of MY, and even filed a false report. That crosses a line, Lu Meng thought, deliberately guiding Yunru's arm towards the sofa, inadvertently presenting Li Bin with the perfect angle. Damn it, those scoundrels. You both deserve to perish. Outside, upon witnessing the scene, Li Bin became even more convinced of his suspicions. Though I may be lacking, how dare this promiscuous woman behave in such a manner? Rage consumed him, and at that moment, he yearned to eliminate both of them immediately. Officer, I found my ID. Finally, Yunru retrieved her identification from her coat on the sofa. And due to her extreme anxiety, she had yet to realize that Lu Meng was still holding her wrist. The female officer glanced at the ID, then returned it to Yunru, apologizing, sorry for the disturbance. With the misunderstanding resolved, the three officers did not linger and headed straight for the door. Lu Meng politely escorted Yunru to the entrance, saying, Take care, officer. It is every citizen's duty to cooperate with police investigations. Thank you for your cooperation. We apologize for the inconvenience. The female officer expressed her regret with a smile. Lu Meng waved dismissively, opening the door just in time to inadvertently lean against Yunru. Still holding her wrist, by the way, officer, this should qualify as a false report, right? Do we not have the right to know the identity of the person who made the call? Of course, if that is unreasonable. We only request the caller's phone number. Polite and composed, he handled the situation with aplomb. Yunru looked up at Lu Meng, her mind racing with 3 words. This is your right, unbeknownst to her. The female police officer found herself harboring a modicum of affection for Lu Meng. A typical person, faced with such a situation, would likely have erupted in a torrent of curses, yet Lu Meng remained entirely cooperative. Expressing understanding throughout, casting a glance at the 2 male officers behind him, one of them flipped open a page in his notebook, revealing a phone number. XXXXXIT seems that people today are indeed rather bored, toying with us police officers for amusement. Were it not for our investigation into an animal attack coincidentally bringing us here, our team likely would not have arrived at all. Thank you, officer. Sister Ru? My phone is dead. Would you kindly jot this down using your phone? Lu Meng nodded, his peripheral vision sweeping toward the corner, a faint smirk playing on his lips. All right. Yunru complied obediently, quickly unlocking her phone and opening her contacts. 151-6789. While it is true that phone numbers are now subject to real name registration, The likelihood of someone deliberately seeking trouble with you using their own number is quite low. The male officer subtly reminded Lu Meng, evidently seasoned in his experience. However, at that moment, Yun-Ru, who was busy typing on her phone, suddenly halted. Success. No amount of pallid language could compare to witnessing the truth with one's own eyes. Yet, the last comment from the male officer piqued Lu Meng's interest. With a knowing smile, he asked, "Have you noted it down, Sister Yun?" "Ah?" Yun-Ru, evidently distracted, hastily locked her phone screen. I've got it. Her expression was clearly off, and her emotions were in disarray. Why? Why was it Li Bin? After all, we are merely a couple in name. Is this how you perceive me? A wave of sorrow engulfed her, tears streaming uncontrollably. Observing this, Lu Meng swiftly adjusted his position to shield Yun-Ru's face from view. No further questions. We shall take our leave. The female officer cast a curious glance at Yun-Ru but refrained from probing further. Take care, officer, Lu Meng responded as he stepped aside. Before long, once the 3 police officers had departed completely, Lu Meng gazed tenderly at Yun-Ru. Although he was unaware of the cause of her distress, he was certain that all misfortunes would eventually pass. Remember, you still have me. Damn it, you all deserve it. Adulterers! This scene was vividly witnessed by Li Bin, who stepped forward, intent on leaving. Clang! But the next moment, he was met with a door slamming shut in a manner that seemed to mock him. Ever since I struck that wretched woman, she has forbidden me from seeking her out. Li Bin halted, his face contorted with malice, yet he refused to believe that you would remain hidden away. Sister Ru, if you are willing, could you share with me what transpired? Inside the room, Lu Meng's face reflected confusion and concern. If you do not wish to speak, that is perfectly all right, Xiao Meng. Suddenly, Yun-Ru broke into loud sobs. Observing this, Lu Meng moved closer to her, gently patting her back, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. It's all right. I am here. That phone number, it belongs to Li Bin. Yun-Ru divulged the painful truth, her heart heavy with sorrow, yearning for someone to confide in. Her husband, albeit only in name, had so thoroughly insulted her. What woman could endure such humiliation? Li Bin? Lu Meng feigned astonishment, then his expression darkened with anger. How could he act in such a manner? My reputation may be lost, but Sister Ru, you. Xiao Meng, did I have a request? Yun-Ru's voice trembled as she spoke. Sister Ru, rest assured, I will not hold Li Bin accountable. Lu Meng sighed. I understand your kind-hearted nature. You do not wish to escalate matters. However, in my heart, I cannot bear to see you suffer. Sister Ru, trust me, it's nothing for a man to endure a little grievance. Defection 8. Xiao Meng, thank you. Her sobs grew more intense. How could there be such a good man in this world, willing to endure for my sake? At that moment, Yun-Ru felt a flutter in her heart. However, Sister Ru, could you also agree to one condition? Lu Meng's voice suddenly rang out. What condition? Yun-Ru's sobbing subsided, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Could Xiao Meng be like other men? Yet, the next moment, Lu Meng's words dispelled her doubts. Silly girl, I know you haven't left the house these past few days. I was thinking of taking you out for a drive this afternoon to ease the recent tension. How does that sound? Lu Meng spoke softly. Affection 2, Werwu. Yun-Ru was utterly moved, her cries intensifying. You little rascal, don't think you can escape my grasp. Lu Meng consoled Yun-Ru while contemplating his next strategic move. Chapter 4. The emergence of evil. As the morning passed, under Lu Meng's tender reassurances, a smile once again graced Yun-Ru's face. In the afternoon, the sweltering heat of June had diminished significantly. After a bit of preparation, Yun-Ru donned sunglasses and a white sun-shielding coat, stepping outside with Lu Meng. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow trailed closely behind. As expected, he has come. I just wonder if the rumors from my past life hold any truth. Lu Meng intentionally walked beside Yun-Ru, catching sight of the figure following them. Sister Ru, how about I take you to an amusement park first? Inside Yun-Ru's car, Lu Meng occupied the driver's seat while she sat in the passenger seat. You take the lead. It must be said that Yun-Ru lacked assertiveness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been bullied by Li Bin without resistance. Then I shall be your guide for the entire trip. Lu Meng chuckled, pressing the accelerator as the car sped away, the surroundings becoming a blur. Before long, the afternoon slipped away. Lu Meng first took Yun-Ru on the roller coaster, then the Ferris wheel, and finally to an escape room. They engaged in every thrilling game available. The effect was palpable. For a woman who had been obediently following the rules since childhood, it was essential to introduce her to a different kind of exhilaration. Only then could her heart gradually open. The result was that Yun Ru's affection level soared to 60 points. Sister Ru, did you enjoy today? As the moon hung high in the sky, casting its enchanting glow, Lu Meng and Yun Ru strolled hand in hand through the community, where a group of elderly ladies were dancing in the square. I had a great time. Yun Ru nodded, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. She had never experienced such games before and remained somewhat bewildered. Yet the sight of the man beside her instilled an inexplicable sense of safety. Next time, I'll take you out again. Lu Meng glanced at the moonlit sky, suddenly catching a familiar scent wafting through the air. Could the rumors be true? His heart raced, and a bold idea surged forth. Stealing a glance at the figure shadowing them from behind, Lu Meng felt a surge of malice rising within him. Since you are wary of being monitored, you would hesitate to act in crowded places. I shall provide you with an opportunity. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. Sister Ru, why don't we take a stroll outside? There's no rush to head back, without waiting for Yun Ru's response. Lu Meng took her hand and led her toward the community's exit point. 5 minutes later, Lu Meng brought Yun Ru to a wooded area. Though it was termed a forest, the trees were sparse, and couples could be seen enjoying romantic moments on the benches. What made you think to bring me to a place like this? Yun Ru cast a glance around. Her face flushed as she observed the couples flirting and kissing nearby. Do not misunderstand, Sister Ru. I merely thought the scenery here was quite lovely. Lu Meng was aware that the time for the final step had not yet arrived. Yun Ru lowered her head, softly murmuring in agreement, allowing Lu Meng to lead her deeper into the woods until they reached a secluded area. Xiao Meng, let us head back? Yun Ru's face was flushed as she listened to the sounds emanating from the surrounding trees. Although her heart resisted, she could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. What are you thinking? Why do you feel this way? Xiao Meng is not that kind of person. She chastised herself internally. Sister Ru, do you not think that only by confronting things we dislike can we truly grow? Lu Meng spoke earnestly. However, his heart held different intentions. The distance between them had diminished significantly, the atmosphere thick with tension. The rumors from my past life were indeed true. Prior to the reflection of the divine and demonic projections, a few malevolent creatures had already descended. Though the evil spawn were not particularly powerful in the early stages of the apocalypse, they were exceedingly cautious. It was essential to devise a plan to lure them out. Moreover, the little brat trailing behind appeared to lack courage. Indeed, his early awakening of his bloodline enabled him to sense the presence of the evil spawn. And coupled with the male officer's remark from the morning, he had brought Yun Ru to this location. His purpose was straightforward. It seems I shall need to lend you a helping hand. Lu Meng cast a glance at the towering, uninhabited tree 10 meters away, then suddenly leaned his face toward Yun Ru. Xiao Meng. Yun Ru was startled, instinctively stepping back. Stay still. There's some dust on your face. He gently blew on her. The warm breath flowed over Yun Ru's face, causing her cheeks to redden instantly. Due to the angle, this scene was misinterpreted by Li Bin, who was lurking not far behind. As a kiss, the treachery of that pair was unbearable. After a day of relentless stalking, he finally discovered a secluded spot devoid of surveillance. To his dismay, this unfaithful couple was indulging in their affections right before his eyes. A sight that felt like a profound betrayal. With a baseball bat that he had long prepared in hand, Li Bin charged at them, consumed by a murderous rage. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air, causing Yun Ru to cry out in alarm. Be careful, Ru Jie. Lu Meng reacted swiftly, shielding Yun Ru behind him, his face adorned with a chilling smirk. The lowly beasts, though weak, were cautious and easily provoked by the scent of bloodlust. At that moment, before Li Bin could bring down his bat, a shadow surged forth from behind the trees. A howl echoed through the night as a monstrous creature, resembling a dog yet grotesquely mutated, revealed itself beneath the moonlight, its fangs glistening ominously as it lunged at Li Bin. The creature's bite tore into his arm, ripping away a significant chunk of flesh, causing his bat to clatter to the ground. What the hell? Someone is here to catch them in the act. Could it be your husband? Run, quickly. There is someone coming to catch them, and they brought a massive dog. Goodness, who did that guy offend to have such a beast after him? The sudden commotion sent nearby couples fleeing towards the forest's edge, though some audacious souls merely fumbled for their phones to capture the spectacle. Li Bin. Under the moon's glow, Yun Ru discerned Li Bin's face, now retreating in terror. Where did this damn mutt come from? It's enormous. Faced with a creature the size of a calf, Li Bin felt a surge of dread. The beast, baring its teeth, sensed Li Bin's murderous intent and deemed him a threat. Its primal instinct compelling it to devour this human who radiated hostility. With another agonizing howl, the beast lunged at Li Bin once more. Damn it! Li Bin screamed as the creature sank its teeth into his chest, tearing away another large piece of flesh, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound. Yun Ru, rendered speechless by the horrifying scene, exclaimed, "The dog is trying to eat him. Call the police. Should we help? You go ahead." "I can't dare to." Meanwhile, the onlookers behind the distant trees began to timidly retreat. "Run! Hurry!" At this juncture, Li Bin was paralyzed with fear, abandoning thoughts of confronting Lu Meng as he fled in a panic. Yet, the beast was relentless. With powerful limbs, it quickly closed the distance, catching up to Li Bin in mere seconds. "Here it comes again." Li Bin glanced back, his heart racing. When he spotted Yun Ru, panic-stricken just a few meters away, a wave of fury washed over him. "You treacherous witch, you betrayed me first." With a voice full of hatred, he surged forward, seizing Yun Ru and hurling her towards the oncoming beast. He understood the primal instinct. When faced with a predator, one only needed to be swifter than their companions. In his mind, Yun Ru was not a companion but merely a wretched soul deserving of her fate. The beast's massive claws glinted menacingly as it pounced. Its target originally Li Bin but now transformed into Yun Ru. In a moment of sheer terror, she found her voice lost. That instant, remorse flooded her heart. She had completely despaired of Li Bin, and the last remnants of her loyalty shattered. Just as the beast's claws were about to reach her, a figure rushed forth. With a resounding thud, Lu Meng swung his fist with all his might, sending the beast flying. The creature, propelled by the force of the blow, collided with Li Bin, who had barely managed to escape a few steps. With a howl, the beast bled profusely, having bitten Li Bin's neck, severing it in a gruesome display. The crowd, previously recording the event, stood frozen in shock. "Someone's dead. It's real. Quick, call the police. Run, run. We can't watch this chaos any longer." Initially, they had come to witness a spectacle, but witnessing a murder transformed their curiosity into horror. "Yun Ru, you must leave. That beast has gone mad. Otherwise, we won't escape." Lu Meng bellowed. As expected, upon hearing his warning, the stunned crowd fled towards the forest's edge. "No, I won't leave." Yun Ru shook her head violently, her sole desire in that moment to perish alongside Lu Meng. She was resolute. Looking at the crowd that had scattered far, Lu Meng smiled enigmatically. Having orchestrated events to unfold as he had planned, Li Bin's murderous rage had provoked the beast, leading to a fatal chase, and in despair, most would act selfishly. The stories of encountering bears in the wild were indeed true. One only needed to outrun their companions. Yet, all had overlooked that if someone was manipulating events from the shadows, the doomed would still meet their fate. Just as Li Bin had to ask for guilt or inner turmoil, Lu Meng felt none. In this apocalyptic world, there were no heroes or villains, only the survival of the fittest. Moreover, playing the villain had its own merits. Now, it was time to deal with the beast, for while bloodlines served as humanity's only defense in this world, elevating their bloodline was of utmost importance. The method to enhance one's bloodline was deceptively simple. Hunt the monsters that emerged and absorb their magical essence to ascend to higher bloodline tiers. "Close your eyes, dear. Trust in me." Lu Meng gently stroked Yun Ru's back, his tone calm and soothing, as if he had transformed into another person. Yun Ru nodded, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washing over her. "Promise me, no matter what, do not open your eyes without my permission." Lu Meng bent to retrieve the fallen baseball bat, having successfully navigated the psychological strategy, now preparing for the impending confrontation. Yun Ru nodded again, tightly shutting her eyes, resigned to her fate. The worst outcome would merely be dying alongside Lu Meng. Where could one find a man so loyal and righteous? In that moment, she compared him to Li Bin and found him utterly lacking. No, Li Bin does not deserve to be compared to Lu Meng. That would be an insult to Lu Meng. In the face of life and death, One's true emotions are stirred. The continuous increments in favorability echoed in Lu Meng's mind. Yet he remained utterly focused, gripping the baseball bat as he faced the beast, his murderous intent unwavering. Having experienced 3 years of the apocalypse in his previous life and attaining a kingly status under the influence of the demon of desire, Lu Meng had mastered his own bloodlust. Likewise, his combat instincts placed him above all humanity, rendering him invulnerable to unforeseen circumstances. With a furious roar, the beast lunged at Lu Meng, its towering form closing in. The weakness of canine aberrations lay in their underbelly. Lu Meng shifted slightly, his demeanor icy as he swung the bat. With a resounding impact, the awakened bloodline unleashed immense power, sending the beast hurtling away. Its whimpers echoed for several seconds before silence enveloped the scene, and a dark mass of magical essence manifested atop the lifeless body. Lu Meng quickly absorbed the essence, before the apocalypse fully descended. Some relatively benevolent beings were unable to project themselves, making it impossible to acquire spatial equipment. Absorption was the only option. A searing warmth surged within him, enhancing his physical attributes significantly. He then raised the beast's claws, dragging them across his own arms, causing blood to flow freely. This was not a display of masochism but a precaution. He would not expose himself to public scrutiny without absolute certainty. While the current beast was weak enough to be slain by an ordinary person wielding a weapon, he preferred to remain unnoticed, save for when he chose to reveal himself. "All right, you can open your eyes now." Lu Meng approached Yunru, his voice returning to its previous gentleness. "Lu Meng, you're hurt." Upon opening her eyes, Yunru immediately noticed the wounds on Lu Meng's arms. "If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have been injured. It's all my fault for being a burden. I mustn't let this happen again." A wave of guilt washed over her, filled with deep remorse. Yet, where was the monstrous dog now? Regaining her senses, she glanced past Lu Meng and was startled to see the enormous beast. Now lifeless, Lu Meng is incredible. He single-handedly defeated that beast. With a slight tilt of her head, she gazed up at Lu Meng with admiration, inevitably reminded of Li Bin. Li Bin had been viciously bitten to death by that ferocious dog. Indeed, Little Meng was formidable. No, Li Bin was unworthy of comparison with Little Meng. Favorability to women are often drawn to strength and tend to engage in subtle comparisons. In this regard, Yunru found Lu Meng increasingly perfect. Recalling her thoughts, Yunru pondered a pressing question. "Little Meng, what shall we do now?" After all, a life has been lost. In merely a day's time, she had completely come to regard Lu Meng as her anchor. Even she found the transformation remarkable. Naturally, the police would come to handle the situation following a death. Lu Meng smiled calmly, unfazed. In this apocalyptic world, death was a daily occurrence, and he had long since become desensitized. What should I say at the police station? Upon hearing the word police, Yunru felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the deceased was her nominal husband. Although she and Li Bin were not particularly close, they did share a marriage certificate. "Don't worry, just speak the truth," Lu Meng reassured her. "Many witnessed that vicious dog kill Li Bin. I exerted considerable effort to strike that beast in the abdomen with a baseball bat, ultimately slaying it. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. There will be no issues." Lu Meng gestured to embrace Yunru, his touch gentle and soft. This time, she did not resist, allowing him to hold her, completely oblivious to the two corpses not far away. Soon, lights illuminated the area, and several uniformed police officers approached Lu Meng and Yunru, accompanied by a portly man whose trousers bore some sticky residue. "Officer, right here. I saw that vicious dog bite a person to death. There was a large hole in his neck, blood gushing forth. It was truly horrific. The vicious dog is dead," the portly man described, shrinking back upon realizing that the dog was already lifeless. "You again." The leading female officer paused momentarily upon spotting Lu Meng. "We meet again, officer." Lu Meng nodded, feeling it quite coincidental that it was the same female officer who had led the raid earlier that morning. As for her name, he was yet unaware. "Did you kill this vicious dog?" the female officer inquired. There were no other witnesses present, just Lu Meng and Yunru. However, she could hardly believe that a woman who would panic at the sight of police could have dispatched such a ferocious beast. "It was I," Lu Meng admitted candidly. "This incident involves a fatality, although numerous witnesses can attest that this man was killed by the dog. I must request you accompany us to the station. Yet another case of animal aggression, and one that resulted in a death, which did not bode well for her mood. Cooperating with the police is every citizen's duty. Lu Meng nodded, patting Yunru's shoulder. Sister Ru, don't be anxious. We will accompany the officer to the police station and then return home. All right, Yunru replied. Before long, they were en route to the police station in a patrol car. While a male officer drove Yunru's vehicle. 10 minutes later, after a routine inquiry, several witnesses confirmed that Li Bin had been killed by the vicious dog. Consequently, Lu Meng and Yunru were merely asked a few questions and their statements recorded. I apologize for the inconvenience. The female officer personally escorted Lu Meng and Yunru out of the station. It's no trouble. Cooperating with the police is also a form of public service. Lu Meng wore a benign smile. Your vehicle is over there. We won't delay you any further, the female officer remarked politely. However, when her gaze fell upon Yunru, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Without further conversation, Lu Meng and Yunru proceeded towards the parking lot. Sister Ru, what did the officers ask you? Holding Yunru's delicate hand, Lu Meng inquired. They just asked about what happened and how you killed that vicious dog. Yunru instinctively replied. And what did you say? A thoughtful expression appeared on Lu Meng's face. Did you forget? Just now, you said that you struck the dog in the abdomen with a baseball bat, which is how you killed it, Yunru responded. Lu Meng had instructed her to speak the truth, and she did, albeit omitting the part about him telling her to close her eyes. That's good. Lu Meng nodded, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Let's go home, Sister Ru. Just then, as they were about to enter the car, a sudden honk echoed. Lu Meng and Yunru instinctively turned around. A stunning woman in a red long dress, walking gracefully in high heels, emerged from a vehicle. Her flowing red waves danced as she moved, and the crystal jewels adorning her neck emitted a faint glow, teetering on the edge of plunging into a deep chasm. Coupled with her alluring figure, she was enough to drive any man wild, save for the incongruity of the string of prayer beads on her wrist. Otherwise, she was utterly flawless. Lu Jingya? Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had mistaken her identity. Sister Jingya, what brings you here? Yunru's words dispelled his doubts. It truly was Lu Jingya. A flicker of recognition crossed Lu Meng's eyes. Indeed, he knew Lu Jingya. To be precise, few in the entire Jinghai city were unfamiliar with her. Prior to the apocalypse, she was a formidable businesswoman, the CEO of Yuyuan Biotechnology Company, and the wealthiest individual in Jinghai city. In the aftermath, she became the possessor of the S-class bloodline, Night Demon bloodline, and was the first to be crowned as a queen in Jinghai city, the Night Queen Lu Jingya, if I hadn't arrived. I wonder what might have happened to you. Lu Jingya's alluring lips parted as she took Yunru's hand, offering a polite nod to Lu Meng. There was none of the haughty demeanor, nor any disdainful expressions, only the aura of someone who had long occupied a high position. Sister Jingya, this is Xiao Meng. It's thanks to him that I was saved. Yunru seemed to summon her courage. Taking Lu Meng's hand in her other, Hello, Lu Meng. I am Lu Jingya. Before Yunru could finish her introduction, Lu Jingya released Yunru's hand and proactively extended her own toward Lu Meng. What a formidable woman, moreover. She seemed to be well prepared. Lu Meng recognized Lu Jingya's assertiveness. Her ability to address him by name indicated that she had conducted some investigation. Yet, with 3 years of experience in this apocalypse, he was hardly one to be intimidated. Lu Meng maintained a calm demeanor, his penetrating gaze sweeping over Lu Jingya as he slowly extended his hand. A sensation of weakness washed over him. Suddenly, Lu Meng sensed something amiss. The Dream Eater. Within Lu Jingya, he detected a trace of a malignant presence. So that was it. Shifting his gaze slightly, Lu Meng focused on the prayer beads Lu Jingya wore. Chapter 7. Successful Acquisition, A-Class Bloodline. Demon Suppression Bloodline. Mr. Lu seems quite intrigued by my prayer beads. Lu Jingya perceptively noted Lu Meng's gaze. If Lu Meng's earlier brazen scrutiny had surprised her, his current focus made her heart tighten. These prayer beads must have been consecrated, procured from the Linrua temple, right? A look of keen interest surfaced on Lu Meng's face. I've heard that it's quite effective. Those plagued by nightmares often seek a string of prayer beads or talismans from there. In Jinghai City, the most renowned temple was indeed Linrua Temple. Given Lu Jingya's stature, if she had truly been tormented by a dream eater, she would likely have sought assistance from Linrua Temple. Lu Jingya felt a jolt of surprise. Reading the situation, guessing the origin of the prayer beads based on my status. Quite the clever individual, however. What he said about nightmares. Did he truly know something? Or was he merely guessing? In that moment, Lu Jingya felt a flicker of hesitation, though her expression remained composed. It seems Mr. Lu is also a believer. Perhaps we can exchange thoughts on the matter sometime. There will be opportunities. Lu Meng's eyes narrowed. He was now convinced that Lu Jingya was indeed entangled with a dream eater. Otherwise, a woman of her caliber might be courteous to him, but would not utter the latter part of her statement. Lu Jingya smiled, releasing her hold on Lu Meng's hand. Xiao Ru, let me take you both home. Upon hearing this, Yun Ru hesitated, glancing at Lu Meng. Why now? She had completely come to view Lu Meng as her cornerstone. There's no need to trouble Sister Jingya. We can return on our own. If Sister Jingya is concerned about Xiao Ru's safety, she can wait until Xiao Ru arrives home to confirm. Furthermore, Xiao Ru had my phone number. If she remained apprehensive, she could leave her number with me, Lu Meng subtly suggested. A woman as astute as Lu Jingya would understand with minimal prompting. It seems I've interrupted you both, Lu Jingya chuckled lightly. Her demeanor elegant and poised. All right, I will feel at ease only after seeing you both leave, so please hurry home. Then we shall take our leave. Yunru nodded without further thought, and hand in hand with Lu Meng. They made their way to the garage. Before long, Lu Meng drove Yunru away. The night breeze gently caressed them as Lu Jingya stood rooted to the spot, lingering before getting into her car. Did he truly know something? Director Lu, shall we head back? At that moment, the passenger door swung open, and a burly man wearing sunglasses stepped out. Old Lu, did you see that Lu Meng? Lu Jingya turned to inquire. I did, the driver, known as Lao Lu, nodded in acknowledgement. What do you think? Lu Jingya inquired. Aside from his good looks, his gait lacked any discernible rhythm, clearly indicating that he had not undergone systematic training. It was truly astonishing how such an ordinary individual could vanquish a giant dog. Lao Lu offered his assessment. Ordinary person? Lu Jingya recalled Lu Meng's earlier words. Shaking her head slightly, she remembered to coordinate with the police station. The giant dog killed by Lu Meng needed to be taken for research. This marked the 6th one this week. She wondered what on earth was happening in this world. Understood, Director Lu? Lao Lu nodded and then opened the car door. The sound of rushing water from the bathroom made Yunru, sitting on the bed, feel somewhat restless. What is wrong with me? I even left Xiaomeng behind. This is truly madness, utter madness. Yunru repeatedly touched her flushed cheeks, her damp hair complementing her white ice silk nightgown, which accentuated her figure undeniably. Indeed, an hour ago, Lu Meng had brought her home, intending to leave, but she had insisted he stay, citing the late hour as her reason. Yunru, what are you thinking? Her inner voice chastised her. How could you do this? What were you thinking? Why did you leave Xiaomeng behind? Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Lu Meng emerged, wrapped in a towel around his waist. In the dim light, he slowly approached Yunru's side. Xiao Ru, all misfortune shall pass. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. The change in address signified the shift in their relationship. Thank you, Meng. Yunru nodded slightly, unable to meet Lu Meng's gaze. Lu Meng chuckled, shaking his head as he sat down beside her. With the enhancement of his bloodline, his chiseled muscles were now on full display before her, and the masculine aura enveloped her. Seeing this, Yunru felt a sudden self-consciousness, yet she did not move away. Xiao Ru, I like you. Suddenly, he enveloped her in a warm embrace. Yunru stiffened, gently nodding. Meng, how do you remember my birthday and household registration? What you hold dear, you naturally remember well. Lu Meng fabricated a lie, thinking it unwise to disclose that he had memorized it from the rental contract. Thank you. Yunru sobbed softly, her heart's defenses utterly breached. Since her parents' passing, aside from Lu Jingya, no one had remembered her birthday. This man before her was the first, and he was perfect, handsome, gentle, understanding, composed in action, responsible, dependable, and capable. In that moment, Yunru attached all the beautiful adjectives she could think of to Lu Meng. Favorability 2. Congratulations, the target's favorability towards you has reached the minimum recording value. Would you like to record it immediately? Finally, after the soft whispers following a life and death crisis, Yunru's final 2 points of favorability were fulfilled. Yes, Lu Meng made his choice without hesitation. Ding, congratulations, recording successful, current number of entries in the Apocalypse Beauty album. 1. The host may continue to choose to record targets. A wave of warmth surged within Lu Meng, signaling the feedback from a successful recording. He had now officially become a holder of an A-grade bloodline, the Demon Suppression Bloodline. Chapter 8. Lu Jingya calls, recorded item, 1 Yuanru race. Human, succubus, awakened, age, 28 personality, gentle and kind. Understanding appearance rating, 8 out of 10, current favorability, 80 description. A gentle woman who is deeply understanding, she has come to regard you as her sole reliance, loyal to the point of self-sacrifice without hesitation. Cultivation suggestions. 1.as This is her first recording. Her slightly timid nature will not change immediately. Gradual stimulation is recommended, as nurturing a flower takes time. Unlike quickly inserting one, please ensure she becomes your capable subordinate swiftly. 2. The contrast has begun to show effectiveness but requires further enhancement. A significant contrast will make it easier for her to accept the impending apocalypse. Tip: a gentle haven or a hero's grave, since it is a grave. Whether it is a pit or multiple pits, it is advisable to dig a few more. The host should exert effort and continue striving to record. In the early morning, Lu Meng woke up quite early. Yes, it was the incessant prattling of the unit that roused him, and a new album appeared in his mind. The first page featuring Yuanru's portrait. He needed to suggest to the unit to set the default to completion next time. Upon opening his eyes, specific prompts emerged in his mind. Everything seemed normal. Xiaoru has awakened too. He was somewhat surprised and quickly turned to look at the charming figure lying beside him. Indeed, at this moment, Yuanru radiated a faint purple glow, her long, fair legs peeking out from her ice silk nightgown. Her body sprawled in a languid manner. Though serene, she exuded an alluring charm. This was a sign of awakening, indicating she could not yet control the bloodline within her. Lu Meng felt a surge of anticipation. While human bloodlines only began to show their characteristics upon entering the dawn stage, some abilities could still be utilized in the awakening phase. And this was a succubus bloodline. Once Xiaoru progressed to the dawn stage, she would be able to momentarily transform into a succubus. Meng, you're awake? Yuanru opened her sleepy eyes, still somewhat dazed. The sun was already shining brightly. Lu Meng gently patted her and retrieved a mirror from the bedside. Xiaoru, it seems your body has undergone some changes. What has happened to me? Seeing her body glowing with purple light, Yuanru felt a pang of fear. Don't worry. Lu Meng quickly reassured her. This should be a good sign. Try to think of making that purple light disappear. Perhaps due to Lu Meng's comforting words and her complete trust in him. Yuanru quickly calmed her unease. Minutes later, Meng, you truly are amazing. The purple light has vanished. Yuanru looked in the mirror again, relieved to find the purple glow gone. Lu Meng smiled, unfazed. Once a human awakens their bloodline, it becomes as integral to the body as any other part, making it easy to control. But Meng, is there something wrong with my body? Shouldn't we check? Concern flickered across Yuanru's face. I am fine, but if it spreads to you, that would be troublesome. Even now, her first thought was of Lu Meng. What kind of illness makes someone glow? Like me? Suddenly, a faint golden light emanated from Lu Meng's palm. This isn't an illness. It's a tremendous opportunity, by the way. Isn't Lu Jingya's company involved in biological research? We could ask her about it. Last night, Yuanru had shared her entire relationship with Lu Jingya with Lu Meng. Although Lu Meng had been helping Yuanru cultivate her bloodline at that time, he had retained every word in his memory, and even in that situation, he had managed to remember everything. Lu Jingya was Yuanru's close friend, and they had grown up together. However, Lu Jingya had a tragic background. Both her parents had died when she was young, and it was Yuanru's deceased parents who had taken her in. For this reason, after achieving success, Lu Jingya had never forgotten to repay her kindness and treated Yuanru as her own sister after the passing of her parents. All 6 properties under Yuanru's name had been gifted to her by Lu Jingya. All right, let us ask Sister Jingya when we get the chance. Yuanru nodded, finding Lu Meng's suggestion quite reasonable. Perhaps this was merely a rare human phenomenon. Oh no, I've just realized. Suddenly, Yuanru hurriedly extricated herself from Lu Meng's embrace. Lu Meng was taken aback. Meng, you sleep a bit longer. I'll go wash up first. I was so tired last night that I forgot to prepare breakfast for you. In a flurry, she slipped on her slippers and dashed towards the bathroom, embodying the image of a devoted wife. Yuanru's morning routine was swift. She took hardly any time before rushing into the kitchen. When she finally prepared breakfast, an hour had passed at the dining table. The The two sat facing each other, with 8 exquisite dishes neatly arranged before them. Is it tasty? Yunru cradled her chin in her hands, her long legs restlessly shifting under the table. Her nature was that of a devoted wife, and she had devoted an entire hour to preparing breakfast for Lu Meng, demonstrating her dedication. It's delicious, quite good. Lu Meng chewed his food while observing Yunru's actions. Indeed, the noticeable change after successfully recording her awakened bloodline was remarkable, particularly with Yunru's long legs. This was Lu Meng's heartfelt evaluation. Yunru's cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat bashful. Xiao Ru, why aren't you eating? Should I feed you? Lu Meng gently pulled her closer, urging, come on. Eat more. Ultimately, the two shared a tender breakfast together. For Lu Meng, it was not merely about viewing Yunru as a tool. This scene was one he had longed for. Buzzing. Suddenly, Yunru's phone on the table began vibrating incessantly. Lu Jingya. Lu Meng, with his keen eyesight, recognized the caller and gestured for Yunru to answer directly. Sister Jingya, what is the matter? As the call connected, Yunru proactively inquired. Xiao Ru, what are you up to? Just that one sentence made Lu Jingya suspect that something was amiss with Yunru. It was unlikely she would be so forward under normal circumstances. I'm having lunch, Yunru replied, her mouth full of sandwich. Oh, it's nothing important. I just wanted to ask for Lu Meng's phone number. I have a few things I wish to discuss with him. Lu Jingya's voice rang out once more. Yunru hesitated, glancing at Lu Meng beside her, her eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Lu Meng nodded slightly. All right, Sister Jingya, I'll send it to you once I finish my meal. With Lu Meng's consent, Yunru finally agreed. Then you should continue your meal. I won't disturb you any longer. Lu Jingya ended the call. The bait had been successfully cast. Lu Meng, who was feeding Yunru, revealed a faint smile. The preliminary plan had once again succeeded. The rest depended on the skill of the angler. Chapter 9. The opportunity is yours by the time Lu Meng and Yunru finished their meal. It was already midday. Only then did he check his phone. As expected, there was an unread message received an hour prior. Yayuan Hotel, Lu Jingya, waiting for you? It seemed that the former queen of his previous life had indeed been tormented by the dream-eating beast. Lu Meng chuckled at the message. The dream-eating beast, a type of low-level magical creature, was adept at nightmares and could invade human dreams. However, it posed little danger and was even less formidable than a vicious dog. Merely skilled in concealment, grasping the car keys, Lu Meng gently opened the door. Half an hour later, Lu Meng arrived at Yayuan Hotel, one of the few 5-star establishments in Shijianhai City and owned by Lu Jingya. In a booth by the window, Lu Jingya had been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Lu, you've arrived. Upon seeing Lu Meng, Lu Jingya rose, displaying no hint of impatience. Clad in a tight-fitting deep red qipao, her curvaceous figure was accentuated to perfection, her makeup subtle yet alluring. Even having encountered various women in his past life, Lu Meng could not help but acknowledge Lu Jingya's undeniable allure. Beep, detected a compatible target present. Lu Jingya, Night Demon Bloodline, S-Class. Successful registration will awaken the corresponding bloodline, Heavenly Master Bloodline, S-Class. Please choose whether to set her as a registration target. The system's notification chimed once again. Yunru had been successfully registered, and a new target had emerged. Yes. Lu Meng did not hesitate, silently affirming in his heart. He had long harbored intentions towards Lu Jingya. And this was an S-Class bloodline, extremely rare in a city as small as Shijianhai. For the corresponding Heavenly Master bloodline. Though he had never seen it firsthand, he had heard tales of its prowess. When invoked, all spirits would retreat, not only restraining monsters but also targeting humans. End of the Apocalypse Beauty Catalog successfully generated. Target, 2 Lu Jingya race. Human, unawakened, Night Demon bloodline, age, 32 personality, strong-willed and reserved. Possesses keen insight, harbors admiration for the powerful appearance rating. 9 initial favorability, 30 introduction. A strong-willed woman, her elevated status grants her exceptional insight. Her childhood experiences have led to an intense desire for protection, though she never reveals this. 1. Strong-willed women are not as resilient as they appear. Their strength often serves as a defense mechanism that inadvertently drives others away. Yet, the more resolute they seem, the more they yearn for protection. The host should attempt to dismantle her psychological defenses to instill a sense of crisis. 2. Be cautious of her perceptiveness. Do not display any weaknesses in conversation. When facing a strong-willed woman, You must be even more assertive and demonstrate corresponding strength. Note: a strong yet reserved woman, once you conquer her, the pleasure will be unparalleled. The registration target had been successfully generated. Along with suggestions for Lu Meng, Mr. Lu. Noticing Lu Meng lost in thought, hesitating to take a seat, Lu Jingya softly called out, Lu Meng snapped back to reality, apologizing. I was distracted by some matters. Please, Sister Jingya. Take a seat. He gestured gallantly, taking the initiative. Lu Jingya was momentarily taken aback. Ever since her rise to success, she had never encountered a man like Lu Meng. Even the business moguls of Shijinhai were merely courteous in their dealings with her. I wonder what Mr. Lu was pondering just now. With her delicate hand gently stirring her coffee, Lu Jingya navigated the conversation. I was contemplating why Sister Jingya is so exceptionally beautiful. Lu Meng casually selected a drink from the tray, his gaze audaciously sweeping over Lu Jingya. Such behavior might be deemed impudent with other women, but with Lu Jingya, it was different as expected. Lu Jingya was momentarily taken aback, a soft smile gracing her lips. Her fluttering eyes exceptionally captivating. Mr. Lu is jesting. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss matters concerning Xiao Ru. Lu Meng nodded, his penetrating gaze unwavering, signaling Lu Jingya to continue. His interest was genuine. Sipping his coffee, Lu Jingya's brows arched slightly. She could sense Lu Meng's composure and the desire in his eyes were authentic. Mr. Lu should be aware of Xiao Ru's circumstances. I have already utilized my connections to have Li Bin's body taken care of. Principally, I do not oppose your relationship with Xiao Ru, but as her elder sister who grew up alongside her, I wish for the man she favors to possess the capability to protect her. Lu Jingya spoke slowly, her words layered with implications that demanded contemplation, unconsciously adopting the posture of an authority figure. Suddenly, Lu Meng chuckled, his previously innocuous expression transforming into one of coldness. Miss Lu, there's no need for circumlocution. I prefer a more direct approach, activating the demon suppression bloodline. In Lu Jingya's view, Lu Meng's eyes morphed into a blood-red hue, the serene and cozy surroundings gradually shifting into a desolate wasteland. The once azure sky vanished, replaced by a crimson expanse, the air thick with a malevolent aura. Surrounding the ruins were grotesque corpses that emerged one after another, eye in the distance. Terrifying monsters approached relentlessly. Miss Lu, do you see it? This is what you wish to know. Lu Meng's figure materialized beside Lu Jingya, though he now donned a blood-red robe, his visage chillingly expressionless, as an illusion. Lu Jingya's voice trembled, fear coursing through her, yet the remnants of her rationality reminded her that it was merely a figment. I said. Lu Meng scoffed, his body vanishing from sight. Lu Meng, with the only other living presence gone. Lu Jingya's fear intensified, the creatures now looming near her. Their gaping maws exuded a foul stench. No, please Dante, last. She could no longer contain herself and screamed. Miss Lu, how do you feel? The scene shifted rapidly, revealing a handsome, mocking face once more. Ultimately, she was still an ordinary person unacquainted with the apocalypse. Lu Meng shook his head. This was the effect he sought, denying this woman any opportunity to exhibit dominance or delve deeper into the conversation. He cut straight to the heart of the matter, manifesting the horror of the demon suppression bloodline. Of course, these were mere tricks, mere illusions, yet they reflected Lu Meng's own past experiences. I advise you to put away what you have in hand. Suddenly, Lu Meng turned, his voice laced with frigid authority. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, his right hand resting in the inner pocket of his coat. Director Lu, just now. The middle-aged man was Lu Jingya's driver and bodyguard. I said to put it away. The commanding and domineering tone rang out as Lu Meng pivoted and struck. The middle-aged man only felt a blur before him, with no time to react. The solid object in his inner pocket vanished. Considering you did not draw your weapon, I'll let you off with just a warning. Lu Meng's movements were swift as lightning, his right arm thrusting forward to grasp the middle-aged man's wrist. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. The middle-aged man's face contorted in fear as he clutched his wrist, but he uttered not a sound. Within the confined space of 30 square meters, 8 cameras and 12 bodyguards indicated that Director Lu harbored significant distrust towards him. Lu Meng surveyed his surroundings and noted the nearby booth where men and women seemed to be watching the spectacle with interest. Since Director Lu displayed such a lack of sincerity, he decided not to waste time. Tonight, the marks of that thing will find their way to your bedside. If all goes as planned, I shall attend your funeral in 3 days. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, please. Lu Jingya, still shaken, finally regained her composure. Mr. Lu, I implore you to assist me. Her voice trembled slightly, a sheen of sweat beginning to form on her fair neck, her chest rising and falling. I apologize for my subordinate's earlier rudeness and for my own ulterior motives. I know you possess the capability to help me. Please, I beg you to assist me, no matter the cost. Lu Meng's last words resonated clearly with her, and the display of his earlier prowess had instilled in her an involuntary trust in his abilities. Several days ago, she began to experience the same haunting nightmare each night. Initially, she attributed it to mere exhaustion, yet peculiar occurrences soon unfolded. With meticulous observation, she discovered strange claw marks upon awakening each morning within her bedroom. These marks first appeared on her bedroom door, then evolved to the area before her wardrobe, her vanity mirror, and now, they had reached the nightstand beside her bed. She had sought the expertise of professionals, changed residences multiple times, and even installed a dozen surveillance cameras in her bedroom. Yet all her efforts yielded nothing. There were no findings to speak of. In her desperation, she resorted to seeking a string of prayer beads from Linrua Temple. Yet this too proved futile. Oh, you think someone like me cares about money? Lu Meng turned away, his expression unreadable, a golden glow manifesting in his palm, visible only to Lu Jingya from this vantage point. Is this truly your attitude when seeking assistance? A hint of murderous intent deliberately revealed itself. Please. Lu Jingya felt an intense internal struggle, yet the image of Lu Meng's blood-red eyes from the illusion surfaced in her mind. Now this resembled a plea for help. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Lu Meng's lips as he gently grasped Lu Jingya's ethereal face. Tomorrow night, come find me at Xiao Ru's home. You should understand what needs to be done. The opportunity is yours. It remains to be seen whether you will cherish it. His figure gradually receded, leaving Lu Jingya standing there in a daze. At this moment, her entire body was drenched in perspiration. Chapter 10. The Fear Within Lu Jingya. Qiu Shuang. Has the autopsy report been released? That night, within the Qinghua Bun, Lu Jingya donned a purple nightgown, her long hair cascading loosely, a glass of red wine cradled in her hand. It has been confirmed. Li Bin indeed died from a severed windpipe and excessive blood loss. And the bite marks on his neck corroborate that it was the work of that vicious dog. The creature's demise was due to a heavy object striking its soft underbelly. Its anatomical structure is not akin to that of an ordinary canine, a fact I only discerned through the fractured remains. True to her name, Qiu Shuang wore a loose-fitting white lab coat, her hands tucked into her pockets, her expression devoid of emotion, presenting an image of an icy beauty that repels all. Yet, even so, this could not obscure her exquisite features and her more pronounced curves compared to Lu Jingya. Was it mere coincidence? With a delicate press of her crimson lips, Lu Jingya took a sip of her wine. There exists a possibility of coincidence, as well as a possibility that it is not. Yet according to the information you provided, Lu Meng appears to be an ordinary individual, with eyes as clear as autumn waters. Qiu Shuang glanced at Lu Jingya and slowly stepped forward. Lu Jia, has something occurred? You typically only drink when troubled, ordinary individual. Lu Jingya murmured softly, neglecting to respond to Qiu Shuang's subsequent inquiries, instead reflecting on Lu Meng's various behaviors from earlier in the day. Could an ordinary person possess such capability? At that moment, her capitulation had not solely stemmed from Lu Meng's ability to resolve her nightmare issue. It was also profoundly influenced by the palpable murderous intent she sensed within him. If he so desired, he could indeed eliminate everyone present. The bizarre nightmare defied explanation by current scientific understanding, yet Lu Jia need not be overly concerned. If there were issues, they would have surfaced long ago. Qiu Shuang offered a comforting remark, believing Lu Jingya was likely troubled by the nightmares. She was a forensic expert from the Jinghai City Bureau and the chief consultant for Yaoyuan Technology Company, currently overseeing the research project on recently submitted anomalous creatures. Lu Jingya shook her head, recalling Lu Meng's words from earlier. 3 days. If true, she could only live for 3 more days at most. Qiu Shuang, if the previous incident involving that vicious dog and Li Bin's death were orchestrated, what sort of coherent clues might emerge from these points when combined? Suddenly, she recalled the events involving Yun Ru from last night. A married woman dating a single man, with both her husband and the vicious dog meeting their ends in this unfortunate incident. What a remarkable coincidence, and a perfect one at that, with no evidence to implicate anyone. Would you like to hear a story? Qiu Shuang's expression remained impassive. As a forensic expert, her deductive reasoning was on par with some professionals. She had contemplated whether someone was orchestrating events in this matter. Yet upon reviewing Lu Meng's dossier, she dismissed such possibilities. Let us consider it a tale. Lu Jingya nodded. Based on the known clues and the identity of the likely beneficiary, if there truly exists a mastermind, that individual is most likely Lu Meng. Qiu Shuang began to speak slowly. Li Bin was inherently inept, persistently entangled with Yunru. Following his death, Yunru could legitimately be with Lu Meng, an unremarkable office worker suddenly acquiring assets exceeding 10 million. Such a meteoric rise could undoubtedly ignite one's desires, prompting them to take risks. Consider this merely a story, Qiu Shuang reiterated. Lu Meng had long sensed that Li Bin was trailing them, deliberately provoking him along the way. However, Li Bin was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, refraining from retaliation in monitored areas. Thus, Lu Meng provided him an opportunity, intentionally luring him deep into the forest where there was no surveillance, though it was not entirely devoid of human presence. As for the need to bolster the story's plausibility, one could infer that Lu Meng's act of dispatching the vicious dog was no mere coincidence. He was well acquainted with the creature's anatomy and behavior. While provoking Li Bin, he unwittingly incited the dog as well, resulting in this meticulously orchestrated canine homicide, with the wild ducks serving as his witnesses. Qiu Shuang expounded in one breath, attaching various possibilities to the story's rationale, ultimately crafting a perfect crime. However, in concluding, even she felt a tinge of uncertainty, especially when reviewing the surveillance footage of Lu Meng and Yunru. Lu Meng's seemingly innocuous actions had indeed provoked Li Bin to a significant extent. Lu Jingya felt increasingly alarmed as she listened, her hand unconsciously tilting the wine glass, the crimson liquid spilling onto her purple nightgown, utterly oblivious to it. Could it truly align? A comprehensive understanding of anomalous creatures, a flawless grasp of human nature, and those incomprehensible methods. Her mind once more replayed Lu Meng's demeanor from earlier in the day. Deceptively profound, his understanding of human nature was nothing short of masterful, rendering her incapable of employing any social maneuver. Most crucially, Lu Meng seemed exceedingly knowledgeable about the entity that had been pursuing her and had a means to resolve it. What if the thing that tormented her was also an anomalous creature? Unconsciously, this thought crossed her mind. Yet her immediate reaction was not to disclose this to Qiu Shuang, nor to inform the police of her suspicions, but rather to cultivate a sense of dread towards Lu Meng. If tonight unfolded as he suggested, perhaps I could collaborate with him. With a gentle bite of her lip, Lu Jingya seemed to arrive at a decision, reaching for her phone atop the table. Hello. It's me, Lu Jingya. Please transfer 3 million to old Lu from the finance department, and also ensure his injuries are treated. Tell him that starting tomorrow, he need not come to work. Should I repeat myself? Or do you wish to skip coming in tomorrow as well? Dialing the finance department, Lu Jingya dismissed her driver and bodyguard, old Lu. Lu Jie, you're acting quite strangely today. Qiu Shuang observed Lu Jingya with curiosity, her keen intuition seemingly detecting something amiss. Old Lu has been with you for 3 years, always loyal. He should be among your few trusted individuals. I ask this because of that Lu Meng. Hearing that name once more, Lu Jingya's body trembled. Qiu Shuang's scrutiny was astute. She sensed this subtle shift. The following morning, Lu Jingya, unusually, lingered in bed. She had consumed copious amounts of alcohol the previous night, yet the nightmares persisted, stretching, her alluring figure was fully revealed. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to the edge of the bed. Sure enough, a palm-sized claw mark appeared beside the bed, identical to the previous marks on the door and vanity. Seems I truly need to seek him out. With a sigh, she inexplicably envisioned the scene from the early hours of the previous day when she had called Yunru, witnessing Lu Meng feeding Yunru. Chapter 11. Lu Jingya arrives. Meng, is there any need for us to be polite? You mentioned needing to buy something. Take whatever you wish. What mine is yours. In the room, Yunru pressed several bank cards into Lu Meng's hands. Fully aware that he was merely an office worker with limited funds, Lu Meng appeared somewhat dazed. He had merely suggested in passing that he needed to purchase some items. What exactly would he buy? After all, Lu Jingya was to arrive that evening. He needed to prepare in advance. Why was he so certain? Because the night before, Lu Jingya had called Yunru again, inquiring whether she would be home that night. Reluctantly, Lu Meng accepted Yunru's bank cards. However, he had no intention of using them. Although the apocalypse loomed, and he was indifferent to money, it did not imply he lacked financial needs, especially since there existed a tremendous opportunity in Jinghai City that must be seized in advance. In his plan, Lu Jingya's assistance was essential. Rushing out, he returned to test the quality of the items he had purchased, experimenting with Yunru. That night, Lu Jingya arrived as promised, while Yunru obediently remained in the bedroom. Glancing around the room and then at the firmly closed bedroom door, Lu Jingya finally felt at ease. The residence here is an investment of hers, and the sound insulation of the rooms is excellent. Ensuring that her subsequent conversations with Lu Meng remain unheard by Yunru. "Mr. Lu, please have a seat." The tone was rather indifferent, and Lu Meng, with a hint of amusement, settled onto the sofa, observing the somewhat anxious Lu Jingya, who stood fidgeting. The items on the table were laid out without any concealment. This evening, Lu Jingya donned a black strapless gown, her exquisite makeup clearly the result of meticulous preparation, especially the slightly flared hem of her dress that irresistibly drew the eye. "I seek Mr. Lu's assistance in resolving an issue and wish to collaborate with him." Lu Jingya lowered her posture, gracefully seated on the sofa, her legs demurely crossed, her delicate waist appearing somewhat rigid. Her gaze intermittently flitting towards the table. It was evident that she was somewhat nervous. However, for the sake of her life and the future of her company, she was prepared to take the plunge. "All right," Lu Meng smiled, readily agreeing, "I'm not afraid of your conditions. I fear only that you may not present any." He understood that a woman of Lu Jingya's stature, having reached this point, could not possibly be as simple as Yunru had suggested. Such a woman possessed ambition, aspirations, and an understanding of both advancement and retreat, as well as the ability to discern when to make sacrifices. "But what is it that I can gain?" Lu Meng's voice resonated again. "Mr. Lu, name your price. As long as I can afford it, feel free to state your demands." Lu Jingya's heart tightened. Clearly, President Lu still lacked sincerity. Lu Meng feigned disappointment, stating, "I have discussed this with President Lu. Does she believe that someone like me would be concerned about money? Then what does Mr. Lu desire?" Lu Jingya endeavored to maintain her composure, fully aware that she was engaging in a game of wits with an extremely formidable man. "Isn't that a question you already know the answer to?" Lu Meng glanced at Lu Jingya before surveying the table once more. Lu Jingya hesitated, her silence betraying a flicker of an unusual expression in her eyes. "What? Does President Lu think her life is not worth this price?" Lu Meng's voice rang out once more. Yet he had anticipated this outcome, for Yunru's presence had undoubtedly created some unease in Lu Jingya's heart. However exceptional Lu Jingya might be, she had her limits. After all, she was merely a businesswoman. And as long as one is a businesswoman, there is no deal that cannot be struck if there were. It would simply be due to an insufficient price. It was apparent that the current offer was inadequate to persuade Lu Jingya to relinquish her dignity. Lu Jingya remained silent, yet did not indicate a desire to leave. She was astute, understanding Lu Meng's intentions, and was waiting for him to raise the stakes. "This is rather troublesome." Lu Meng rose, stretching lazily. "President Lu would do well to refrain from speaking for now. I shall reveal to you the price of your dignity. Of course, should you insist on speaking, I won't mind." With a mischievous smile, Lu Meng made his way toward the bedroom. The door swung open, revealing a clear scene that left Lu Jingya momentarily stunned. "Meng, has Sister Jingya left?" "Sister Jingya." Yunru's voice echoed, as she was facing away from the door and did not immediately see Lu Jingya. Once she turned to see Lu Jingya, it was already too late. Her panicked expression suggested she wished to disappear into the floor. No need to panic. President Lu is not an inflexible person. Lu Meng reassured Yunru, casting a glance at Lu Jingya outside the bedroom. "Isn't that right, President Lu?" Lu Jingya, witnessing the scene, forced herself to steady her nerves and, with some difficulty, took a step into the bedroom. Yet she did not respond to Lu Meng's inquiry, her gaze betraying her thoughts. Does President Lu not share this sentiment? Lu Jingya's reaction was entirely expected by him. He squinted slightly, glancing at Yunru beside him. "Xiao Ru, President Lu is quite curious about the purple light within you. Let her experience it firsthand." He emphasized the final words. He understood that, in Lu Jingya's mind, everything she currently possessed was more valuable than her life. To make this woman fully submit, she must recognize that the world had changed. The so-called wealth and status would soon become meaningless. Upon hearing this, Yunru glanced at Lu Jingya, then at Lu Meng, and without hesitation, summoned her bloodline power. The purple light swirled, filling the entire room, as Yunru had now mastered control over her bloodline. Even in its nascent awakening, her demon bloodline, though still in its infancy, exerted a profound influence on the otherwise ordinary Lu Jingya. Lu Jingya felt a shift in her mindset. The scene before her ignited a sense of yearning within her, and she could clearly recognize her transformation, yet found it difficult to resist. Most crucially, having spent over 20 years with Yunru, she knew that Yunru had always been an exceptionally ordinary woman. Why then did she possess such extraordinary abilities? At the same time, she cast another glance at Lu Meng. Lu Meng too possessed similar extraordinary powers. Could it be that Lu Meng had bestowed these upon Yunru? Her pupils constricted, and Lu Jingya grasped what Lu Meng's next bargaining chip would be. If he could endow others with such special abilities, then Lu Meng's previous display of illusion must not have been his full strength. Moreover, if Lu Meng could grant such powers to Yunru, he could likewise bestow them upon her. Affinity 10. This world had indeed transformed. Many strange occurrences were happening with increasing frequency, even among humans. Lu Meng's voice carried a hint of astonishment, the sudden surge of affinity leaving him momentarily taken aback. Yet when he noticed the fervor that inadvertently glimmered in Lu Jingya's eyes, he understood. Slowly rising, he approached Lu Jingya and spoke in a tone only the two could hear, as if weaving the most exquisite enchantment. Can you feel it? This is that special power, if you desire it. I can equally bestow it upon you. This woman, ambitious and fiercely strong. Meng, are you suggesting that many others will become like us? Unaware of the full context, Yunru only caught the first half of the sentence. However, Lu Jingya heard every word clearly, the fervor in her eyes igniting like a blazing fire, spiraling out of control. Chapter 12. What has happened to Sister Lu? What specifically do you need me to do? I can agree to anything within my capabilities. This time, she did not hesitate, seemingly enchanted, instinctively blurting out her response. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Lu Jingya instinctively paused. She indeed yearned for that supernatural power. And while she understood what Lu Meng desired, such a direct statement was not appropriate at this moment. She recognized that in this negotiation, she had completely lost. Indeed, it was that purple light, yet her reaction was swift. In mere moments, she realized what had transpired. It was Yunru's purple light that influenced her, igniting her inner desires and amplifying her thirst for supernatural power. Moreover, this purple light induced a certain dizziness, leaving her somewhat unsteady on her feet. Since President Lu has said so, then naturally, I will honor my commitment to her. Observing Lu Jingya's somewhat disheveled state, Lu Meng smiled meaningfully. However, he was also aware that the current affinity was still insufficient. Although it had surged by 10 points upon intimidating her, it was still far from adequate. It was evident that Lu Jingya was not one to act without assurance. Only by allowing her to taste the sweetness of success would he be able to secure her cooperation. Of course, Lu Meng's interests extended beyond this. When Lu Jingya departed, she had already regained her composure. Lu Meng personally escorted her downstairs, saying, "Remember my words." With that, Lu Meng cast a glance at Lu Jingya. Her black evening gown still exuding elegance. Understood. Lu Jingya nodded, her mind still somewhat blank. The recent experience left her feeling as though she might have lost her sanity. All right, let's get in the car. Your driver has likely been waiting for quite some time. Lu Meng chuckled as a woman in a white lab coat leaned against the car door, hands in pockets. Though her face was obscured, it was clear she was no longer the old Lu. Lu Meng was somewhat surprised, but quickly understood. Given your understanding and tonight's performance, I will come to your home tomorrow night to address that which troubles you. Thank you, Lu Jingya expressed her gratitude, her steps somewhat awkward as she approached the car, followed by a smiling Lu Meng. Sister Lu, are you heading back? How has the investigation progressed? Qiu Shuang had been waiting there for quite some time. Having dismissed the old Lu, she temporarily took on the role of Lu Jingya's driver. Get in the car. Lu Jingya looked back at Lu Meng, who remained in front of the building, before entering the vehicle. However, the atmosphere inside made her somewhat uncomfortable. Sister Lu, is the temperature in the car making you uneasy? Qiu Shuang asked from the driver's seat. Lu Jingya, seated in the back, could hardly see her clearly even through the rearview mirror. "It's a bit too warm. Please lower it." Lu Jingya seized on Qiu Shuang's comment as an excuse. "All right, shall I take you home now?" Qiu Shuang inquired. "Yes, let's go back. There were no gains from this visit. Lu Meng is indeed an exceedingly ordinary man." Lu Jingya nodded, her voice somewhat strained, especially when she uttered those last two words. The reason she had brought Qiu Shuang along was to personally investigate Lu Meng. After all, the story from the previous night had piqued Qiu Shuang's curiosity. Yet the developments had not unfolded as she had anticipated. Although a deal had still been struck, the journey was silent. Qinghua Biyuan was not far from the community where Yunru resided. "Sister Lu, we have arrived." As Qiu Shuang stepped out of the car, she graciously opened the door for Lu Jingya. Lu Jingya tilted her body to exit, saying, "Qiu Shuang, you may head back first. I will call for you if needed." "All right." Qiu Shuang nodded and re-entered the vehicle. It was only after the car roared to life that Lu Jingya finally exhaled, making her way towards the upper floors. Lu Jie has forgotten her bag. Just as Qiu Shuang was about to drive away, she noticed Lu Jingya's abandoned bag in the rearview mirror. She promptly exited the vehicle to retrieve it. However, as she attempted to catch up with Lu Jingya, she sensed something amiss. The design of the evening gown Lu Jingya wore appeared somewhat disjointed at the back, as if it were coming apart, and the fabric seemed markedly inferior, resembling a counterfeit product. Such a forgery could never be associated with the impeccably dressed Lu Jingya. Yet, by the time she realized this, it was already too late. Lu Jingya had entered the elevator of the villa. It was imperative to deliver the bag to Lu Jie swiftly, lest her phone, still inside, cause considerable delays. Qiu Shuang hurried after her. When Qiu Shuang caught up, Lu Jingya had already entered her room. Ding dong. The sudden ring of the doorbell startled Lu Jingya within. Cautiously, she approached the door, and upon peering through the peephole to discover it was Qiu Shuang, she sighed in relief. "Lu Jie, your bag was left in the car." Only upon hearing Qiu Shuang's voice did Lu Jingya come to her senses. The door swung open. Qiu Shuang said little as she handed the bag to Lu Jingya. Yet, just as she turned to depart, something struck her. "Lu Jie, I forgot to tell you, news from the Research Institute indicates that we have successfully analyzed the bone density of the vicious dog, which is 3 times that of a normal canine." Abruptly pivoting, she was taken aback as Lu Jingya mistakenly assumed Qiu Shuang would leave immediately, thus no longer half concealed behind the door. Let's discuss it tomorrow." Lu Jingya hastily shut the door. "Lu Jie, what is happening?" The scene replayed in Qiu Shuang's mind. In her recollection, Lu Jingya had always been a strong woman, and due to her fierce independence, she had yet to find a partner. Yet today, first, she displayed interest in an utterly ordinary man, even personally visiting his residence. Then, her behavior became peculiar. Ultimately, how strange, could it be related to Lu Meng? Although she had never met Lu Meng, curiosity about him had begun to brew within her. "Qiu Shuang." Suddenly, a crisp voice caught her attention. "I'm Mu Yuha." Qiu Shuang looked up to find none other than Mu Yuha, an officer from the Jinghai City Police Department, standing at the opposite end of the corridor. Had Lu Meng been present, he would have surely recognized that the officer residing in the prestigious Qinghua Villa, the most upscale community in Jinghai City, was the same woman he had encountered twice in one day. "Qiu Shuang, are you here to deliver something to General Lu?" Mu Yuha smiled, having just unlocked her door with a fingerprint scanner. Technically, she and Qiu Shuang were colleagues, and they had numerous collaborations with Yayan Biotechnology Company, maintaining a cordial relationship. Chapter 13. Mu Yuha, are you suggesting that if we connect all these coincidences, they could weave together a perfect murder? In her room adorned in shades of pink, Mu Yuha, now in loungewear, sat cross-legged on the sofa, her short hair lending her an air of spirited elegance. After delivering the bag to Lu Jingya, Qiu Shuang had not left immediately. Instead, she had come to Mu Yuha's home. Expressing her concerns for Lu Jingya's safety and recounting the day's unusual occurrences, which naturally involved Lu Meng, that of course, she withheld certain details, such as Lu Jingya's odd behavior. "Yuha, you are more knowledgeable in this area. Plus you have personally interacted with Lu Meng. What are your thoughts on him?" Qiu Shuang inquired. "To be honest, our criminal investigation team has also conducted similar analyses, and our findings align closely with yours. Today, a dedicated team even checked the transaction records between Yunru and Lu Meng at the bank. Aside from the monthly rent payments, there were no suspicious transactions." Mu Yuha rubbed her temples. Police officers were not inept, nor were they mere bystanders. While it was true that Li Bin's death appeared coincidental, it could not be entirely ruled out that it was a deliberate setup. However, all evidence suggested that Lu Meng lacked any motive for murder, and they could find no incriminating evidence against him. Perhaps it was not about money. Qiu Shuang's thoughts raced as she speculated. What if he merely sought a legitimate relationship with Yunru? Acts of passion leading to murder were not unheard of. If Lu Meng were a love-struck individual, or perhaps a shrewd romantic, it was certainly within the realm of possibility. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, even less probable than killing for financial gain. Mu Yuha straightened her long legs, their sleek lines accentuated by her short loungewear. She settled comfortably against the side of the sofa, continuing, "Our investigative data indicates that Lu Meng rarely interacted with Yunru. The last incident involving Li Bin's false report arose because Yunru had sought Lu Meng's assistance, leading to a misunderstanding. As for Yunru, I believe you and General Lu know her better than we do. Moreover, Lu Meng's social circle is quite limited, and those who have interacted with him generally hold positive opinions." Following the incident involving the vicious dog, the police department in Jinghai City had not been as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. Behind the scenes, they had initiated a series of investigations into Lu Meng and Yunru. However, the final conclusions revealed that neither had any motive for murder, nor was there any evidence implicating them in the crime, thus classifying Li Bin's death as an accident. "Oh, you think he is different?" Today, General Lu personally sought out Lu Meng and merely offered a rather mundane assessment. Qiu Shuang felt a persistent unease in her heart. Her instincts told her that Lu Meng was undoubtedly extraordinary, yet Lu Jingya's judgment of character rarely faltered. Mundane. Yu Yuha paused momentarily, a handsome face flashing in her mind. If Lu Meng could be considered ordinary, then there were likely very few outstanding men, and of course, she understood Qiu Shuang was not referring to Lu Meng's appearance. He was a man of integrity, with no criminal record, calm and composed in crises, and likely possessed a sense of responsibility and courage, as evidenced by the incident with the house and the vicious dog. He was certainly not an overly ordinary individual. Mu Yuha offered her assessment, her eyes sparkling with intellect, her delicate fingers brushing against her lips. In fact, rather than the possibilities we have already dismissed, I am quite curious about how he managed to single-handedly defeat that vicious dog. As she spoke, a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. Having aspired to be a police officer since childhood, she possessed a slight inclination towards violence, often admiring those with remarkable physical prowess. "The report has already been sent to you. I trust one need not elaborate further." Qiu Shuang smiled, knowing that Mu Yuha was fishing for information. Sister Qiu Shuang. Mu Yuha stood, wrapping her arms around Qiu Shuang's neck in a playful manner. "I want to know the inside scoop. I crave the private information that only you can provide." Though the City Bureau had long collaborated with Yayan Biotechnology Company, some obscure information remained elusive. "You truly leave me no choice." Qiu Shuang quivered slightly, the demeanor of the normally aloof goddess vanishing. "In truth, I only received the data report today. According to protocol, I should wait a few days before sharing this with you. However, since you asked, I suppose it would not hurt to tell you in advance. The bone density report of the vicious dog has been finalized, revealing that its skeletal hardness is 3 times greater than that of a normal canine. And only the cartilage in the abdomen is particularly fragile, yet still significantly stronger than that of an ordinary dog. You understand what I mean? 3 times the bone density compared to a normal dog? Only the abdominal cartilage is particularly fragile, and Lu Meng struck precisely at the dog's abdomen. Connecting the dots, Mu Yuha's eyes glimmered. "No wonder you would suspect Lu Meng. To be honest, I find myself questioning him now as well. However, I have been quite troubled lately. It has been ages since I last saw you." The entire police department and Yayan Biotechnology Company were well aware of the strong bond between the two women, yet no one knew the true depth of their relationship. The scene shifts to Yunru's residence. Lu Meng sat on the sofa in the living room, feeling invigorated, while Yunru had already succumbed to slumber in the bedroom. The awakened bloodline endowed humans with remarkable recovery abilities. Glancing at his scarred arms and then at the sleeping Yunru, he surmised that he would likely acquire S-grade celestial abilities by tomorrow evening. Through their brief interactions, he had nearly deciphered Lu Jingya, particularly the sudden surge in affinity that had unveiled her inner ambitions. A woman who had built her fortune from nothing undoubtedly possessed exceptional capabilities. And moreover, she understood the art of compromise. With minimal information, She could ascertain that the world was about to undergo a transformation and was prepared to lower her status to obtain what she desired. Such a woman, once made aware of the benefits he could provide, would undoubtedly yield. As for controlling an ambitious woman, Lu Meng, however, harbored no worries whatsoever. With this thought in mind, he poured himself a glass of red wine. Typically, he indulged in alcohol infrequently, but upon hearing Yunru mention that Lu Jingya would sip on red wine when troubled, he felt it necessary to cultivate a few unique habits of his own. For instance, perhaps enjoying a glass of red wine during moments of elation. Meanwhile, within the Qinghua Biyuan, Lu Jingya was indeed savoring her own glass of red wine. Recollections of recent events left her mind in a haze. What has become of me? Have I truly capitulated so easily? Lu Jingya, where has your dignity gone? Chapter 14. The simplicity of sleep. Lu Jingya felt as though she had lost her sanity. Indeed, gazing at the ornaments upon the table, she genuinely believed herself to be unraveling. A day had passed. She had experienced melancholy, disappointment, and even despair. Yet, inexplicably, as the appointed time with Lu Meng drew nearer, the peculiar feeling in her heart intensified. Ultimately, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the place Lu Meng had visited the previous day. Surely, the influence of Xiao Ru had not entirely faded, or perhaps Lu Meng was subtly affecting me from the shadows. She cast a glance at the trinkets on the table, repeatedly attempting to stow them away in the drawer, only to retrieve them once more. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, I could not possibly feel this way. Employing psychological suggestion to numb herself, she concocted a suitable rationale, her hands instinctively placing the items behind the somewhat inconspicuous crystal lamp, thus ensuring he would not locate them. As time elapsed, the clock struck 8. Then 9. Lu Jingya anxiously awaited, her heart a tumult of apprehension, dissatisfaction, resignation, and even a faint glimmer of anticipation. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang, and Lu Jingya sprang to her feet, her body moving of its own accord to open the door. Such swiftness? Lu Meng stood before her, momentarily taken aback. Less than 3 seconds had passed since he rang the bell, and the door was already ajar. There could only be one explanation. Lu Jingru had likely been deliberately waiting for him. Perhaps seated on the sofa just a short distance from the door, "Mr. Lu, please come in." With a forced calmness, Lu Jingya managed a strained smile. "Ah, it smells delightful." As Lu Meng entered the room, he caught a subtle whiff of her enchanting fragrance as he passed by Lu Jingya. The scent was gentle, not overpowering, alluring yet not cloying. It was evident that Lu Jingya had bathed. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she led Lu Meng into the bedroom. "Mr. Lu, this is the location where the creature's paw prints were found. Can you discern anything?" She did not turn to face him, remaining with her back to Lu Meng, unaware that he was not heeding her words but rather admiring her captivating silhouette, clad in a form-fitting black gown that flared at the bottom. It was clear that it had been meticulously designed, cinched at the waist with platinum accents adorned with 18 glimmering crystals, accentuating her alluring curves to perfection, an exquisite backdrop. This was Lu Meng's heartfelt evaluation. In contrast to Yunru's gentle demeanor, Lu Jingya resembled an enchantress, capable of ensnaring hearts with her every move. "Mr. Lu." Lu Jingya turned to find Lu Meng's gaze brimming with unmasked intensity, causing her to shy away from meeting his eyes. Gradually losing her former self, "I must examine closely to ascertain if this is the creature's hidden lair." Lu Meng came to his senses. The Dream Eater, a creature straddling the realms of dreams and reality, was not among the weakest of entities in this apocalyptic world. Yet, its abilities posed significant challenges in the early days of the apocalypse. Expert at concealment, it was nearly impossible to detect with the naked eye. Capable of consuming human dreams and unleashing primal nightmares, this was the reason Lu Jingya had been plagued by the same nightmares. Only after utterly shattering a human spirit would the Dream Eater consume them upon entering their dreams. Paw prints were present on the door, on the floor too, in the wardrobe and on the nightstand. Lu Meng exhibited a professional demeanor, even discovering the Dream Eater's paw prints on the conspicuous crystal lamp. However, the items hidden behind the lamp caused him to pause momentarily, hiding the bell while stealing it. This woman truly. Lu Meng found amusement in the situation as he glanced at Lu Jingya. It was evident that she intended to conceal these ornaments from his view, yet for some reason, had chosen to hide them in such an obvious location. Anyone would be drawn to the opulent crystal lamp. Lu Jingya, with her acumen, should have realized this, and moreover, Lu Meng had also spotted the trinket he had gifted her the previous night among the collection. Upon seeing Lu Meng uncover her little secret, Lu Jingya's heart skipped a beat as he surveyed the room. An inexplicable sense of anticipation welled within her. This was indeed the bedroom, and that entity should still be present within, recalling her thoughts. Lu Meng shifted his focus to the task at hand. Still in the bedroom? Lu Jingya gasped, though she felt little fear upon glancing at Lu Meng. Yes, that thing was adept at hiding itself. To put it succinctly, have you ever seen a blockbuster? It possesses a similar ability to become invisible, Lu Meng nodded. Yet, the words sounded oddly unsettling to Lu Jingya's ears. Ms. Lu, you currently face two options. Lu Meng continued. First, we could demolish this bedroom and eliminate that creature directly. Second, I can take action to dispatch that entity. Given Lu Jingya's capabilities, finding a reason for demolition or orchestrating an unforeseen accident would not be particularly challenging. After all, the apocalypse had yet to descend, and humanity's firearms had not yet become obsolete. This method was the simplest. However, Lu Meng would not allow Lu Jingya to resort to such measures. He had his own motives for presenting these options. What distinguishes these two approaches? Lu Jingya inquired, her sharp intellect grasping the underlying implications in Lu Meng's words. As expected, she had fallen into his trap. Lu Meng's eyes narrowed slightly as he positioned himself behind Lu Jingya. The difference lies in the cost. To obliterate this place directly is the most straightforward and economical solution, and it would be orchestrated entirely by you, Ms. Lu, with my involvement minimal. I would merely serve as a strategist. Lu Jingya paused, her mind racing as she seized upon the critical point in Lu Meng's statement. The lesser involvement of Lu Meng implied that should she choose the first option, after paying a certain price, their connection would cease in the future. Internally, she wrestled with conflicting thoughts, as if two voices were at odds within her. Opting for the first choice would mean distancing herself from this devilish man. That cannot be. This man harbors too many secrets. The world has changed, and he can guide you to new heights. Having endured misfortune from a young age, she valued her current possessions more than life itself. I choose the second option. Without further hesitation, Lu Jingya bit her lip, making her decision. Congratulations. You have made the right choice. Lu Meng smiled. Lu Jingya's choice aligned with his expectations. Women of ambition and resolve knew how to maximize their benefits. The choices he offered were merely a probe into Lu Jingya's current psychological resistance. Now, he was convinced that Lu Jingya had completely let her guard down. What shall we do now? Or is there a specific way you wish for me to assist you? Lu Jingya was not one to dither. The immediate priority was to resolve the creature's presence in the room. Yes, I do need your assistance. Lu Meng nodded, gesturing towards the spacious, soft bed. Simply sleep beside me. Now? Lu Jingya blinked in surprise, her voice tinged with apprehension. Yes, right now. However, it is not as you might imagine. It is merely for the sake of sleeping. Lu Meng reclined on the bed. The root of your troubles lies within your dreams. Thus it is essential to confront that entity within the dreamscape to fully resolve the matter. So, I misunderstood. Lu Jingya let out a breath of relief, though she felt a twinge of disappointment as she obediently lay down on the other side. Chapter 15. The Dream Eater. The Realm of Dreams. Why are you not sleeping? If you cannot sleep, you cannot enter the dream realm, and if you cannot enter the dream realm, you cannot compel that entity to reveal itself. Lu Meng lay on the bed, observing Lu Jingya, whose beautiful eyes were tightly shut, her breathing somewhat rapid. Even in repose, she exuded an irresistible charm, her flat abdomen, exquisite makeup, and the hint of a tantalizing cleavage. In such an atmosphere, no man could find peace to slumber. Lu Jingya remained silent, but her increasingly hurried breaths spoke volumes. What a bother, Lu Meng sighed inwardly. Lu Jingya's insomnia hindered the Dream Eater from entering her dreams, and thus he too could not be drawn into the dreamscape. Let me lend you a hand. Lu Meng's voice rang out once more. Lu Jingya, with her eyes tightly shut, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his abilities could induce sleep? This thought flickered in her mind. Yet, in the next instant, she realized how profoundly mistaken she was. Of course, she had little time to ponder further. Lu Meng delivered a swift, decisive blow to her head. Simple, straightforward, and efficient. He had forcefully knocked her unconscious, though the impact was calibrated to merely sting a bit. As for Lu Meng himself, it was hardly plausible for him to strike himself. Nor was it necessary. Adjusting his mindset, Lu Meng, with 3 years of experience in the apocalypse, possessed considerable expertise in sleep. Having existed in a perilous environment for so long, his nerves were perpetually taut, and he had mastered the art of self-hypnosis through psychological suggestion. Before long, Lu Meng too drifted into the realm of dreams. Specifically, Lu Jingya's dreamed, a notable characteristic of the Dream Eater. It has the ability to enter dreams in a defined vicinity, that is to say, if there are others nearby who are also asleep, they too will be drawn into the principal target's dream. It is hard to believe that a female CEO would have such a dream. Lu Meng strolled through a quaint village, surrounded by desolate woods, and had yet to spot Lin Jingya. The manifestation of the dream-eating beast's nightmares was not without reason. It evolved based on the target's most painful memories, forcing the target to relive their most harrowing past repeatedly until they were driven to the brink of mental collapse before it would reveal itself to consume them. This scene must be a memory from Lu Jingya's childhood. Yunru had mentioned that Lu Jingya was brought to her home at the age of 8, meaning she must have lived in this village prior to that. Before long, Lu Meng arrived at a melon patch. "Dad, Mom, look at how big this melon is." A little girl with an innocent expression held a large watermelon in her hands, approximately 7 or 8 years old. With her hair styled in twin ponytails, her eyes sparkled with purity, and her appearance bore a striking resemblance, about 60 to 70%, to the current Lu Jingya. The transformation is truly remarkable. A pensive expression crossed Lu Meng's face. Not because the present Lu Jingya and her childhood self were dissimilar in appearance, but rather due to the stark contrast in their unique temperament and character. The young Lu Jingya was evidently carefree and vivacious, while the current Lu Jingya was shrewd and calculating, prioritizing her own interest. It seems that not only can the apocalypse change a person, but the loss of loved ones can also profoundly alter one's character. Lu Meng sighed. He had no family. Ever since he could remember, he had been an orphan, a standard trope for protagonists in novels. "Dear, this year's melon harvest is excellent. We can buy you a new dress. And your tuition is also secured." It was clearly Lu Jingya's father, a middle-aged man, who affectionately ruffled Lu Jingya's hair, while her mother wore a knowing smile nearby. Misfortune was about to unfold. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the desolate woods not far from the melon patch, which Lu Meng could hear quite clearly. The present Lu Mengya was observing everything from a third-person perspective. The dream-eating beast is indeed quite twisted. A hint of amusement graced Lu Meng's lips. Unlike a vicious dog, the dream-eating beast possessed a measure of intelligence, reveling in transferring the essence of nightmares into its target's dreams, often manifesting as the very things the target feared most. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed through the woods as a bear came charging out. What in the world? Where did Lu Jingya live as a child that there was a bear? Lu Meng's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Even over 20 years ago, large predators like bears were rarely seen in villages. Yes, it is a bear. Run, quickly, don't be afraid. Lu's father and mother pulled Lu Jingya and fled toward the edge of the melon patch. Yet, how could humans possibly outrun a bear? In mere seconds, before the Lu family could escape the patch, the massive bear had already caught up with them. With a tremendous swipe of its paw, a gust of wind swept through the air, revealing its fearsome fangs. "You two, run." In a moment of crisis, Lu's father pushed Lu's mother and Lu Jingya away, exposing himself to the bear's onslaught. Not this dream again. Why won't it let me go? Lu Jingya, in a state of mental anguish, felt as though she were on the brink of collapse. This nightmare had plagued her for over 20 years. She had gradually forgotten it. But now, due to that monster, she relived the harrowing experience of her parents' deaths beside her every night. She was struggling to bear it. Boom. At that moment, a golden handprint descended from the sky, exuding a mighty aura that sent the bear flying. Lu Meng emerged slowly from the shadows. Casting a glance at the bear that had been instantly slain, he approached the Lu family. Indeed, in Lu Jingya's heart, he had been elevated to an almost superhuman status. Lu Meng couldn't help but inwardly marvel. He should not have possessed such strength at this moment. Even though the bloodline of the demon-slaying art had an absolute advantage against demonic creatures, he should not have been able to unleash such a powerful strike. However, this was a dream, and more specifically, Lu Jingya's dream. Therefore, whatever strength she believed him to possess, he could manifest. Thank you, young brother. You are truly remarkable. The dream was not yet over, and Lu's father repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Lu Meng. "We are truly grateful, young brother." Lu's mother, pulling Lu Jingya along, also approached Lu Meng. "Thank you, uncle." Lu Jingya sweetly expressed her thanks. "What a sensible child," Lu Meng, with a mischievous glint in his eye, glanced at the sky and gently pinched Lu Jingya's cheek. "I am the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain, and I have come down this time in search of a fated individual." After saying this, he looked skyward once more. "I observe that this young girl shares a significant bond with me. How about a celestial master?" Lu's father and mother were momentarily taken aback. However, recalling the powerful strike Lu Meng had just executed, they were already half convinced. Yet, Lu's father appeared somewhat troubled. "Celestial master, my daughter is a girl. Does the Taoist sect accept young girls?" Meanwhile, Lu's mother firmly held onto Lu Jingya. If this celestial master truly intended to take their daughter as a disciple, they would be utterly unwilling to part with her. Chapter 16. I am yours. All that I am belongs to you. Ahem. You both have misunderstood. A subtle smile played on Lu Meng's lips. What I meant was, this young girl and I share a significant bond. I wish to take her as my goddaughter. As practitioners of the Tao, we cannot marry and have children, which naturally brings a sense of melancholy. Ah, I see. Realization dawned on Lu's father and mother. Although they lived in this remote area, they had heard enough rumors. It was indeed said that practitioners of the Tao could not marry or have children or quickly call him godfather. Lu's father shook Lu Jingya's arm. If they could cling to the celestial master's coattails, it would be a blessing for their family. Wait. Lu Meng waved his hand, glancing at the sky again. As practitioners of the Tao, we value fate and sincerity. There is no need to force the young girl. If she is willing, that would be wonderful. If not, it is also perfectly fine. Do you wish to? Lu's father and mother looked expectantly at Lu Jingya. Godfather, Lu Jingya, being clever, called out immediately. Good. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction, lifting Lu Jingya into his arms. Good daughter, no need to call me godfather. That feels too distant. From today onward, I shall also be your papa. Come, call out papa for me to hear. Papa! Lu Jingya sweetly exclaimed once more. What a little imp! All of this was witnessed by Lu Jingya in her conscious state. However, observing her parents alive in the dream, and the harmonious scene of their family of four, her heart brimmed only with joy. Snap! Suddenly, Lu Meng snapped his fingers, and the surrounding scene rapidly dissolved, with Lu's family gradually fading from view. The dream vanished. Lu Meng awoke first. Glancing at the dream-eating beast resembling a pangolin sprawled on the floor, he did not act immediately but was taken aback by the system prompt in his mind. Affection 20. This was double the highest affection he had received during Yun Ru's life and death ordeal. Although bolstered by his infinite charm, it was still quite extraordinary. However, he soon understood, in the dream, he had witnessed Lu Jingya's childhood experiences, tragic and helpless. They were her mental shackles. Even after growing into the formidable female CEO she was today, these memories remained an inescapable nightmare. His appearance not only resolved the threat of the dream-eating beast, but also saved Lu Jingya's family in the dream, thereby unraveling her long-standing emotional turmoil and dispelling her greatest nightmare. Shifting his gaze, Lu Meng focused on Lu Jingya. She remained as alluring as ever, her deep curves rising and falling dramatically, a striking display. Yet her stunning face was adorned with tears and a gentle smile. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Meng leaned down, bringing his face closer to Lu Jingya's. Suddenly, Lu Jingya opened her eyes, their gazes locked. Her eyes, like clear springs, fixed intently upon Lu Meng. That monster has been driven away. You? Lu Meng was not one to feel awkward, but before he could finish his sentence, her lips pressed against his mouth. What the hell? Am I being kissed again? Lu Meng's eyes widened. The reason he said again was that in his previous life, he had experienced something similar with the desire demon. In that life, Lu Meng had been utterly powerless to resist. No one has ever taken advantage of me, at least not in this life. Adhering to his principle of never being at a disadvantage, Lu Meng forcefully wrapped his arms around Lu Jingya. You don't like it? Lu Jingya's face fell, a clear look of disappointment washing over her. No one had ever taken advantage of him. Dominant and assertive, Lu Meng initiated another kiss. 10 minutes later, the two parted. They had not engaged in anything further, merely sharing a kiss, as the dream-eating beast still awaited resolution. "Thank you." Lu Jingya's face was flushed, breathing heavily, as her curves continued to rise and fall. She sincerely thanked Lu Meng, including for that initial kiss, which had been entirely voluntary. The trauma of her childhood had long been her nightmare, one she could not shake off. Establishing the Yayan Biotechnology Company had been an endeavor to combat those fierce beasts. She had often wished for someone to save them on that fateful day. Now, Lu Meng had made that dream a reality. Despite merely being a dream, it allowed her to experience that long-lost sense of familial affection. Her parents did not perish before her eyes once more. Even if it was just this once, she felt content. Affection too. It seems he is not so bad after all. He is quite a decent person. A very agreeable individual. Affection too, except for his somewhat dark sense of humor. Affection too. As she recalled the scenes from her dream, Lu Jingya's impression of Lu Meng had notably improved, and her affection rapidly climbed to 70. Don't just stand there. This thing isn't dead yet. Lu Meng got out of bed, stepping on the dream eater beneath his feet, glancing at Lu Jingya, who was still in a daze. This time, he was not surprised by the increase in affection. After peril, there must be reflection. Yunru understood this principle, and so does Lu Jingya as a woman. Is this thing the one that has been tormenting me all along? Lu Jingya firmly believed Lu Meng's words, her face displaying evident anger. She could disregard her boundaries, even tearing them apart to rise higher, but to repeatedly use her deceased parents to torment her was beyond her tolerance. Yes, this thing has been causing the mischief. Lu Meng nodded, his right hand rubbing his chin as a thought arose in his mind. However, before he could voice it, Lu Jingya's piercing gaze fixed upon him. "Lu Meng, I wish to request something of you." The manner of address had already changed. A look of confusion crossed Lu Meng's face. "I beg you to let me personally slay this beast." Her voice was laced with a murderous intent, reminiscent of the Queen of the Silent Night in her previous life. "A meeting of minds?" Lu Meng smirked slyly. The thought that had just emerged in his mind was indeed to train this former Queen of the Silent Night. After all, Lu Jingya was not merely a pretty vase. The Dark Night Queen of her past reputation was not known solely for her beauty, but for her absolute power and a ruthlessness that surpassed that of men. Of course, not being merely a vase does not mean she cannot be used as one. The creature's weakness lies in the soft skin beneath its jaw, Lu Meng remarked, turning to exit the bedroom. He understood that Lu Jingya needed a space to vent alone. As for the source of magic, Lu Jingya had yet to awaken. Even if kept, it would be of no use. "Affection too, thank you." Lu Jingya whispered. 10 minutes later, the bedroom doors swung open. She still wore that black dress cinched at the waist, adorned with splashes of bright red, and in her high heels, she stood at 180 centimeters, only a few centimeters shorter than Lu Meng. Her swaying waist carried a faint scent of blood, mingling with the subtle fragrance of her attire, giving off an exotic allure. Lu Jingya approached Lu Meng, holding a sphere of black light. "This is what you need." Lu Meng's understanding of the creature and his choices made her realize that he had a clear purpose, and after she killed that monster, this object would appear on its corpse. "Have you never considered keeping it? This is something modern science cannot explain. Your company should find such peculiar items quite essential." Lu Meng did not immediately take the source of magic. Instead, he gently lifted Lu Jingya's chin with his finger. Surprisingly, Lu Jingya obediently raised her head, presenting all her beauty to Lu Meng. "I am all yours. Everything about me belongs to you." Chapter 17 Indulgence. "The ambition I grant you is true ambition." Lavish red wine flowed freely, the colored lights in the room shifting continuously, high-end luxury items reflected in the hazy splendor of the spilled wine. Lu Meng and Lu Jingya sat opposite each other on the floor, both leaning against the sides of the sofa. "Do you know? I have never allowed myself to be so indulgent." Lu Jingya held a bottle of red wine, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Since childhood, she had been precocious, grateful, understanding, and ambitious. She had always been praised for her virtues, exercising self-discipline and caution. Even when faced with vexations, she would only drink sparingly. But this time was different. She was truly indulging for the first time, no longer that lofty female seal, but seemingly a little girl who had fully opened her heart. Why live so burdened? Lu Meng shook his head, taking a gulp of red wine. He could empathize with Lu Jingya's feelings. Indeed, anyone with such a background would likely crumble. Moreover, he did not mind Lu Jingya's outburst. After all, in this brief moment of venting, her affection for him had reached 78, just 2 points shy of the threshold for acceptance. With a loud crash, suddenly, the wine bottle in Lu Meng's hand was thrown into the air, shattering explosively, dark red liquid splattering across the room. Why thoughts differ from yours? Being cautious is fine, but there is no need to compromise yourself. Growing through pain is one form of growth, but following one's heart is also a strength. The bloodline of the demon suppressor activated, the surroundings transforming into a chasm. Lu Meng, clad in a blood-red robe, looked down upon Lu Jingya, his large hand extending towards her as if a blood-colored deity wishing to drag her into hell. Perhaps hell truly exists in this world. What I pursue is to become ever stronger, until I can act without restraint. If you are willing, I would take you along this path. Perhaps on this journey, we shall both descend into hell, but even so, would it not be without regret? A domineering aura enveloped Lu Jingya's face. She felt somewhat intoxicated, somewhat dazed, gazing at the man before her. After a long while, she smiled gently, lifting her pristine hand to touch that large hand. I am willing. Affection 2. The scene shattered instantly, and the last 2 points of affection for Lu Jingya were completed. Congratulations, host. The target's affection has reached the minimum threshold for acceptance. Would you like to accept it immediately? Yes. In the opulent surroundings, Lu Meng made his choice. Ding. Congratulations, host. Acceptance successful. Current number of collected beauties in the apocalypse. 2. The host may continue to choose additional targets for acceptance. Meanwhile, within Lu Meng, another bloodline awakened. It was the S-rank bloodline, the celestial master bloodline. A faint golden light spread, enveloping not only Lu Meng. His physical prowess had once again improved, precisely at this moment. After all, one's physical condition determines their strength. Yes, including every aspect of their power. The apocalypse is indeed an era where strength reigns supreme. The strong can dominate in many respects solely based on their physical prowess. An S-rank bloodline. In his previous life, there were no more than 10 individuals with S-rank bloodlines in the entire Jinghai city, and now I possess one. Perhaps due to the awakening of the S-rank bloodline, Lu Meng felt significantly clearer than before. His hand reached out. Another bottle of red wine was in his grasp. He violently opened it, not even needing a corkscrew. Gulp, gulp, he tilted his head back, letting the wine flow from the corner of his mouth onto his chest. Embodying sheer waste, Meng, cool. Lu Jingya's voice rang out at this moment, her manner of address changing once again. The difference before and after acceptance was evident. Having just awakened the night demon bloodline, Lu Jingya, like Yunru at the beginning, did not immediately notice the changes within her body. However, the alluring green light proved everything. Lu Meng smiled, offering no response. The next moment, the remaining 3 bottles of red wine on the nightstand were simultaneously opened. And without looking back, Lu Meng grabbed one and poured it into his mouth. In the morning, a ray of sunlight cascaded down. Lu Meng awoke from his slumber, surveying the newly generated catalog in his mind. Collected items: 2 Lu Jingya, race, human, night demon, awakened, age, 32, personality, strong-willed and reserved, possesses keen insight, admires strength, appearance rating, 9, current affection, 80, introduction. A strong-willed woman, she possesses exceptional insight and innate talent in her high position. She is now completely loyal to you, and her former pride has vanished. Subsequent cultivation suggestions. 1. You have opened her heart, giving her a chance to confront herself. The misfortunes of her childhood have been successfully compensated for by you. She now regards you as the most trusted individual. However, remember, she is not merely a vase. With a little nurturing, she could become a fearsome night demon assassin. 2. Her sharp intuition, high intelligence, and almost perfect beauty are her assets, all of which now belong to you. Please make good use of these resources. At times, her value far exceeds that of a mere vase to be admired. Reminder: you have taken the first step on the path to conquest, but this is merely a glimpse of what lies ahead. A world of greater wonders awaits. Is the evaluation that high? Lu Meng focused his mind to open the album in his mind, carefully comparing the system's evaluations of Yunru and Lu Jingya. If Yunru's evaluation was purely that of a virtuous wife and mother, then Lu Jingya's was more outward-focused. If one had to describe it in a single phrase, it would be a rose with thorns. However, those thorns would not manifest before him. Indeed, after all, she was the former queen of the Silent Night. In her hands, 3 S-rank bloodline warriors had met their demise. Lu Meng recalled memories from his mind. In his previous life, Lu Jingya was no gentle soul. As a possessor of the Night Demon bloodline, she was naturally a killer, and before her rise, many strong individuals had coveted her. It was rumored that the most troublesome instance involved 3 male warriors, each with S-rank bloodlines, who banded together to capture Lu Jingya. However, the outcome was that Lu Jingya counter-killed 2 of them and sent one fleeing. It was precisely because of that battle that Lu Jingya became renowned throughout the entire Jinghai city, with even the formidable beings from other cities having heard whispers of the Night Queen's name. Meng, you are awake. Stretching languidly, Lu Jingya gracefully rose, revealing her alluring figure in its entirety. Such an overt display captivated even Lu Meng for a moment. Glancing at her body shrouded in green light, Lu Jingya felt no panic whatsoever. Mere seconds later, the green light vanished. A clever woman indeed. Observing this, Lu Meng nodded and nonchalantly descended from the bed, making his way to the window concealed by curtains. Lu Jingya was indeed astute. She had deduced from everything she observed on Yunru last night the awakening of the bloodline and how to control it. With a leap from the bed, her enhanced physical prowess filled her with joy. Meng, this sensation is simply marvelous. She approached Lu Meng from behind, extending her arms. The direct, tactile sensation was exquisite. I am most curious about what my abilities entail. The Night Demon bloodline. Those who are recorded will be utterly loyal to him. It is permissible to inform Lu Jingya now. Every individual harbors a bloodline within, be it strong or weak, depending on fortune. And your bloodline is classified as S-rank, remarkably powerful, S-rank bloodline. So formidable? Lu Jingya seized upon these 2 keywords. She understood that a bloodline praised by Lu Meng could not possibly be ordinary. A glimmer of ambition flickered in her gaze as she inquired. Meng, what bloodline do you possess? Is it stronger than the Night Demon bloodline? Yet, just as the words were about to escape her lips, she realized her indiscretion, having committed an error she ought not to have made. As expected, Lu Meng turned to face her, his eyes revealing a coldness. Meng. Lu Jingya began, the fear that had dissipated resurfacing within her. Such a direct inquiry was undoubtedly a grave misstep. As he gently grasped her chin, Lu Meng spoke impassively. Since you have made your choice, you are now mine. Do you understand? I do not mind your ambition, to scheme for Jinghai City, to aspire for the entire eastern province, even to covet the world itself. His fingers brushed over her porcelain face, occasionally grazing her skin. Lu Meng continued. However, you must remember, it is I who awakened your bloodline, just as you stated last night. All that you are now belongs to me, thus your ambition is not truly your own. Only the ambition I permit you to have can be deemed ambition. Do you comprehend? How astute Lu Jingya was. Although loyalty is guaranteed upon successful recording, for such an exceedingly intelligent woman, mere loyalty is insufficient. Often, unilateral decisions can introduce instability, even if unintentional. Thus, it is necessary to impart a lesson. Meng, are you angry? Lu Jingya's body trembled slightly, her voice tinged with grievance, tears welling in her eyes. She recognized her mistake, her words having been somewhat overstepping. The rapid shift in her identity had led her to subconsciously overlook the most crucial aspect. How could she dare to inquire about Lu Meng's bloodline? Yet, she bore no malice. Do you realize your error? Lu Meng observed her closely, finding amusement within, his expression shifting rapidly as the coldness melted away. The once formidable woman, the Night Queen of her past life, could indeed display such vulnerability. I understand. The sound of her stifled sobs filled the air, and Lu Jingya felt even more aggrieved. Meng, I meant no offense, I simply misspoke. Truly, I had no other intentions. For reasons unknown, a fear of loss gripped her heart. Moreover, given her astuteness, she would not typically commit such a blunder. It was only because she had genuinely come to regard Lu Meng as her closest confidant that she had unconsciously posed such a foolish question. Do you feel wronged? Lu Meng slowly lifted Lu Jingya into his embrace. If I believed you harbored ulterior motives, the consequences would not be as they are now. The glimmer of murderous intent surfaced, his pupils turning blood red. But rest assured, I understand your thoughts, and I trust you. Finally, Lu Jingya could no longer contain herself, tears flowing freely. Lu Meng's earlier threat and the first part of his statement had plunged her into despair, fearing the irrevocable loss of Lu Meng. Yet, his subsequent words brought her immense comfort, leaving her both aggrieved and moved. He trusts me. I am worthy of his trust. Amidst her sobs, a quiet sense of triumph emerged. Chapter 18. Ascending to dawn. Remember to liquidate all assets under your name as swiftly as possible. Mortgage what can be mortgaged. Sell off what cannot be mortgaged at a low price. Our time is limited, and we must leverage all connections. Those aberrant beings will also play a significant role for us. Seated on the sofa, Lu Meng savored a glass of red wine. The earlier reprimand of Lu Jingya merely a brief interlude. All right, I understand, Lu Jingya responded earnestly. Although she was unaware of Lu Meng's intentions, for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to defy his commands. So obedient. Rest assured, you are merely investing. In a few days, you shall witness the immense benefits of this investment. A smile graced Lu Meng's face as he drained his glass of red wine. The apocalypse would descend in 3 days. At that time, celestial projections will illuminate the skies, and ethereal entities will emerge. An onslaught of monsters will swarm forth, and the darkest facets of humanity will be unveiled. In that moment, order will crumble, morality will decay. Not only will money become worthless, but even the global technological arsenal will lose its efficacy. However, in the present, money still holds some value, as it allows for certain preparations to be made. This includes stockpiling supplies, gathering essential materials, and addressing one crucial matter. All of this requires substantial funds, far beyond what a mere few million can achieve. Hence, despite having 3 days since his rebirth, Lu Meng had not focused on borrowing or preparing scarce resources. Such endeavors seemed too lacking in ambition and far too short-sighted. His true objective was to win over Lu Jingya. To have this preeminent heiress of Jinghai City undertake these tasks. Now that Lu Jingya had been recorded under an absolute loyalty, these responsibilities would naturally fall to her. Meng, I believe in you. I know you won't harm me. Lu Jingya forced herself to rise, her delicate arms wrapping around Lu Meng's neck as she softly suggested, the world is gradually descending into chaos. Should I bring Xiao Ru over as well? She was aware of Lu Meng's connection to Yun Ru. Yet, she bore no reservations. Lu Meng turned back, surprised by Lu Jingya's words, then chuckled. Since you do not mind, you may arrange it. However, at present, I have other matters to attend to. Giving Lu Jingya's back a gentle pat, Lu Meng grasped the mass of demonic essence on the table. Do you see this? I refer to it as demonic essence. In the future, it will be a crucial item for enhancing our strength. Truly remarkable. Lu Jingya observed the demonic essence closely. Its pitch-black exterior resembled a flame ablaze, with a core from which energy emanated. Let me demonstrate. Without further explanation, Lu Meng showcased the essence's function to Lu Jingya. Dark wisps of gas were continuously inhaled into his mouth, vanishing within the span of a mere second. It seems I am on the verge of ascending to the Dawn realm. Those who have merely begun to awaken their bloodlines can only be termed as commoners. True ascension to the first major realm, Dawn, requires the saturation of one's demonic energy. However, ascending to Dawn is not particularly difficult. Only a small amount of demonic energy is needed. Lu Meng had previously consumed the demonic essence from the Hellhound. This time, having ingested the essence from the Dream Eater, his breakthrough was seamless. A warm sensation coursed through his abdomen. With a crack, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed from within Lu Meng. Success! A faint golden light danced across his skin, and Lu Meng's already robust physique became even more formidable. Meng, is this a breakthrough? Lu Jingya inquired curiously, unknowingly recalling a term. Yes, it could indeed be termed a breakthrough. An arc of electricity manifested in Lu Meng's palm. Representing the Tianshi Thunder Law, those at the dawn stage of bloodline awakening are able to initially harness the power of their bloodline. The arc in Lu Meng's palm exemplified this. Are you not curious about my bloodline? Allow me to reveal it. My bloodline is the Tianshi bloodline, which is particularly effective against all manner of malevolent entities. Lu Jingya's face flushed. It seemed her night demon bloodline bore a certain kinship with the term demon. As Lu Meng opened the door to Lu Jingya's residence, it was already late into the night. Everything that needed to be conveyed had been communicated. With that little sorceress's abilities, managing these affairs would be a breeze. But the paramount concern was the upcoming bid. Securing the land was imperative. Lu Meng muttered to himself, gently closing the door behind him. His preliminary plan had commenced execution, with Lu Jingya as the implementer. As for whether Lu Jingya would forget or overlook such intricate plans, Lu Meng felt assured that she would not. After all, she had managed to keep everything organized even under duress, indicating her diligence. The dimly lit hallway offered no glimmer of light. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare in this upscale community, where corridors are typically equipped with gravity sensors that illuminate upon detecting movement. Yet, this time, there was none. The reason was simple. Lu Meng was controlling the power within him. Though his feet remained firmly planted on the ground, his own weight had nearly vanished. This body was indeed as peculiar as in his previous life. Experiencing an inexplicable sensation of weightlessness, Lu Meng felt as though he were floating. Indeed, he harbored a secret known only to himself in his previous life, although he had awakened the most mediocre infinite charisma. He possessed an extraordinary talent for perception and bodily control. For instance, he could manipulate his own organs, achieving a state of true apparent death. It was precisely due to this ability that, despite his shortcomings in the previous life, he managed to survive for 3 long years in the apocalypse. Had he not encountered the desired demon, he might have lived even longer. Someone was approaching. Suddenly, Lu Meng returned to normal, the weight of his body reasserting itself. With a swish, the lights in the corridor flared to life. "Who is it?" A crisp yet cautious voice rang out, causing Mu Yuha, who was about to exit the elevator, to pause. "Officer, what a coincidence, we meet again." Just then, Lu Meng, wearing a broad smile, walked towards Mu Yuha. He was somewhat taken aback. A female police officer residing in the Qinghua courtyard. This indicated her background was undoubtedly extraordinary. As Lu Meng stepped within 3 meters of Mu Yuha, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a qualifying opposite-sex organism near the host, Mu Yuha, Demon Hunter Spider Bloodline, Grade A. Upon successful registration, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline, Demon Hunter Bloodline, Grade A. Please decide whether to set her as a registration target. Lu Meng's initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather confusion. In his previous life, Grade A bloodlines were rare within Jinghai City, and he had never heard of Mu Yuha. If she truly possessed a Grade A bloodline, specifically that of the Demon Hunter Spider, she should have easily survived the early days of the apocalypse and made her mark in Jinghai City. The Demon Hunter Spider, a variant of the Demon Spider bloodline, excelled in stealth and ensnaring enemies, possessing terrifying lethality that a human with the Demon Hunter Spider bloodline could not possibly have perished in the early apocalypse unless they were foolish or seeking death. Clearly, the Mu Yuha before him was neither foolish nor lacking in intelligence. Her mental state appeared entirely normal. Was it merely coincidence? Lu Meng refrained from immediately designating Mu Yuha as a registration target. First, he was puzzled by the situation in the Qinghua courtyard. 2 stunning women possessed at least Grade A bloodlines, yet he had never heard Mu Yuha's name in his past life. Furthermore, he was not well acquainted with her. Having only met a few times, if he were to use the registration target slot on Mu Yuha, not only was there uncertainty in successfully registering her, but it would also delay his plans. Especially with only 4 days remaining until the apocalypse descended, he could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture unless he had a solid assurance of successfully registering Mu Yuha. Otherwise, he would not set her as a target. Mu Yuha, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure. "Lu Meng, it's you? What a coincidence, we meet again. It seems we are fated. This marks our 3rd encounter. My name is Mu Yuha. You can call me Yuha from now on." Addressing me as officer feels a bit awkward. It was evident that Mu Yuha was a conversationalist, yet her demeanor now exhibited a marked change from their previous encounters. Was she intentionally drawing closer? Lu Meng smirked inwardly, realizing he had likely entered the sights of certain individuals. However, he remained unconcerned. The most crucial aspect was that Lu Jingya had successfully registered, allowing him to act freely. "Are you here to see Sister Jingya?" Noticing Lu Meng's silence, Mu Yuha tentatively inquired, her gaze occasionally flickering towards the room closest to Lu Meng, which belonged to Lu Jingya. Lu Meng's identity was rather ordinary. Lacking any friends or family residing in the Qinghua courtyard, the only possibility was Lu Jingya. But what could he possibly want with her? Did he truly harbor a secret? The instincts of a police officer warned her that Lu Meng's visit to Lu Jingya at this hour must involve something significant. "Indeed, I have some business dealings with Lu Jingya. Our conversation has been rather lengthy, Lu Meng replied with an unperturbed expression, acknowledging her inquiry. Well, it could be considered a business interaction, yes? Business? Mu Yuha's eyes widened in surprise. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, and her finely crafted features betrayed a clear skepticism. Seeing her reaction, Lu Meng shrugged nonchalantly, gliding past Mu Yuha. He had no intention of wasting more time with her. After all, her manner of address indicated she was acquainted with Lu Jingya. If she wished to verify, she was welcome to do so. Lu Meng, are you free tomorrow? Our department has recently discovered a peculiar animal. I would like to hear your thoughts, considering you personally dealt with a vicious dog last time. Suddenly, Mu Yuha pivoted, inadvertently pressing herself against Lu Meng. The palpable sensation was undeniable. Lu Meng swiftly turned around. Their eyes locking, mere centimeters apart, a subtle fragrance wafted into Lu Meng's nostrils, not the scent of perfume, but the pure, unadulterated aroma of her natural essence. Lu Meng scrutinized Mu Yuha, who reciprocated with an equally unwavering gaze. Officer Mu might have some misconceptions about me. I am merely an ordinary person. My success in eliminating that vicious dog was simply a stroke of luck. His gaze gradually shifted. Despite wearing flat shoes, Mu Yuha's slender figure stood out at 175 cm. Her police uniform did little to conceal her curves, which, though not excessively pronounced, were still noticeable. Her shoulder-length hair, combined with her unique aura, exuded a sense of spirited elegance. Recently, my workload has been quite heavy, and I lack any direction. I merely wish to befriend you. Perhaps you could inspire me. Strangely, Mu Yuha leaned in closer to Lu Meng by a few centimeters, to the point where her breath was distinctly perceptible. Testing the waters could prove perilous. Lu Meng scoffed internally. Initially, he had no intention of entangling himself with someone of her sensitive status, but since she was so insistent, he did not mind employing certain tactics to extract information regarding the demonic entities. What do you say? Are you free tomorrow or not? Mu Yuha pressed on, her intuition signaling that Lu Meng was far from ordinary, perhaps even connected to the recent incidents involving animals attacking humans. Her intense curiosity urged her to uncover the truth. I'm available. Officer Mu, choose a location. Lu Meng replied with an impassive nod. Tomorrow morning at 8. Let's meet at the Yayu Hotel. Mu Yuha smiled, revealing two dimples before preparing to part ways with Lu Meng. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened again, revealing a strikingly composed woman in a white lab coat, her voluptuous figure commanding attention. Ding! Detected a qualifying opposite-sex organism near the host. Qiu Shuang, Ice Demon Bloodline, Grade A. Upon successful registration, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline, Flame Demon Bloodline, Grade A. Please decide whether to set her as a registration target. The system's notification resonated once more, catching Lu Meng off guard. Qiu Shuang, what brings you here at such a late hour? Are you here to see Sister Jingya? Mu Yuha's complexion flushed, hastily distancing herself from Lu Meng. Did you forget? I also have a suite in the Qinghua courtyard. Qiu Shuang stepped out of the elevator, casting a fleeting glance at Mu Yuha before settling her gaze on Lu Meng. At that moment, Lu Meng was oblivious to the underlying tension. His attention was drawn to the latter part of Qiu Shuang's statement, realizing that she was acquainted with Lu Jingya. Another woman meeting the system's registration criteria resided in the Qinghua courtyard? In that instant, a sense of foreboding crept into Lu Meng's mind. Within this upscale community, 2 Grade A bloodlines and 1 S-grade bloodline coexisted. Not to mention that Yunru also possessed a residence in the Qinghua courtyard. This amounted to 3 Grade A bloodlines and 1 S-grade bloodline. Something was amiss. Ignoring Qiu Shuang's gaze, Lu Meng scanned the corridor. In his previous life, he had neither heard of Mu Yuha nor Qiu Shuang. Logically, given Lu Jingya's character, she would have promptly recruited Mu Yuha and Qiu Shuang upon realizing the significance of bloodlines in the face of the impending apocalypse. Yet this had not occurred. The rumored Lu Jingya had always been a lone wolf, seemingly indifferent to others, a stark contrast to her present demeanor. Thus, only one possibility remained. Lu Meng connected the dots, recalling the Dream Eater residing in the Qinghua courtyard and the vicious dogs lurking in the nearby forest. That was the Qinghua courtyard had become a site of great terror following the onset of the apocalypse. It was likely that, apart from Lu Jingya, everyone else perished in this catastrophe, which explained the lack of rumors surrounding it. Chapter 20. The appointment with Mu Yuha. Lu Meng departed, disregarding Qiu Shuang's displeasure and leaving without a word. He had no time to engage with these two women. Not now, at least. Did he simply walk away like that? The elevator doors closed, and Xiao Shuang fixed her gaze intently on Lu Meng's departing figure. Many men, upon their first glimpse of her, would instinctively admire her beauty, yet Lu Meng was different. He had not even spared her a second glance, treating her as if she were invisible. Could it be that I am truly less captivating than Sister Jingya and Yuha? Unaccountably, she glanced at Mu Yuha's chest, then at her OWNI in this regard. She felt quite confident. What's wrong? Feeling a bit disappointed? Mu Yuha teased. She was well aware of Qiu Shuang's persona, which often radiated an icy demeanor, yet deep down, she was not as aloof. It was merely a facade cultivated from frequent encounters with men. Disappointment is not quite the sentiment. I simply wish to understand how you and Lu Meng became acquainted, as well as what you two were engaged in moments ago. The scene I witnessed upon exiting the elevator is still vivid in my memory, and Autumn Frost has not forgotten it. Including this instance, I have encountered him 3 times. As for just now, I mentioned he emerged from Sister Jingya's residence. Do you believe that? Mu Yuha approached Autumn Frost, her demeanor gravely serious. Perhaps Lu Meng indeed harbors some unspeakable secret, and Sister Jingya is aware of this, which is why she deliberately claimed Lu Meng to be an ordinary individual. At this point, coming from Sister Lu's home, Autumn Frost instinctively glanced at the expensive watch adorning her wrist. 1:30 in the morning, a man exiting a woman's abode at such an hour. For reasons unknown, Autumn Frost recalled the scene from yesterday when she met Lu Jingya. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Autumn Frost unconsciously shook her head, dismissing the absurd thoughts swirling in her mind. How could someone of Lu Jingya's stature possibly be interested in Lu Meng? Moreover, to engage in such peculiar games? She felt as though she might be going mad for entertaining such outlandish notions. Knowing you are skeptical, I shall test him tomorrow, and the truth will become evident. Mu Yuha smiled again at the sight of Autumn Frost's expression. How do you intend to test him? Autumn Frost's curiosity intensified. An ordinary man. Not only has he won the affection of a stunning married woman, now he is entangled with the renowned beauty CEO of Jinghai City, and even has connections with the daughter of the city bureau before her. Anyone would be immensely curious. In a nearby community to Qinghua Biwen, an incident involving a raccoon attacking individuals has occurred. According to the footage received, the speed, reflexes, and sharpness of the claws of that raccoon surpassed those of an ordinary raccoon by at least 3-fold. At this point, a grave expression crossed Mu Yuha's face. I have a gut feeling that perhaps, just as we speculated earlier, Lu Meng's last encounter with that vicious dog was not mere chance. Rather, he must have known the dog's weaknesses. Hence, I wish to test. Autumn Frost fell silent for a moment at these words. A hand emerged from her white coat, resting against her fair chin as she spoke. Have you considered that if all of this is not coincidental, and your police department cannot apprehend Lu Meng without evidence, once the truth is revealed, your position could become perilous? Perilous? Mu Yuha retorted. I do not share that sentiment. Yesterday, I investigated the relationship between Yunru and Li Bin. This man exhibits severe tendencies towards domestic violence and is a gambling addict. Although I am a police officer and certain things should remain unspoken, I am also a woman. But worry not. I will not act recklessly without evidence. Furthermore, your General Lu should have noticed these matters. However, is she not doing well? With that, Mu Yuha turned to head towards her residence, stating, I shall not accompany you tonight. There are numerous documents to organize. The sound of the fingerprint recognition door unlocking echoed as Mu Yuha entered her abode. Observing the empty corridor, Autumn Frost shook her head inexplicably, casting a significant glance at Lu Jingya's residence. Is General Lu truly unharmed? The scene from yesterday when she encountered Lu Jingya replayed in her mind once again. The following morning, Lu Meng awoke punctually. The reason for stating he did so punctually is that he did not forget his arrangement with Mu Yuha. After all, standing someone up is not an act befitting a gentleman. Meng, where are you off to so early? Yunru, still half asleep, opened her eyes, her body emanating a faint purple glow. Clearly, the shallow use of her succubus abilities allowed her to function well despite only having 4 hours of sleep. To catch a little wild cat, Lu Meng replied casually. Is it another abnormal creature like that vicious dog? Yunru instantly lost her drowsiness. Yes, it is indeed a rather unusual little wild cat. Lu Meng nodded. Recalling Mu Yuha's actions from last night, such a description was quite accurate. Yunru nodded in response, her concern for Lu Meng evident. Meng, that kind of creature is very dangerous. You must be cautious. Lu Meng had no intention of halting what he aimed to do. Rest assured, I can handle dogs and such, let alone a little wild cat. He affectionately ruffled Yunru's hair before stepping out of the room. Upon arriving at the Yayu Hotel, Lu Meng found that Mu Yuha had already arrived. Seated at a booth by the window with a view of the sea. Lu Meng, you're here. Upon seeing Lu Meng, Mu Yuha beamed with warmth and enthusiasm. Lu Meng nodded, scrutinizing Mu Yuha closely. Stripped of her police uniform, Mu Yuha appeared even more appealing, clad in a loose-fitting white t-shirt that accentuated her curves just right, paired with high-waisted jeans that perfectly outlined her long legs. Moreover, the observant Lu Meng noticed subtle hints of black at the edges of her tucked-in t-shirt and around her size 36 feet. Corsetry, Chapter 21. Unconventional tactics. Was this intentional? Lu Meng had seen numerous cop and robber films in his past life and was aware that some officers, while undercover, employed various tactics to extract useful information. However, this time he had misjudged entirely. A very ordinary physique. Not exceptionally muscular, yet still pleasing to the eye. Mu Yuha stirred her coffee, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally assessing Lu Meng. Despite this being their fourth meeting, it was undeniable that apart from his handsome features, Lu Meng appeared quite average in other respects. Lu Meng, don't you have work these days? Mu Yuha initiated the conversation. Probing cautiously, she had already investigated Lu Meng's workplace and discovered that he had indeed been absent for 4 days without taking leave. Normally, it is quite unusual for an employee to skip work for 4 days. I do not plan to return, however, I have yet to complete the resignation process. Lu Meng habitually opened a bottle of red wine. Care for a glass, Officer Mu? No, my profession prohibits alcohol consumption, and even during my off days, I rarely indulge. A smile of apology graced Mu Yua's face. Might I inquire why you intend to resign? From what I gather, your job appears quite favorable, relaxed, with little workload and reasonable compensation. It seems Officer Mu is quite familiar with my situation. Lu Meng chuckled, fully aware of Mu Yua's intentions. She was clearly informing him that she had conducted a thorough investigation. Under normal circumstances, I might still consider going to work, but now things are different. Human thoughts are peculiar and ever-changing. At this moment, I possess no interest in employment, Lu Meng replied. Yet, it is indeed the case. The apocalypse is nearly upon us. Who on earth still has the luxury to contemplate work? Furthermore, what financial gain can be derived from such employment? The two wealthy women beside me are hardly in need of money, after all. Naturally, these were merely Lu Meng's internal musings. You seem quite carefree. Many at your age are preoccupied with housing, cars, and marriage. Yet it appears you are unconcerned with such matters, Mu Yuha observed, her tone reminiscent of an elder imparting wisdom, her words seemingly pointed. Each individual's fortune varies. Perhaps I am just particularly fortunate, Lu Meng shrugged nonchalantly. To be reborn is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Observing Lu Meng's candid acceptance, Mu Yuha displayed a hint of surprise. Normally, any man with a semblance of pride would feel sensitive about relying on others. Even if he personally felt unbothered, he wouldn't want others to call him out on it. Yet, from Lu Meng's demeanor, she discerned no trace of negative emotion. What she perceived was merely tranquility, composure, and confidence. Does this man have no sense of pride? Such a thought arose in Mu Yuha's mind, but was swiftly dismissed. If Lu Meng were truly a facade of charm with nothing beneath, he could deceive Yunru, but he would certainly not evade the discerning eyes of a woman like Lu Jingya. Her curiosity intensified. Mu Yuha resolved to delve deeper, retrieving her pink fruity phone from her pocket. It is time to address serious matters, Lu Meng. Take a look at this video. Lu Meng shifted his focus. The video commenced playback. The footage depicted a drunken middle-aged man staggering through a narrow alley in the dead of night. Seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, as the video reached the 30-second mark, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the camera's blind spot. A shadow darted swiftly, lunging toward the inebriated man, with a startled cry. The man collapsed, blood gushing from his neck. At this moment, the footage also captured the full figure of that shadow, with blood-red eyes and a small frame. It was a pitch-black cat. Moreover, in the final seconds of the surveillance footage, after attacking the drunken man, the black cat did not flee immediately but instead approached the man's neck, greedily licking the blood that flowed profusely. A demon cat. Upon witnessing this, Lu Meng's eyes narrowed. Having confirmed the identity of this mutated creature, it belongs to the same malevolent breed. Similar to the vicious dog and the dream-eating beast, it is also a lesser form of malevolence. However, compared to the vicious dog, the demon cat is undoubtedly more agile, and due to its smaller size, it proves even more difficult to capture or eliminate. The department consulted animal experts who reviewed the footage hundreds of times and arrived at a preliminary conclusion. This black cat possesses reflexes and sensitivity that exceed those of ordinary cats by more than threefold. Currently, this cat has attacked 6 passers-by, one of whom remains in critical condition. Lu Meng, if it were you, would you feel confident in dealing with this cat? Mu Yuha furrowed her brow, her eyes fixed intently on Lu Meng. Given the cat's lethality and agility, it was not impossible to bring it down. However, the critical factor lay in its perceptive abilities. Their police department had previously dispatched teams for 4 encirclements, even deploying snipers. Yet each time, while attempting to pinpoint the black cat's location through surrounding surveillance, by the time they arrived, the creature had vanished without a trace. It appeared that this cat could detect danger purely through its senses. Officer Mu was joking, wasn't he? Lu Meng chuckled softly and continued, "If you, the police, cannot subdue this strange cat, what can an ordinary person like me possibly do? Truly nothing at all?" Mu Yuha was skeptical, her slender fingers rhythmically tapping the table. "If you genuinely have a way to resolve this issue, our police department would honor you with a commendation for good citizenship and even invite you to serve as a consultant on similar cases in the future." She laid out a few conditions, sensing that Lu Meng was not as simple as he appeared, almost as if he possessed a profound understanding of these peculiar creatures. After all, a normal person would not react with such calmness upon witnessing a video like this. At the very least, they would show some surprise in their expressions. While cooperating with the police is a duty every citizen should fulfill, it also requires that citizen to have the requisite capability. Lu Meng shrugged his hands, regrettably, "Officer Mu, I am merely an ordinary person and lack that ability." With that, he stood up and made to leave. "Huh?" Mu Yuha was taken aback. "Lu Meng, where are you going? Did we not agree to discuss the animal attack incidents last night? I have already concluded my analysis. I have no solutions. So what is the point of staying here?" With his back turned to Mu Yuha, a playful smile spread across Lu Meng's face. Mu Yuha paused, contemplating this. It did seem to be the case. Yet, something felt amiss. It wasn't her arrogance. Under normal circumstances, a woman of her beauty would make any man want to linger a little longer. However, by the time she came to this realization, Lu Meng had already exited the glass doors of the Yaoyuan Grand Hotel. And of course, Lu Meng did not idle after leaving the hotel. He dialed Lu Jingya's number. "Hello, before 8 o'clock tonight, find a trustworthy person to wait for me at the entrance of the alley on Hepping Street. Try to ensure that all surrounding surveillance is disabled. I remember that the nearby shops are all under your name. So this should not be difficult. Yes, either a man or a woman will do, but they must be reliable. That's right, just one person. Also, inform them in advance that regardless of the method, they must be in a fatigued state of mind. If all goes well, I will arrive around 9 o'clock, so do not worry. Goodbye." Chapter 22. The task assigned by Lu Meng. Nightfall. At 7:30, 2 luxury cars were parked outside the entrance of the alley on Hepping Street, and the surrounding crowd had been temporarily dispersed by Lu Jingya's personal connections. Inside one of the luxury vehicles, Lu Meng was frowning, listening intently on the phone. "Are you certain? Is this woman 100% trustworthy?" He glanced at the woman in a white lab coat leaning against the other luxury car. Once again, Lu Meng sought confirmation from Lu Jingya. "Rest assured, Qiu Shuang has been with me for 10 years. I know everything about her. Even if Xiao Ru were to betray me, Qiu Shuang would never do so." Lu Jingya's voice came through the line. Indeed, the person Lu Meng was to work with was Qiu Shuang. "You are aware she works at the city bureau, right?" Lu Meng inquired, having learned this information inadvertently. "That was my deliberate arrangement. You know that Yaoyuan Biotechnology Company has intricate ties with the Jinghai City Bureau. If I do not place my people there, how can I feel secure?" Lu Jingya laughed lightly, patiently explaining to Lu Meng, "Oh, that is how it is." Lu Meng nodded unconsciously. This indeed aligned with Lu Jingya's character. "If you still have doubts, I can share a secret about Qiu Shuang with you." Suddenly, Lu Jingya spoke in a mysterious tone. "You must have met Qiu Shuang before. Do not be fooled by her icy exterior. She is quite different beneath the surface. She and the city bureau chief's daughter, Mu Yuha, are... What? Lu Meng was taken aback, astonished. He had never anticipated that such a seemingly cold woman could harbor such interests. Did she tell you this herself? Lu Meng speculated. Yes, however, Qiu Shuang is also doing this willingly, and it seems Mu Yuha has quite the fondness for her. 6 months ago, Qiu Shuang even provided me with a video. Would you like me to send it to you now? Lu Jingya continued, and soon a short video was transmitted to Lu Meng's phone via WeChat. Impressive, Lu Meng glanced over the video. Despite having seen much in his previous life, he was still taken aback by the revelry of these upper-class women. Now you can rest assured, right? Lu Jingya's voice rang out. I have informed Qiu Shuang. She will follow your instructions completely, even if it means risking her life or sacrificing herself without hesitation. Is this brainwashing? Lu Meng was momentarily stunned. Lu Jingya was indeed not an ordinary woman. Thankfully, he had already recorded her. Now he no longer doubted Qiu Shuang's loyalty. After all, for a woman, if such a video were to be exposed, she would have no face left to show the world. All right, I understand. I must get busy now, so I will hang up. As Lu Meng opened the car door, Qiu Shuang was nearby, seemingly observing the door with casual intent. Their eyes met, creating an awkward atmosphere. Manager Lu has briefed me on the situation. How may I assist you? Qiu Shuang spoke first, breaking the uncomfortable silence, her expression still icy. Under the moonlight, her loose white lab coat could not conceal the curves of her figure, and her long, shapely legs peeked out, standing at around 172 centimeters. A height neither tall nor short, simply perfect. Manager Lu? Lu Meng was slightly taken aback, realizing this was Lu Jingya's arrangement. What is your current mental state? Without lingering on admiration, Lu Meng posed the most critical question. I haven't slept all night, organizing important company documents, and after receiving Manager Lu's call today, I have not rested. Qiu Shuang replied candidly. Initially, upon receiving Lu Jingya's call, she had felt some confusion. Collaborating with a man younger than herself? Did this man truly possess any real capabilities? However, as she contemplated Lu Meng, Lu Jingya's subsequent words had plunged her into a chilling realization. One she recalled vividly. Currently, I do not know what specific tasks you will need to undertake, but remember, you must obey Lu Meng unconditionally, even if he instructs you to risk your life or sacrifice yourself. The grave tone made Qiu Shuang realize that Lu Jingya was not jesting at that moment. She felt quite displeased, even somewhat angered, all of which was directed at Lu Meng. The seriousness of Lu Jingya's words made her feel as though she had lost favor. Yet, having never defied Lu Jingya, she ultimately accepted the task. Excellent. This is the state I desire. Lu Meng nodded, detecting a hint of discontent on her otherwise frosty visage. Rest assured, I have no interest in your life. Nor will I demand any sacrifices from you. As long as you follow my instructions completely, this task will pose no danger. Manager Lu, please command me. I would not mind even if it cost me my life. A flicker of disdain crossed Qiu Shuang's eyes in her mind. This man vying for attention alongside her was indeed rather indiscreet. In that case, I shall not waste words. Lu Meng observed her demeanor and casually shook his head. Your task today is simple. Relax your body and do not resist sleepiness. Just walk back and forth through these 3 alleys, and I will handle the rest. Just like that. Qiu Shuang was taken aback. Unable to believe it, upon receiving Lu Jingya's final orders, she had mentally prepared for the worst-case scenario, namely, Lu Meng forcibly taking advantage of her in some manner. Yet now it was this simple? The stark contrast rendered her momentarily speechless. Do not underestimate the simplicity of this task. I can assure you that if you do not perform well or harbor ulterior motives, tonight could very well be your last. Lu Meng recognized the thoughts swirling in Qiu Shuang's mind. Understood. Manager Lu, I shall proceed. With that, Qiu Shuang turned and walked into the alley, while Lu Meng followed closely behind. That moment, however, Lu Meng secretly activated his bloodline powers, nullifying his own gravity and enhancing the vitality of his bodily organs. Had Lu Meng been lying down instead of walking, he would undoubtedly have been mistaken for a corpse. Even the most authoritative forensic expert would not believe he was alive. What was Lu Meng's true purpose for bringing me here tonight? Was it merely a cruel joke? Qiu Shuang, following Lu Meng's instructions, wandered through the 3 alleys, deliberately not resisting the encroaching drowsiness. As she pondered, a wave of fatigue washed over her. Her weak, boneless body began to sway, and she nearly stumbled to the ground several times. It was no wonder Lu Jingya held her in such high regard. Her execution was unparalleled. Lu Meng gazed at the swaying figure, unable to refrain from offering a compliment. Under normal circumstances, one would have succumbed to wild thoughts in such a situation, devoid of any knowledge regarding the task at hand. How could one still harbor any drowsiness? Yet, Qiu Shuang managed to achieve this, demonstrating her unwavering loyalty to Lu Jingya. Chapter 23. The Hunt for the Demon Cat. Qiu Shuang's shock. Time passed inexorably. Qiu Shuang was completely engulfed by drowsiness, her mental state deteriorating to an alarming degree, to the point where her body would involuntarily sway with each few steps she took. Encountering such a lethargic prey, it was hard to believe it would not emerge. Lu Meng observed all of this, silently calculating in his mind. The demon cat, a type of monstrous entity, categorized as a low-tier evil breed. It was one of the more troublesome mutated species during the early days of the apocalypse, adept at hunting those with severely impaired mental states under the cover of night. The video provided by Mu Yuhua during the day corroborated this, as the inebriated man naturally exhibited a poor mental condition. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry pierced the air. Lu Meng instantly felt invigorated, yet Qiu Shuang, in her state of mental fatigue, seemed oblivious to the sound. Meow. Another cat's cry echoed. From the shadows of the night, a pair of crimson eyes gradually emerged. Although the demon cat possessed limited intelligence, it would still probe its prey during the hunt. Undoubtedly, these two meows were a test from the demon cat. At this distance, I lack the confidence to act decisively. Lu Meng pondered internally, assessing the distance for an attack, ultimately deciding against it. 3 more minutes elapsed, just as Qiu Shuang was about to collapse from weariness in the alleyway. Meow! The third cat's cry rang out abruptly, this time louder than before. Immediately thereafter, in Lu Meng's line of sight, a pitch-black figure leaped down from the wall, pouncing towards Qiu Shuang. The intensity of the cat's cry jolted Qiu Shuang back to reality, and from her peripheral vision, she saw a black cat with crimson eyes and fully extended claws hurtling toward her. An extraordinary creature. Qiu Shuang quickly discerned the anomaly of this black cat. Having worked at Yayu Biotechnology Company for a decade, she could tell at a glance that this black cat possessed a speed far beyond that of an ordinary domestic feline. Yet, noticing it was one thing. When the body's reflexes lag behind the nervous response. All is in vain. Is he intending for me to meet my demise intentionally? Does Lu Jia know of this? A sense of sorrow welled within her. The sharp claws of the cat were now mere moments away. And in a moment of despair, she shut her eyes. Since resistance was futile, she could only resign herself to fate. Meow. Suddenly, a cat-like scream pierced the silence, particularly jarring in the stillness of the night. Qiu Shuang instantly opened her eyes, witnessing an astonishing scene. In the darkness, a handsome man radiated golden light, firmly grasping the demon cat, rendering it immobile. Indeed, it was Lu Meng. He had harnessed the power of his bloodline to induce a state of apparent death, purposefully shielding himself from the demon cat's senses. In that critical moment, both the distance and timing were impeccable, prompting his decisive action. The moment the demon-suppressing bloodline activated, the demon cat, now in close proximity, was completely subdued, and his reaction speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, allowed him to capture the demon cat effortlessly. It's impossible. Qiu Shuang's eyes reflected not so much fear as astonishment. The sudden appearance of golden light around Lu Meng and his unique aura confounded her. However, as the chief researcher at Yayu Biotechnology Company, she understood that a cat's neural response and sensitivity were beyond human comparison. Under normal circumstances, a bare-handed human would find it utterly impossible to capture an uninjured wildcat. Yet now, Lu Meng had accomplished it, capturing a black cat that could be classified as an extraordinary creature with his bare hands. Continue to meow, and I shall dispose of you. At this moment, Lu Meng had no interest in Qiu Shuang. He simply delivered a swift slap to the demon cat's mouth. Meow, a whimper sounded, and the surroundings fell silent. Empowered by the demon-suppressing bloodline, Lu Meng successfully knocked the demon cat unconscious with a single strike. Let us depart. Lu Meng, satisfied, shook the hand that held the demon cat twice, ensuring it would not awaken for the time being before returning his gaze to Qiu Shuang. Where are we going? Qiu Shuang instinctively inquired. still reeling from the shock. Alas, what a woman! Lu Meng shook his head helplessly. Now that they were safe and her task was complete, of course, they would return to her employer. Oh, right. We are safe now. My task is complete. I must report back to Lu Jie. As Qiu Shuang regained her composure, a sense of liberation inexplicably surged within her. Let us go. I will drive. The feeling of liberation gradually transformed into a sense of ease, the pressure within her dissipating, yet the previous drowsiness surged back with renewed vigor. With a thud, Qiu Shuang collapsed to the ground. The overwhelming fatigue, coupled with the sudden absence of adrenaline, caused her to fall into a deep slumber. It seems I must drive alone. Lu Meng bent down, effortlessly lifting Qiu Shuang with one hand, her curves resting precariously on his shoulder. They were even larger than Lu Jinjia's. Indeed, it was somewhat overwhelming. This was his most direct impression. When Qiu Shuang awoke in a daze, it was already the early hours of the morning. Still beset by drowsiness, her mental state was far from favorable. She even felt she was experiencing hallucinations and auditory illusions. Through her bleary eyes, she vaguely discerned a large iron cage containing a black cat, the very mutated creature Lu Meng had subdued. Outside the cage were two figures, their builds and appearances somewhat familiar. Yet she could not clearly make them out, only faintly hearing snippets of their conversation. Are you certain she won't wake suddenly? It would be better if she did, Meng. Do you think I have only Qiu Shuang as a loyal companion? I purposely sent her. Purposely? This seems to offer you no advantage, does it? It offers me no advantage, but it does for you. Qiu Shuang is a valuable asset, certainly not a mere ornament. I am far from just an ornament. Is that Lu Jie? And who is that man's voice? Qiu Shuang found herself engulfed in confusion, unable to see or comprehend clearly. Finally, the intense drowsiness surged again, and she slipped back into a hazy slumber. A few minutes later, she was asleep once more. I know, but will your method be effective? Rest assured, it will be absolutely effective. How could someone I personally train not understand? As long as she subconsciously believes I have been conquered by you. Then, given her personality, it will undoubtedly create a sense of distortion. If you don't believe me, just try. Very well, let us try. Chapter 24. Qiu Shuang's Collapse, Apocalypse Beauty Compilation successfully generated. Target, 3 Qiu Shuang race. Human, unawakened. Ice demon. Age, 28. Personality, distant. Cold and proud appearance rating. 8 initial favorability. 20 description. An extremely aloof woman, she always gives off an air of unapproachability, but this is merely a faade. Very few are aware of the contrasts within her heart. Due to some experiences in her youth, her orientation has undergone subtle changes, yet she harbors an unwavering belief in a particular individual. Strategy suggestions. 1. Cold women are not inherently so. Their distant demeanor is merely a surface layer. Her experiences have shaped her into who she is today, so delve into her past, or be more direct. For a woman whose personality has become somewhat distorted, a heavy-handed approach is warranted, in her mindset. A slight gender transformation has occurred, leading to an instinctive aversion to the opposite sex. However, precisely because of this, a crucial figure of the same sex has emerged in her life. Perhaps approaching her through this same-sex connection will yield greater results. Tip: a woman with an inherently strong contrast, yet repulsed by the opposite sex. Wouldn't it be gratifying to straighten her out? In the early morning hours, after much contemplation, Lu Meng ultimately chose Qiu Shuang as his third target for collection. The reason was simple. He had come to understand Qiu Shuang's entire history, along with the invaluable assistance of Lu Jingya. Yet, upon seeing Qiu Shuang's meager initial favorability of only 20, he felt somewhat speechless. Through several collections, he had noticed that under normal circumstances, the initial favorability should typically be around 30 for unfamiliar individuals, much like Lu Jingya. And for someone like Yunru, who was familiar and held a positive impression, it would undoubtedly add points. Yet, Qiu Shuang's initial favorability was a mere 20, indicating a certain degree of misandry on her part. Qiu Shuang's rough experiences were thus laid bare. In essence, he felt a sense of injustice for her. Having once loved a man deeply, she never anticipated that he would betray her, especially for the betrayal of another man. Lu Jingya had fully divulged Qiu Shuang's history. It was quite the melodrama, bordering on the unimaginable. It was always women who fell to one another, yet it seemed, on that day, an incredibly beautiful woman would fall to a man. The rebelliousness of youth often leads one to engage in foolish actions. And ultimately, the bitter fruit must be borne alone. Lu Meng's evaluation was tempered. He held no harsh judgments against this fragile woman, for everyone has their own story. Moreover, the system had already elucidated the matter. This glass can indeed be straightened. It is not beyond salvation. Now, you must heed my commands. Suddenly, Lu Jingya couldn't help but lick her lips, her gaze towards Lu Meng brimming with aggression. "Do you wish to be the one in control?" The peasants sing? Lu Meng was taken aback. This woman seemed to have undergone a significant transformation since being recorded. If it weren't for the system's clear markings, he might have mistaken Lu Jingya for a succubus rather than Yunru. How could this be? Lu Jingya chided softly, gently massaging Lu Meng's shoulders. "I merely wish to be a planner, and I do not possess the twisted psyche of Qiu Shuang. Being with you, rather than being the one in control, I would prefer to be under your control. It is far less exhausting," she explained softly, her every frown and smile imbued with an enchanting allure. "Let us proceed according to your plan." Ultimately, Lu Meng acquiesced to Lu Jingya's proposal. After all, his motivations weren't solely for progress. There were, at the very least, elements of the flame demon bloodline involved. It is essential to understand that this is an exceedingly domineering magical fire element. Far from mere flames. How long have I been asleep? When Qiu Shuang awoke, she was unaware of the duration of her slumber. Memories of the previous night gradually became clearer in her mind. That man, radiating golden light? And he had caught that extraordinarily dark cat with his bare hands? Even now, as she recalled, Qiu Shuang still found it somewhat unbelievable. By the way, where is that odd black cat? Without reason, she cast her gaze towards a corner of the room. In her hazy state last night, she vaguely remembered it must have been a dream. Even if Lu Jie were with that man, it shouldn't be like this. A strange sensation surged within her. She had never experienced this with Mu Yuhua. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Jingya's voice echoed from within the room. That voice is it Lu Jie's? She was quite familiar with Lu Jingya's voice. Memories of last night's dream and the experience from the night before when she delivered the package involuntarily resurfaced. No, it can't be. Absolutely impossible. Her heart was filled with turmoil, yet there was an inexplicable sense of stirring. Ultimately, she stealthily approached the bedroom door. Creak. A barely perceptible sound of the door opening emerged, revealing a small crack. Thankfully, it wasn't locked. Had it been, perhaps I would have lost the chance to uncover the truth. For reasons unknown, a sense of relief washed over her at that moment. I merely wished to investigate the truth. I harbor no ulterior motives. Lu Jie is the person I respect the most. She continually reassured herself, her gaze peering stealthily into the bedroom. How could this be? She gasped, momentarily at a loss. Nothing was an illusion. Within the room stood the very individuals and objects from her dream. Why is this happening? Her heart cried out incessantly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, feeling wronged, helpless, and even a tad sorrowful. She could not comprehend what was so remarkable about Lu Meng that compelled Lu Jingya to submit so readily. A sense of betrayal welled up within her. No, that is not right. Lu Jie must have been coerced. Suddenly, a possibility struck her mind, and she was about to rush in. Just then, however, Lu Meng unexpectedly approached the door. No, I mustn't let them discover me. Otherwise, how could I rescue Lu Jie? Qiu Shuang's reflexes were quick. She swiftly retreated from the door and casually settled onto the sofa. 10 anxious and restless minutes passed. The bedroom door swung open. Lu Jingya emerged with a beaming smile. Qiu Shuang, you're awake. She elegantly sat down on the sofa, opening a bottle of red wine. This was unlike her previous habits. Typically, she only drank when troubled. However, upon learning that Lu Meng only drank when he was happy, she had altered her own habits. Lu Jie, are you feeling down? Observing the crimson liquid in the goblet, Qiu Shuang's heart tightened. It seems Lu Meng has indeed coerced Lu Jie. Otherwise, why would Lu Jie be in low spirits? She remembered Lu Jingya's habits over the years all too well. If she was not feeling down, then she must be in high spirits and simply indulging in a drink. Would you like a glass? Lu Jingya smiled, her figure adorned in a red, high-slit gown, lazily reclining on the sofa, the goblet in her hand swaying gracefully, exuding the charm of a mature woman. No, I don't drink. Qiu Shuang hastily waved her hands, shock and hesitation flooding her mind as she cautiously inquired, Lu Jie, why have you suddenly changed your habits? Involuntarily, she thought of Lu Meng. Yet, she was reluctant to admit it. Thus, she sought to hear the answer from Lu Jingya's own lips. Because of a man I truly love. With a delicate press of her lips, the crimson liquid flowed into her mouth. I adore that man who enjoys drinking when he is happy. Hence I altered my habits. Upon finishing her words, her alluring gaze, filled with happiness, turned towards the direction of the bedroom. What? Is it truly so? She recalled the scene she had glimpsed earlier. Lu Jingya had indeed knelt to serve Lu Meng tea, embodying the style of a Japanese maid. Could she have been coerced? But the happiness reflected on Lu Jingya's face was unmistakable. She once experienced that same feeling of bliss. Suddenly, she felt somewhat foolish. It is not coercion, nor humiliation, but rather a complete willingness. In that moment, Qiu Shuang's beliefs crumbled entirely. Chapter 25. The recording of Qiu Shuang. A duality of ice and fire. What? Did you not expect this? Or do you believe I am being coerced by him? The red dress swayed as Lu Jingya rose, slightly bending, the goblet in her hand swaying before Qiu Shuang's face. This man, akin to a fine wine, requires time to savor in order to appreciate its true essence. One cannot dismiss the merits of other wines simply because of a single flawed vintage. She saw through Qiu Shuang's thoughts in an instant. However, the hints have been sufficiently laid out. The rest is for Qiu Shuang to digest herself, along with the assistance of those who can aid her in that process. With a graceful sway, Lu Jingya entered the bedroom without a backward glance. One cannot dismiss the merits of other wines simply due to a single flawed vintage. That moment, this phrase echoed ceaselessly in Qiu Shuang's mind. Simultaneously, memories buried deep within her soul were unearthed. In her youth, she was naive, believing that if two individuals were together, it must signify love. She was enamored with the refined, cultured man, which led her to be with her former partner. Yet in the end, some memories were tinged with melancholy, but more so, there was a sense of loss. Perhaps Lu Jie was right. She murmured to herself, her unwavering trust in Lu Jingya causing her heart to undergo a gradual transformation. The once refined man, who was weak and fainted at the sight of blood, slowly faded from her thoughts, replaced by a figure that, while not imposing, exuded immense strength. Perhaps only such a man could provide a sense of security. Otherwise, why would Lu Jie willingly do those things for him? Affinity 2. Affinity 2. Affinity 2. As her mind raced with thoughts, her affinity continued to rise, and the figure in her heart gradually became clearer, ultimately taking on Lu Meng's form. Indeed, a man of nearly perfect appearance and formidable personal strength is hard not to attract women's attention. Now, under Lu Jingya's various psychological suggestions, Lu Meng's image had been reshaped within Qiu Shuang's heart. Creak. Just then, Lu Meng emerged from the bedroom, murmuring to himself, Lu Jingya is truly astonishing. How is this even possible? Under Lu Jingya's subtle manipulations and brainwashing, Qiu Shuang's affinity had surprisingly reached 70. Although he had ascended to the Dawn realm with a quadrupled affinity bonus, it still felt somewhat outrageous, considering Qiu Shuang harbored misandry. Of course, it was precisely because of this that Lu Meng further affirmed the feasibility of Lu Jingya's plan and intended to proceed with the next steps. President Lu. Qiu Shuang sprang to her feet in a fluster, her face displaying a complex blush. Currently, the last person she wished to encounter was Lu Meng. Through her recent recollections, she understood Lu Jingya's intentions, clearly paving the way for Lu Meng. Yet, is this truly acceptable? Despite the fact that she believed the person Lu Jingya had her sights on was undoubtedly exceptional, with virtually no flaws, she still felt hesitant. After all, she remained a woman. Lu Meng glanced at Qiu Shuang with an impassive expression, uttering no words, and strode past her. Forceful and domineering, he sought no consent. President Lu. Qiu Shuang felt a surge of urgency. Her eyes unable to meet Lu Meng's proximity. Compared to her former boyfriend, who had never dared to touch her, Lu Meng exuded an aura of perfection, even merely sitting beside her. Time passed, and they exchanged wordless glances. Yet Qiu Shuang's heart surrendered completely, immersed in the brilliance of his captivating eyes. In that moment, she forgot everything. Affinity 10. Congratulations, host. The recorded target's affinity towards you has reached the minimum recording threshold. Would you like to proceed with the recording immediately? 2 consecutive system notifications took Lu Meng by surprise. It has indeed come to fruition, and remarkably so, without any hindrances. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Should this method prove ineffective, it would squander a valuable entry on the list. According to the system stipulations, a cooling-off period of 3 days was required before another entry could be established. Yet, it now appears that this entry was the simplest and most effortless of them all. Lu Meng was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Who could predict whether this inexplicable surge in favorability would just as mysteriously diminish later? First, secure the entry, and then address other matters. Ding. Congratulations, host. Entry successful. Current count of the End Times Beauty Compendium. 3. The host may continue to select their next subject. Could it truly be this easy, concealed within her bedroom? Lu Jingya peered through the crack of the door, and from Qiu Shuang's demeanor and subtle expressions, she discerned that Lu Meng had succeeded. She then glanced back at her surroundings. This size seemed sufficient. Qiu Shuang would play a significant role in the future, undoubtedly aiding Meng. A decision crystallized in her mind. The bedroom door creaked open slowly, only to close once more. This woman. Lu Meng possessed keen perception. Lu Jingya's subtle movements did not escape his notice. However, this seemed rather favorable. When Lu Meng awakened the flame demon bloodline, Qiu Shuang simultaneously awakened her ice demon abilities. A swirling mass of white crystals enveloped her. As she, like Yun Ru and Lu Jingya before her, struggled to harness her newfound powers, frost began to blossom upon the iron cage forged from cold iron, enchanting yet imbued with a chill, undeniably possessing a unique charm. However, Qiu Shuang did not feel the cold, for the frost was inherently tied to her bloodline abilities. Of course, Lu Meng was likewise impervious to the chill, as his newly awakened bloodline was that of the flame demon, which specifically counteracts ice-based bloodlines. He guided Qiu Shuang in mastering her bloodline power. This led to the frost continuously forming frost flowers upon the iron cage, only to swiftly melt away, creating a vivid contrast of ice and fire. After several attempts, Qiu Shuang was able to adeptly control her bloodline power. Pleased with her progress, Lu Meng cast a satisfied glance at Qiu Shuang before addressing Lu Jingya. The remainder is for you to manage. In recent days, Qiu Shuang had suffered from severe sleep deprivation. Although she had awakened her bloodline, her body remained frail, and he deemed it necessary for her to recuperate. Very well, you should also rest. Lu Jingya emerged with a bright smile, supporting Qiu Shuang as they made their way back to the bedroom. Lu Meng nodded contentedly, reclining on the genuine leather sofa, casually uncorking a bottle of red wine. With a flick, a small flame ignited at his fingertip, gently warming the wine in the goblet. Even without considering his infinite charm, I have awakened 3 bloodlines, 2 A rank and 1 S rank, clenching his left fist. The flame at his fingertip blazed even more fiercely, while golden light radiated from behind him, accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity. These were the 3 bloodlines he had currently awakened: A rank bloodline, demon suppression bloodline, which counters all demonic entities with formidable lethality. A rank bloodline, flame demon bloodline, which governs demonic fire, fundamentally distinct from ordinary flames, impervious to water and ice. At higher realms, it can even incinerate the void. S-rank bloodline, celestial master bloodline, the sole S-rank among the 3, endowed with extraordinary powers, capable of commanding celestial phenomena, summoning thunder to smite evildoers, and wielding great lethality against humanity, especially during thunderstorms, providing substantial bonuses, making it a veritable force to be reckoned with. The next step hinges on Lu Jingya's speed. However, regardless of the outcome, the land must be secured by tomorrow, even if it necessitates eliminating the incoming SS rank woman. As the red wine slid down his throat, a resolute expression crossed Lu Meng's face, and he leaned back on the sofa, drifting into slumber. Chapter 26, Land Acquisition News, Entry, 3 Qiu Shuang, Race, Human, Ice Demon, Awakened, Age, 28 Personality, Distant and aloof, yet fiercely devoted to you. Appearance rating, 8 Current favorability, 80 Description. Once an exceedingly cold woman, perpetually exuding an air of remoteness, she now harbors your image within her heart. Due to past experiences that led to her orientation issues, she has now been successfully swayed. You have entirely supplanted her former belief, Cultivation suggestions. 1. Her outward aloofness masks a fiery heart, a stark contrast that only you may witness. This is the advantage of a successful entry. However, you must adeptly leverage this dichotomy to cultivate her into a false queen, enabling you to navigate the impending apocalypse with greater ease. 2. In her mind. You have become her universe, from an initial resistance to the opposite sex to an all-consuming infatuation with you. Treat her well, and you will eventually come to understand her value. Tip: ice and fire, is it delightful or tart? Yet this is merely the beginning. What you should anticipate is utter chaos. Lu Meng awoke after a mere 6 hours of slumber. Once more disturbed by the incessant chatter of the system. Meng, you're awake? Mr. Lu, you've awakened. Both Lu Jingya and Xiao Shuang, who were attending to his shoulders and legs, spoke in unison, and no need for such formality. These titles are merely fabrications of Jingya. Just call me as she does. Lu Meng waved his hand, feeling slightly dizzy. After 4 consecutive days of intense labor, even his body, now elevated to the dawn realm, was struggling to cope. One could only say, a man possesses boundless energy, but not infinite stamina. What is going on with the system this time? Why such vague evaluations and subsequent development suggestions? Lu Meng pondered, glancing at the 3rd page of the compendium in his mind, perplexed. According to the system, Xiao Shuang's cultivation plan leaned towards an acting direction. Indeed, a woman with such stark contrasts could drive men mad and easily become immersed in her role, making her a prime candidate for a false queen. Yet in the face of the impending apocalypse, what use would acting or stardom serve? Confounded, Lu Meng decided to cease his musings. Dingling, Lu Jingya's phone, resting on the table, rang. Hello, yes, it's me. All the necessary paperwork has been completed, and we can proceed to sign the agreement this afternoon. Not enough liquid capital? I don't wish to engage in trivialities. It's either yes or no. There are plenty waiting in line. All right, understood. I will be at the bank at the appointed time this afternoon. Upon hanging up, a flicker of joy illuminated Lu Jingya's face. What's the matter? Has everything been negotiated? Lu Meng surmised from her expression point one of the essential tasks he had assigned Lu Jingya was to liquidate all assets under her name. Yes, it's all settled. Currently, 80% of my assets and shares in various companies are in pre-sale status. This afternoon, we will sign the agreement, and if all goes smoothly with a little maneuvering, we should see 600 billion arrive by tonight at the latest. Lu Jingya appeared quite elated. In reality, she had been selling at a loss to expedite the process. Yet the thought of being able to assist Lu Meng filled her with happiness. How are the supplies and building materials coming along? Lu Meng inquired again. The supplies were ordered from major supermarkets and suppliers in Jinghai City 2 days ago. They provided a detailed response last night, and we can expect around 20 billion worth of supplies. As for building materials, those are much easier to procure. We can gather everything from nearby cities, but they won't arrive until tomorrow, Lu Jingya replied after meticulously calculating. Lu Meng nodded in acknowledgement. With sums reaching tens of billions and hundreds of billions flowing in from banks and city suppliers, he neither understood nor cared to investigate. As long as it was satisfactory, that sufficed. However, the expenditure was not merely for satisfaction but rather preparation for what lay ahead. In 2 days, the true apocalypse would descend, with monstrous beings flooding the world. Money would turn to worthless paper, and technological weaponry would become obsolete. At that moment, the paramount concerns would be resources and safety. Contemplating safety, Lu Meng regarded Lu Jingya with a grave expression. Is there truly no way to secure that plot of land privately, even if it means offering several times the price? Meng, I genuinely did my utmost. That plot of land is not under the jurisdiction of the relevant personnel in Jinghai City, and I've heard that other cities will also be contesting it, making it nearly impossible to acquire privately. Lu Jingya explained, her face tinged with remorse. She could not fathom why Lu Meng was so insistent on that exorbitant piece of land, willing to go to any lengths to obtain it. Yet she recognized that she had not fulfilled his expectations in this matter. Do not overthink it, Lu Meng reassured her. You have performed admirably. I am quite satisfied. If we ultimately fail to secure that plot in the bidding, regardless of who wins, I will ensure it is transferred to me, even if I must pay a staggering price. His voice carried a chilling resolve, signifying Lu Meng's determination. Anyone privy to the truth would deem him insane. With the apocalypse looming, what use was there in acquiring land? Yet, in truth, The piece of prime real estate within Jinghai City held immeasurable value, both before and after the cataclysm in his previous life. As the apocalypse struck and monstrous entities invaded, divine projections also descended upon the world. Within the city of Jinghai, a neutral demigod projection has descended, the god of goblins, Karnaloth, as one of the rare neutral demigods. Karnaloth does not harbor malice towards any race. On the contrary, as a deity of goblins, he delights in libations and investments, placing immense importance on adhering to agreements. According to an S-rank bloodline awakener who encountered Karnaloth at that time, the projection appeared near a particular plot of land, and upon first glance, it was captivated by that very parcel, intending to invest in the construction of a tavern. Consequently, the fortunate S-rank bloodline awakener found himself akin to receiving a quest. After 7 days of arduous effort, he finally completed the first 3 stages of the task. However, just as he was on the brink of success in the 4th stage, tragedy struck. Karnaloth, who places great emphasis on agreements, demanded proof of ownership for the land, specifically documentation recognized by human society. Most crucially, it was impossible to fabricate such proof in the presence of a demigod. The name on the land ownership title had to match his own. It is said that this demand nearly drove the S-rank bloodline awakener to despair. In a post-apocalyptic world, where could he procure such proof of ownership? Alas, due to these circumstances, his mission ended in failure. Later, news spread that an S-rank bloodline awakener in the nearby city of Binjiang successfully completed the task entrusted by Karnaloth and possessed the rightful ownership of the land. This revelation nearly drove the S-rank bloodline awakener in Jinghai to madness. The reason being, the reward was none other than the title of lord. What is a lord? Similar to a demigod's representative, yet with a status inferior to that of a demigod's envoy. Both roles have their merits. A lord recognized by a demigod is granted protection under the rules, ensuring safety within their territory from any monstrous assaults beneath the gods. Conversely, while a demigod's envoy may appear more prestigious and maintain a closer relationship with the demigods, their ranks vary widely. A poorly faring envoy is akin to a demigod's hound, while a highly esteemed envoy may even be able to summon the aid of a demigod. In comparison, becoming a lord is decidedly more advantageous. After all, during the first 3 years of the apocalypse, demigods could only manifest projections and could not descend in their true forms. Thus, attaining the title of lord and securing a safe territory is the dream of every human. This is also something Lu Meng must acquire. Chapter 27. All preparations are complete. Qiu Shuang listened, somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, she managed to grasp the key points. Firstly, Lu Jingya has liquidated most of her assets, leaving only the Yuyuan Biotechnology Company unsold. Secondly, Lu Meng and Lu Jingya intend to acquire the recently coveted prime piece of land in Jinghai. No, to be precise, Lu Meng plans to acquire it, while Lu Jingya will provide the funding. However, even so, it seems unnecessary to sell off the majority of her assets to purchase substantial supplies and construction materials, does it not? It is essential to note that in this sweltering heat, maintaining billions worth of supplies and freshness incurs astronomical costs, rendering the endeavor somewhat counterproductive. Jingya, please explain this to Qiu Shuang, Lu Meng said, noticing Qiu Shuang's puzzled expression, signaling Lu Jingya to elaborate. Now that Qiu Shuang has been integrated, her loyalty is assured, and revealing some truths is not an issue. 10 minutes later, Qiu Shuang finally regained her composure. It appears that the world is indeed about to change. As the forensic expert of the Jinghai City Bureau and the chief consultant of Yuyuan Technology Company, she has witnessed a plethora of unnatural events, with the recent incidents of unusual animal attacks being among them. Moreover, the truths she learned from Lu Meng's account have solidified her belief. In that case, I suggest we retain Yuyuan Biotechnology Company, and we must find a way to keep all the female employees. Qiu Shuang spoke slowly. Please elaborate on your reasoning. Lu Jingya pondered for a moment, signaling Qiu Shuang to continue. The decision not to sell Yuyuan Biotechnology Company is not born from sentimentality, but from the fact that such a burdensome company is undesirable for anyone to take over. The annual research expenses are exorbitant, and genuine results are scarce. Were it not for partial governmental support, it is unlikely she could continue. If this world is truly on the brink of mutation, then the company's technology will advance dramatically, proving greatly beneficial to Meng.as for the reason to retain only female employees. At this juncture, Qiu Shuang glanced at Lu Meng, refraining from elaborating further. Lu Jingya nodded, fully comprehending Qiu Shuang's implication. The more powerful the man, the more domineering he tends to be, and Lu Meng is no exception. No. Yuyuan Biotechnology Company cannot be retained. Suddenly, Lu Meng shook his head. Tomorrow, we will relocate all the equipment, technology, and female employees to the office building you recently acquired, Jingya. Due to the issues surrounding Tsinghua Biyuan, Lu Meng does not intend to establish this place as their initial stronghold, but rather, he has instructed Lu Jingya to purchase a nearby office building adjacent to the prime land. All right, I will notify them to prepare immediately. Lu Jingya's execution is remarkably efficient. Having said that, she picks up her phone a few minutes later. Everything is arranged. Lu Jingya turned to Lu Meng and said, Meng, of the individuals on the list you provided, I only managed to locate 20, and only 10 are willing to join us. Additionally, I have contacted 5 security companies under the banner of Yuyuan Biotechnology Company. They are currently on standby at the designated locations I provided, and they should successfully capture some anomalous creatures tonight. 2 days prior, Lu Meng's final task for her was to locate 30 women within Jinghai City and, upon finding them, to persuade them to join Yuyuan Technology Company. As for the sudden increase in security investment to capture anomalous creatures, that was her own initiative. After witnessing the value of magic sources, she is keenly aware of their significance. In these crucial moments, she does not hesitate to utilize every resource at her disposal to strengthen their small team and bolster Lu Meng. Impressive. Lu Meng's eyes lit up. Yuyuan Biotechnology Company specializes in biological research and has collaborated with the Jinghai City Bureau, employing security companies under its name to capture magical beings in order to swiftly obtain magic sources is both reasonable and lawful, something even he had not anticipated. As for the search for individuals, let us leave it at that. Securing 10 is already commendable. Seizing this opportunity, before the land bidding commences tomorrow, ensure they are brought to that office building alongside Xiao Ru. Lu Meng nodded. This is his final step in the plan. Although Jinghai City is not large, it is still a considerable urban area. Relying solely on chance to randomly encounter women that meet the system's criteria would be a long and uncertain endeavor. Thus, 2 days ago, based on memories from his past life, he compiled a list of women in Jinghai City who fit the system's inclusion standards. As for whether there are any omissions, he had already remembered quite a bit, which is quite impressive in itself. Furthermore, he did not expect Lu Jingya to have the connections to gather every individual on the list. However, securing a portion is sufficient, for one of the system's functions is the ability to merge bloodlines. This means that as long as there are enough A-rank bloodlines, he can achieve a qualitative transformation through quantitative accumulation. Of course, all of this hinges on successful enrollment. Understood. I will send those 10 individuals over before I head to the bank this afternoon. Qiu Shuang, accompany me. Lu Jingya has always been decisive when it comes to business matters, and her current priority is to assist Lu Meng in every possible way. Thus, the 2 women departed. Lu Meng suddenly felt a twinge of boredom. Having delegated all his responsibilities, he found himself quite at ease, or rather, bored. In this state of profound ennui, Lu Meng resolved to visit Yunru. After swiftly absorbing the magic source from the magical cat, enhancing his physical condition once more, Lu Meng set out. Upon arriving at Yunru's residence, his life regained its allure. For Yunru seemed to have mastered the manipulation of her succubus bloodline even more adeptly, and her collection of various colored Balenciaga outfits was nothing short of extravagant. At 7 in the evening, Lu Jingya and Qiu Shuang completed all their business and arrived at Yunru's home. Shortly thereafter, the 4 of them drove to the office building located near the city center. The building boasts 28 floors, ranking among the prominent office buildings in Jinghai City. However, at this moment, the original occupants of the building had been entirely cleared out, leaving only movers busily transporting various supplies into the building, while construction workers reinforced the floor surfaces. Let us reside on the 2nd floor. Lu Meng habitually led the 3 women on a tour around the vicinity of the office building. After surveying the terrain and the proximity to the prime land, he leisurely ascended to the spacious room on the 2nd floor that had been pre-selected. The room's decor was remarkably novel. With an array of clothing and items meticulously arranged, these were all preparations Lu Meng had arranged through Lu Jingya in advance. Meng, are we going to stay here for an extended period? Yunru inquired, her curiosity piqued by Lu Meng's thorough preparations. Yes, precisely. Lu Meng nodded, glancing at the 3 women. If all goes well, we shall reside here for the next 2 years. Yet, he refrained from explaining the specific reasons. Chapter 28. What is happening to this world? There are certain matters I must discuss with you earnestly. I hope you can remember them well and also comprehend what is truly happening in this world. Lu Meng, having wandered around the room for a bit, took a seat on the sofa, the playful demeanor on his face vanishing. The three women fell silent, taken aback by his tone, though Lu Jingya seemed to have anticipated something. Though her acquaintance with Lu Meng may not be the longest, it is certainly the most profound. I believe you have personally felt the distinctiveness within yourselves. Lu Meng began to speak, asserting that under the system's influence, any woman recorded within it harbors no possibility of betrayal. Thus, he intended to prompt the three women to confront some harsh realities. The unique abilities you possess will soon be commonplace among nearly everyone. What? The three women were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, their faces reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions: shock, unease, and even a hint of dissatisfaction. This is how human nature operates. When one possesses something solely or in scarce numbers, there is a sense of fortune and exhilaration. Yet, once that uniqueness diminishes, dissatisfaction emerges. However, this was merely a minor interlude, and the three women did not express significant dissent. I refer to these exceptional abilities as the power of bloodlines. Each individual harbors latent bloodline power within them. The difference lies in the individuals themselves, as each bloodline power varies. The bloodlines you three have awakened are exceedingly rare, even amidst a global population of 7 billion. Lu Meng continued, recognizing that a relentless barrage of discouragement would not suffice. A balanced approach was necessary. He was not speaking falsely. Statistics from his previous life indicated that the probability of a human possessing an A-grade bloodline is roughly 1 in 10,000. While that of an S-grade bloodline plummets to 1 in 100,000. Tio put it bluntly, awakening an S-grade or even higher bloodline could very well warrant a lottery ticket. The three women nodded in agreement, finding Lu Meng's words more palatable. Lastly, and most crucially, suddenly, Lu Meng's expression grew more grave. I trust you have encountered those extraordinary creatures. Yun Ru's initial encounter was with a hellhound, Lu Jingya's with a dream eater. And as for Qiu Shuang, being a forensic expert with the Municipal Bureau and the chief consultant for Yuyuan Biotechnology Company, she has likely encountered the most magical creatures among the three. These extraordinary creatures possess anatomical structures that diverge significantly from ordinary animals, exhibiting bone density and body mass that surpass conventional limits. Logically speaking, they are at the forefront of evolutionary advancement. Qiu Shuang chimed in, asserting her professional authority. The other two women exchanged glances once more, remaining silent as they awaited Lu Meng's next words. Qiu Shuang is correct. Those creatures are indeed exceptional, surpassing the evolutionary pace of their corresponding biological counterparts. However, I do not refer to them as animals, but rather as magical beasts. Lu Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. The existence of magical beasts is intrinsically linked to the enhancement of bloodlines. Upon the initial awakening of one's bloodline, individuals will gain certain extraordinary abilities, albeit superficial in nature, necessitating ongoing cultivation. Once the bloodline reaches a certain level of refinement, it will yield powers beyond human comprehension, even enabling the moving of mountains and filling of seas. Moving mountains and filling seas. The pupils of the three women contracted in astonishment. This was no jest. It was indeed the truth. From a human evolutionary perspective, if one were to fully harness their inherent potential, the possibilities would be limitless. As for how to enhance one's bloodline, it necessitates the slaying of those magical beasts to obtain their magical essence. Jingya has already witnessed this, and you too shall encounter it in due course. Lu Meng elaborated on the relationship between magical beasts, magical essence, and bloodlines. The three women remained silent, deep in contemplation, requiring time to digest this information. Lu Meng was in no rush. Once incorporated into the system, these individuals would exhibit unwavering loyalty, complying with his every command without betrayal. However, this did not imply that those recorded lacked intellect. Otherwise, it would be akin to being accompanied by a throng of mere tools. Or rather, robots. Meng, I have a question. Suddenly, Lu Jingya, with a furrowed brow, spoke up, is the world about to change? From Lu Meng's earlier remarks, she had deduced several implications. Firstly, soon, everyone would awaken their bloodlines, fundamentally upheaving human society as we know it. Secondly, the emergence of magical beasts is not a coincidence, but rather a portent. Thirdly, the significance of magical essence. From these points, she subtly surmised that the world was on the cusp of transformation. Indeed, The world's anomalous shifts have been occurring, though ordinary people remain blissfully unaware. Soon, monumental changes shall unfold. Lu Meng nodded. Thus, you must comprehend that our days of tranquility are numbered. We must accomplish more within this limited time frame. Ding dong. Just as Lu Meng prepared to further instill apocalyptic notions in the women, the doorbell suddenly chimed. Who could it be at such a late hour? Could it be the construction workers mistakenly at the wrong door? Unlikely. I have already informed them to steer clear of this place. The three women furrowed their brows, for anyone disturbed by late-night knocking would feel irked. What is there to fear? Could it be a magical beast? Yet, magical beasts do not knock. Let us simply ascertain the truth. Lu Meng rose, emboldened by his skills, leading the way. However, just as he took a few steps, a thought struck him. Turning back to the three women, he remarked, since you are all rather bored, let us investigate together. Chapter 29. Supervise without overexerting yourself, Officer Mu. What brings you here? The door was ajar, and Lu Meng unexpectedly revealed half of his body, greeted by none other than Mu Yuha, with whom he had shared a few encounters. Clad in casual attire, high-waisted jeans, and a loose-fitting t-shirt, her shoulder-length hair accentuated her youthful beauty. Mu Yuha furrowed her brow, momentarily speechless. She too was taken aback. Having learned earlier today that Lu Jingya had liquidated a significant portion of her assets to purchase this office building, she intended to inquire about the situation and offer assistance. Yet, she had not anticipated encountering Lu Meng after the construction workers pointed her to the room. Lu Meng, is Sister Jingya not here? Mu Yuha's face bore an expression of suspicion, clearly inquiring about Lu Jingya's whereabouts within the office, rather than Lu Meng's presence. She had just been in the room moments ago. Now, she was nowhere to be found. Lu Meng glanced into the living room behind him, catching a glimpse of the three women who appeared tense. Are you aware of Sister Jingya's decision to sell her assets at a low price? Mu Yuha nodded, albeit with skepticism. If you know any insider information, or if Sister Jingya requires assistance, please inform me. Her intuition told her that Lu Jingya's actions were far from ordinary. A person as astute as her would not typically engage in such maneuvers. I possess some knowledge regarding this matter, and it also pertains to my business dealings with Director Lu. Recently, Director Lu has been attempting to acquire a prime piece of land nearby to delve into the catering industry. And in the past few days, she has amassed approximately 2 billion worth of material orders. Lu Meng smiled, casting a sidelong glance toward the doors. Oh, that is the case, however. It is indeed rather abrupt. Liquidating such substantial assets at a low price will result in considerable losses. Mu Yuha, upon hearing this, was largely convinced. Based on the information she had received, Lu Jingya was indeed stockpiling materials and construction supplies. Aligning with Lu Meng's account, Lu Meng shrugged it off with a nonchalant smile. In 2 days, the apocalypse will descend. At that point, who will still care about money? Strength, resources, and safety will reign supreme. By the way, Lu Meng, have you seen Xiao Shuang recently? I have not encountered her for the past 2 days. With her suspicions alleviated, Mu Yuha brought up Xiao Shuang, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy. Lu Meng's gaze flickered, deliberately shifting his body toward Xiao Shuang's location, casting a fleeting glance behind the door. The latter visibly panicked, however, under the unwavering loyalty she felt towards Lu Meng. She could not defy his slightest gesture. Even a mere glance to, Xiao Shuang. I have indeed seen her every day for the past 2 days. She should currently be with Director Lu. Lu Meng's voice elongated slightly. It is quite peculiar. These past 2 days, it seems Xiao Shuang has been intentionally avoiding me. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuha's expression turned somewhat unnatural. Not only had she been unreachable these last 2 days, but she had also rarely answered her calls. Appearing perpetually fatigued and drowsy, the instincts of a police officer are undeniably sharp. She had attempted to contact Xiao Shuang numerous times over the past 2 days, yet Xiao Shuang always seemed as if she had just awakened from a deep slumber. Lu Meng, upon hearing this, inwardly chuckled. Indeed, to assist him in luring out the magical cat, Xiao Shuang had gone sleepless for an entire day and night. After finally catching up on her rest, she had plunged into a series of tasks. Anyone in her position would undoubtedly appear drowsy. Lu Meng, do you not intend to invite me in for a visit? Suddenly, Mu Yuha's voice broke the silence again, her enchanting eyes peering through the half-open door. Surveying the interior, she sensed something amiss. As soon as she spoke, not only did Lu Meng freeze momentarily, but the three women behind the door were also taken aback. "Certainly, Officer Mu. Should you wish to come in and explore?" "You are most welcome," Lu Meng squinted, opening the door wider, positioning himself closer to Yunru. He was uncertain whether Mu Yuha had discovered something or had overlooked any details. Nevertheless, he was willing to wager that she would not choose to enter at this particular moment. "Oh well, just teasing you," Mu Yuha, seeing this, smiled faintly, her previously rising suspicions dissipating significantly. "I understand you are laboring diligently here, but there is no need for you to handle everything personally. Some of the heavy lifting can be managed by Yunru." The playful banter echoed as her beautiful eyes swept over Lu Meng's shoulders. In her heart, Lu Meng's presence here was likely a strategic maneuver, capitalizing on the connections between Yunru and Lu Jingya, coupled with their previous conversation regarding business dealings with Lu Jingya. Therefore, she could reasonably conclude that the supervisor of this office building was indeed Lu Meng. Otherwise, who would be studying steel in the dead of night without a purpose? Lu Meng, taken aback, followed Mu Yuha's gaze and then shrugged nonchalantly. "You've already voiced it. There's no need to concoct excuses or justifications. Very well, I shan't disturb you further. Dio, remember to keep me updated." Without lingering, Mu Yuha turned and walked towards the corridor. Observing this, Lu Meng intended to close the door. Suddenly, having taken a few steps, Mu Yuha pivoted back, addressing Lu Meng. "Oh, and please inform Jingya that if she truly wishes to acquire that prime piece of land, she must prepare herself mentally in advance. I have acquired some insights. It is highly likely that the Zhao family from Magic City will intervene, and Zhao Qingling, a member of the Zhao family, is currently studying at Jinghai University, having just graduated this year. The Zhao family will likely arrange for her to take over their enterprises, and that prime piece of land may very well be designated as her initial project." Zhao Qingling. Upon hearing this familiar name, Lu Meng felt a jolt in his heart. In his past life, she was renowned throughout the Dragon Country as a paragon of excellence. Before the apocalypse, she was the sole heir of the Zhao family in Magic City. With a prominent status and immense wealth, born into a life where most could only dream of reaching the pinnacle. After the apocalypse, she became an SS-level awakened bloodline user, the possessor of an angelic bloodline, Zhao Qingling. This goddess, embodying beauty, talent, and strength, was the epitome of every man's dream. Having once purified a city of monsters during the second year of the apocalypse, rightfully ranked among the top 10 experts in the Dragon Country. Do not feel overly pressured. Losing a bid to the Zhao family from Magic City is hardly a disgrace, and given Jingya's demeanor, she understands this point. Mu Yuha shook her head, observing Lu Meng's expression. Anyone aware of the Zhao families would inevitably feel a sense of helplessness. This is reality, akin to an insurmountable mountain. When one cannot see it, it is bearable, but when one confronts it directly, it only breeds a sense of futility, leaving one feeling powerless. It is a matter of human endeavor. I will inform Lu Jia about this. Suddenly, a surge of determination enveloped Lu Meng. He would secure ownership of that prime piece of land. Not even Zhao Qingling could thwart him. Chapter 30. The bidding conference inside the room, Lu Meng sat across from the three women. With Mu Yuha having departed, she left behind some unsettling news. "Meng, rest assured, I will ensure that land is within your grasp." Noticing Lu Meng's prolonged silence, Lu Jingya felt a twinge of unease. Lu Meng, returning to reality, affirmed, "That land will undoubtedly belong to us. My thoughts are focused elsewhere." He had resolved to employ any means necessary to secure that land, even considering extraordinary measures. "Your demeanor suggests otherwise." Lu Jingya hesitated, her concern mirrored in the expressions of the other two women. Lu Meng was not his usual self, lacking his customary nonchalance. Clearly, he was troubled. "I am contemplating the potential upheaval that would ensue if the Zhao family's heiress were to mysteriously vanish in Jinghai City." Among the drastic measures he pondered was the possibility of failing the bid and forcibly abducting Zhao Qingling, who had yet to awaken her bloodline, compelling her to transfer ownership of the land to him. However, such an approach would undoubtedly jeopardize Zhao Qingling's life. Faced with an SS-level bloodline user and a woman of extraordinary beauty, he felt it would be a waste. He had also considered the option of recruiting Zhao Qingling, but after abducting her, gaining her trust and favor would be exceedingly difficult, let alone recruiting her. Perhaps this could work. Suddenly, a coherent plan formed in his mind. First, he would engage in the bidding process normally. If he succeeded, that would be ideal, but if he failed, he would resort to his secondary plan. With the plan established, Lu Meng ceased his ruminations and fell into a deep sleep. The following morning, the four of them drove to the bidding venue, the Huaya Building B in Jinghai City. A number of luxury cars occupied the parking spaces, though not many, there were still dozens, indicating that several wealthy businessmen from Jinghai City had their sights set on this bidding event. Upon entering the building, Lu Meng and his companions drew considerable attention, primarily due to the three women accompanying him. One donned a flowing white gown, exuding a pure yet alluring charm, her long legs occasionally visible, inciting admiration. Another wore a black slit gown, showcasing her sensuality and allure, her swaying hips captivating countless gazes, radiating an air of regal authority. The third was clad in a form-fitting business attire, her striking figure starkly contrasting with the other women present, leaving everyone enchanted. Indeed, today, Lu Jingya and her companions had made a deliberate effort to present themselves beautifully, as they accompanied Lu Meng to the bidding, ensuring his reputation remained untarnished. Lu Zong, you've arrived. At that moment, a rotund middle-aged man approached, adorned with an expensive watch. He glanced at Lu Jingya and Yunru, who were flanking Lu Meng, before finally fixing his gaze on Lu Meng. Could Lu Zong introduce me to this esteemed individual? Clearly, this man was astute. Individuals of such high social standing, while often fond of women, particularly exceptional ones, were not easily swayed by lust. They understood that connections were far more valuable than mere physical allure. Now, with two stunning beauties beside Lu Meng, one of whom was the illustrious Lu Jingya, his identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Lu Meng, our boyfriend, Lu Jingya candidly acknowledged, glancing at the rotund man. The declaration, though softly spoken, resonated loudly, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd to their small group. What a chaotic circle! The rotund man chuckled awkwardly as he returned to his seat, yet he had etched Lu Meng's name into his memory. Often, a man's success could be gauged by the quality of the women around him, and it was clear that Lu Meng belonged to the category of undeniably successful men. However, he had never heard of this name. Likely because Lu Meng was a newcomer drawn by the allure of the land, possibly a member of a mysterious family. After all, the Zhao family's heiress was also attending today, and it was not surprising for other prominent families' offspring to be present. Lu Meng, is there such a person in Jinghai City? Never heard of him, but haven't you noticed that Enchantress Lu Jingya is behaving so submissively beside him? He is probably an outsider, akin to Zhao Qingling. Today is bound to be interesting. It seems this prime piece of land may elude us. Whispers filled the air as curiosity about Lu Meng's identity rippled through the crowd. Meng, shall we take our seats? The four did not linger, as Lu Jingya led Lu Meng and the others to the front row, a privilege befitting her status in Jinghai City. You three look stunning today. I half expected some oblivious souls to provoke us, giving me a chance to retaliate, but instead, everyone seems so well behaved. Once seated, Lu Meng smiled at the three women beside him. Pfft. The trio stifled their laughter simultaneously. Lu Jingya remarked, everyone here is a successful individual from Jinghai City. Only the newly wealthy lack the qualifications to attend. They're all astute and will undoubtedly speculate about your identity. Meng, do you believe that more than half of them are contemplating how to forge connections with you? Is that so? Lu Meng's expression turned contemplative as he nodded slightly. Ultimately, the foolishly ostentatious and lustful figures only existed in novels. In reality, successful individuals possessed far greater discernment. Zhao Qingling has arrived. Is that truly Zhao Qingling? The Zhao family is indeed preparing to stake their claim on that prime land. Suddenly, a murmur swept through the hall, compelling everyone to turn their gaze towards the entrance. Lu Meng naturally followed suit. A figure in a flowing white dress graced his sight. Without a trace of makeup or adornments, she wore an ambiguous smile that seemed to hint at secrets. Her flawless features appeared as if sculpted by a master artisan, particularly her clear, captivating eyes that evoked a sense of tranquility. This was Zhao Qingling. Upon her entrance, all other women dimmed in comparison, and even Lu Meng found himself momentarily entranced. Zhao Qingling's beauty was distinct from that of Lu Jingya and her companions. Her allure lay more in her ethereal grace, resembling a celestial lotus. Breathtakingly beautiful yet sacredly untouched. Miss, young Master Qin, your seats are over there. Four bodyguards clad in black escorted Zhao Qingling and a striking young man to the front row. Ding! Detecting a compatible target for recruitment beside the host. Zhao Qingling, angelic bloodline. SS level, Upon successful recruitment, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline, Demon Angel Bloodline, SS level. Please choose whether to set her as a target for strategy. Chapter 31. Psychological Warfare. Indeed, it is the angelic bloodline. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air as Zhao Qingling took a seat not far from Lu Meng. With an angelic bloodline, she undoubtedly ranked among the elite of the known SS-grade bloodlines. The emergence of angelic holy light served as a bane to nearly all magical creatures, proving far more targeted than the A-grade demon-slaying bloodline. Lu Meng possessed a deeper understanding of the heavenly demon bloodline. He had once witnessed an emperor-level powerhouse endowed with this bloodline battling against the projection of the Lord of Desire. That clash had plunged the heavens into darkness and the earth into chaos. Overshadowing the sun and moon, on that day, demonic energy surged, sending shivers through every race. Although the heavenly demon bloodline's emperor-level warrior ultimately fell, its fearsome reputation was firmly established, securing a place among the top 3 of the known SS-grade bloodlines. It is worth noting that the projection of the Lord of Desire, even as a mere projection, bore strength that surpassed the Emperor realm, nearing the power of a lower deity in the previous life. It was well known that humans, upon awakening their bloodlines, could only be referred to as novices until they absorbed a certain amount of demonic essence to enter the dawn realm. Following that were the morning light, enlightenment, sun radiance, monarch, emperor, and deity stages. As for the specific classification of divine ranks, Lu Meng was not entirely certain, only aware that distinctions existed between higher and lower deities. The Lord of Desire was indeed a higher deity. The fact that the heavenly demon bloodline's emperor-level warrior could contend with the projection of the Lord of Desire to such a degree highlighted the terrifying nature of the heavenly demon bloodline. Noticing Lu Meng's unwavering gaze, Zhao Qingling, akin to a blooming blue lotus, offered him a subtle nod. Calm, elegant, and devoid of any disdain, she embodied the essence of a refined lady. The handsome man beside Zhao Qingling, seemingly Qin Yu, the eldest son of the Qin family from Demon City, also nodded toward Lu Meng, dispelling any anticipated scene of jealousy or trouble from a wealthy heir. Lu Meng recognized that Qin Yu had long been pursuing Zhao Qingling, and it was unexpected for him to attend this event for her graduation. At that moment, Lu Jingya's voice rang out, evidently indicating her familiarity with Qin Yu. "Are you worried?" Lu Meng slightly shook his head, turning to whisper in Lu Jingya's ear, "There is nothing to be concerned about. The land is undoubtedly ours. When they begin bidding, refrain from placing a bid just yet. I understand." Upon hearing Lu Meng's plan, Lu Jingya nodded discreetly, comprehending his intentions. Before long, a multitude of business magnates from Jinghai City and beyond gathered, and the designated time for the auction had arrived. A host dressed in a qipao emerged from backstage. Standing at an impressive height of 176 cm, her hair elegantly styled, exuding an air of maturity, it was Feng Yadi. It was surprising that she was the one to host this event. Lu Jingya's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Not only Lu Jingya, but even the auction participants behind Lu Meng began to murmur amongst themselves. With Feng Yadi present, it was evident that the higher-ups placed great importance on this auction. Rumor had it that plans were underway for the development of Jinghai City over the next decade, and this parcel of land was of paramount significance. Starting at 100 billion, it was estimated that the final transaction price would exceed 300 billion. It seemed they had come in vain. Clearly, Feng Yadi's appearance had opened many eyes to the situation. "Welcome, everyone, to this auction. I am Feng Yadi, and I will be your host for today's proceedings." Her melodious voice resonated as she confidently surveyed the crowd, pausing momentarily at the front row before clapping her hands. Soon, 2 stunning women clad in kipeos presented a red tray. The sense of ceremony was palpable, Lu Meng observed, silently rating the display. A simple red tray would ordinarily suffice for one person to carry. Yet the emphasis on this occasion was unmistakable. "Esteemed guests, upon this tray lies the ownership of the central street of Jinghai City. Due to recent policy changes, the auction will proceed in a simplified manner. The successful bidder may sign the land ownership agreement on site. Now, the bidding will officially commence. The starting price is 100 billion, with increments no less than 1 billion. Her clear voice grew louder as the auction began. 101 billion. A middle-aged man in formal attire promptly raised his paddle. 102 billion. Immediately, another participant followed suit, casting a furtive glance at the front row, clearly harboring a sense of hope. 103 billion. 105 billion. 110 billion. Before long, the bids escalated to 150 billion. Yet at this price point, the number of bidders had noticeably dwindled, while those seated in the front row remained silent. 200 billion. Suddenly, a gruff voice rang out. Lu Meng instinctively turned to the source of the bid, recognizing none other than the rotund gentleman who had initially sought to befriend him. It seemed Wang the Fat was ready to take a gamble. He was certainly cunning, but this time he might be outsmarted. Lu Jingya also turned to Lu Meng and quietly inquired, "Meng, should we follow suit now?" She felt the timing was right to consider entering the fray. "Not yet. A few more players have yet to reveal their hands." Lu Meng shook his head, glancing at the individuals in the front row. Sometimes, bidding is much like gambling. It requires psychological warfare. However, Wang the Fat's unexpected bid had clearly unsettled some participants. 210 billion. A refined, middle-aged man in the front row initiated a counterbid. 220 billion. Wang the Fat remained seated, continuing to bid. 230 billion. The cultured middle-aged man responded once more. 250 billion. The price continued to climb, this time from another participant in the front row. 250 billion was nearly the final price from the previous life, Lu Meng pondered. He recalled that in the past, this coveted land was ultimately acquired by Zhao Qingling for 300 billion. 300 billion. Just when everyone had resigned themselves, Qin Yu, seated beside Zhao Qingling, declared a nearly capped price. As expected, following Qin Yu's announcement of 300 billion, all bidders beyond the front row fell silent. The two parties in the front row exchanged hesitant glances between Zhao Qingling and Qin Yu, ultimately opting not to raise their paddles. 300 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Feng Yeti's clear voice echoed once more as she maintained a professional smile, her gaze lingering on Lu Jingya for a moment. 301 billion. Suddenly, another voice chimed in. All eyes turned toward the source. Do not misunderstand. It was not Lu Meng bidding, but rather Wang the Fat seated in the second row. Chapter 32. Auction success. 310 billion. Qin Yu maintained a calm demeanor, offering a new price without even turning around. 311 billion. Wang the Fat continued to raise his bid by 1 billion. 320 billion. Qin Yu remained unfazed, yet his peripheral vision involuntarily darted toward the second row. 321 billion. Wang the Fat bid again, but his offer still only exceeded Qin Yu's by 1 billion. That moment, everyone regarded Wang the Fat with bemusement. What was he doing? A typically astute individual, why was he acting so foolishly now? The few in the front row had clearly given up, yet Wang the Fat persisted. The whispers of the crowd echoed around them. All present were sharp-witted. They recognized that Wang the Fat was deliberately trying to provoke Qin Yu, yet no one could discern his motivations. 330 billion. Now, Qin Yu could no longer contain himself, turning abruptly with a shadow of anger flickering in his deep-set eyes. Despite his excellent upbringing, he could not tolerate such mockery. 331 billion. Wang the Fat countered again. Lu Meng observed with curiosity, as he could clearly discern the resentment hidden deep within Wang the Fat's gaze. Clearly, there was animosity between him and Qin Yu, though it seemed Qin Yu was oblivious. 350 billion. Qin Yu rose to his feet, struggling to maintain his composure, yet anyone could see his mounting fury. For a brief moment, Wang the Fat hesitated, ultimately refraining from further bidding. His financial standing was apparent. 350 billion was his limit, and he merely sought to irritate Qin Yu. However, just as everyone assumed Wang the Fat would not bid again and turned their attention elsewhere, Lu Meng noticed Wang the Fat unexpectedly nodding at him with a smile, a knowing glimmer in his expression. How intriguing! Lu Meng returned the smiled eye in that instant. He seemed to grasp Wang the Fat's intention. 350 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Feng Yeti's voice resounded once more, counting down the bids. 350 billion once, 350 billion twice, 350 billion three. Just as her words hung in the air, poised to strike the gavel, a calm voice unexpectedly rang out. 500 billion. The voice was soft yet reverberated throughout the hall. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Qin Yu could not help but rise again. Has everyone lost their minds? That piece of land, though golden, has no remaining profit at a bid of 350 billion. My goodness. This amounts to 50 billion. Who on earth could it be? It seems to be Lu Jingya's boyfriend? No, it cannot be that simple. If he were merely Lu Jingya's naive boyfriend, she would never allow such recklessness. Could he possibly be one of those scions from prominent families? At this moment, all present could not help but speculate about Lu Meng's true identity. Even Zhao Qingling's clear gaze was fixed upon him. Qin Yu hesitated, glancing at Zhao Qingling by his side, then at Lu Meng, contemplating another bid. However, when his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of Wang Pengzi, he was taken aback. Wang Pengzi was incessantly exchanging glances with Lu Meng. No way! Suddenly, he realized something. These two are in cahoots, intentionally driving up the price. If they wish to inflate the bid, let them. In an instant, he regained his composure. Such scenarios are quite common during bidding and auctions. Often, many bidders, fully aware that they cannot secure the item, will resort to maliciously inflating the price, solely to vex those determined opponents. I refuse to believe that in a place like this, they can suddenly produce such vast liquid assets. Coming to this conclusion, Qin Yu refrained from continuing to raise his bid. 50 billion was not beyond his means, especially with Zhao Qingling's presence, but it was unnecessary to be manipulated into paying an additional 150 billion. Moreover, as long as the individual who made the bid cannot produce the corresponding liquid assets, the bidding rights will ultimately revert to him. Qingling, the price of 50 billion already far exceeds the value of that piece of land. Qin Yu calmly took a seat, addressing Zhao Qingling. However, it is implausible for individuals from such a small place to suddenly procure 50 billion in liquid assets. They are merely trying to drive up the price. The land will ultimately belong to us. Zhao Qingling, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Qin Yu and replied nonchalantly. 50 billion has already surpassed the value of that land. Regardless of whether they are making malicious bids, I will not spend more than 350 billion on that piece of land. As she spoke, she cast a deep look at Lu Meng, an exceedingly handsome man, his simple attire devoid of any formality. Yet he seemed to exude great charisma. 50 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Feng Yadi was beaming with delight. She had never anticipated that this prime piece of land would fetch such a price of 50 billion. And her attention had been entirely focused on Lu Jingya. Among the wealthy merchants in Jinghai City, only a handful could contend with the Zhao family, yet unexpectedly, it was a man she had never heard of before who bid 50 billion. Moreover, it appeared that this man had come with Lu Jingya. Witnessing the silence in the room, Feng Yadi began to call out again. 50 billion once, 50 billion twice, 50 billion thrice. Sold. As the gavel fell, Lu Meng's heart slowly settled. The dust had finally settled. Although he spent 50 billion, it was undoubtedly worth every penny. Sir, congratulations on securing the development rights for the central street of Jinghai City. Feng Yadi personally approached Lu Meng with a red tray, a smile adorning her face. We can sign the agreement immediately. Rest assured, I have full authority. The implication was quite clear. It was time to pay. The crowd around them looked at Lu Meng with curiosity. There were those who speculated that Lu Meng was making a malicious bid, as such occurrences were not unheard of. Let us see how you managed to produce such a large amount of liquid assets. Qin Yu's face remained expressionless, yet internally he scoffed, convinced that Lu Meng could not possibly conjure 50 billion. Oh, so payment is required? Lu Meng straightforwardly inquired. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Feng Yadi's face, though it quickly vanished as she maintained her professional smile, saying, Sir, as per prior arrangements, it is indeed necessary for the transaction to take place on site. Could it be that this lad is genuinely attempting to inflate the price maliciously? The onlookers could not help but entertain the same thought. Typically, successful bidders engage in pleasantries first, yet Lu Meng did not. Understood. Lu Meng nodded, slowly rising to his feet, taking the pin from the red tray. And looking at Lu Jingya, he said, Jingya, please make the payment. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire hall. Chapter 33. Do you think others are fools? What? Everyone was left in a stupor. This fellow is bidding yet expects the woman to foot the bill. Moreover, judging by Lu Meng's demeanor, it was evident he intended to sign his name on the ownership of that land. It was rumored that Lu Jingya had been selling her assets at a low price recently. It turns out she was truly doing so for this piece of land. I have heard about that as well. But this does not seem right. Clearly, it was Lu Meng who was to sign. Why is Lu Jingya paying? And what kind of woman is Lu Jingya? You all know she would never act without benefit. Would she genuinely be willing to pay? Could it be that Lu Meng is merely a kept man, without any funds of his own? You might as well say we are all beggars. Which would be more believable? What kind of woman is Lu Jingya? Having interacted for 5 or 6 years, has she ever shown warmth to any man? Lu Meng's actions genuinely shocked the wealthy merchants present. Even Qin Yu displayed a look of astonishment. However, everyone understood that the pivotal question now was whether Lu Jingya would indeed pay for Lu Meng. Just then, Lu Jingya gracefully stood up, her black slit cheongsam commanding attention as she approached Feng Yadi, saying, XX Bank, 50 billion in liquid assets, transfer it immediately. A black card appeared on the red tray. Holy cow, she is truly willing to pay. This is 50 billion. Has Lu Jingya lost her mind? Selling assets for a kept man? A collective gasp echoed as people were left speechless in disbelief. While some had considered that Lu Jingya might pay, none anticipated her to do so directly. Feng Yadi was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, glancing at the markings on the black card before dialing a number. Hello, this is Feng Yadi. Please verify the XX card, under the name Lu Jingya. Yes, thank you. The call was brief and soon concluded. Feng Yadi, smiling, looked at Lu Jingya, saying, Miss Lu, confirmation has been received. The funds are secure, and we can now proceed to sign the agreement. With that, she voluntarily extended another pin towards Lu Jingya. At this moment, she had come to understand. Lu Meng was most likely just the bidder. After all, who would spend 50 billion on this prime land only to transfer ownership to someone else? The others present also began to grasp the situation. Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Meng is likely just the bidder, with Lu Jingya being the one truly orchestrating things behind the scenes. No wonder, I thought Lu Jingya, such a clever woman, would never act foolishly. The truth was revealed, yet Lu Meng remained remarkably composed, his expression unchanged in such circumstances. A wave of chatter ensued as everyone comprehended Feng Yadi's actions. Did Miss Feng misunderstand something? Suddenly, Lu Jingya's expression turned icy as she did not take the pin from Feng Yadi's hand, stating, My boyfriend made the bid, therefore the ownership of that land naturally belongs to him. Having said this, the frost on her face melted away as she stepped forward, linking her arm with Lu Meng's, saying, Meng, go ahead and sign. This is the very thing you desire. I am delighted to present it to you as a gift. Excellent. Lu Meng smiled slightly, calmly writing his name on the agreement in front of the astonished crowd. Someone pinch me. I must be dreaming. My heavens, has Lu Jingya truly lost her mind? Or am I the one going mad? 50 billion just like that, transferred as a gift? This kept man is truly unprecedented. I have seen men living off women, but never one who could live so lavishly. Renowned wealthy merchants felt as though they were in a dream. At that moment, they wished they could be Lu Jingya's kept man. Yet, upon comparing their own appearances to Lu Meng's striking looks, they could only silently concede defeat. Oddly, a strange thought surfaced in their minds. Lu Jingya certainly has an eye for talent. How could this be possible? At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was engulfed in hatred. He had initially believed Lu Meng to be the fool, only to discover that he himself was the true clown. Moreover, it was such a stunning beauty who paid for Lu Meng, turning him into the fool. A jealousy he had never experienced before surged within him, growing ever more intense. Well then, the agreement is finalized. Congratulations, Mr. Lu. Feng Yadi, regaining her composure with remarkable professionalism, signed the agreement, her gaze lingering on Lu Meng's name as she prepared to depart. All right, we have no further business here. Let us leave. Lu Meng cast an indifferent glance at the surrounding individuals, unconcerned with their thoughts, as the benefits had already come to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingya picked up a copy of the agreement from the tray and quickly followed Lu Meng, with Yunru and Qiushuang following suit. Before long, the four of them exited the hall, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. A kept man. Has he struck gold with a wealthy woman? Alas, how frustrating. After Lu Meng's departure, many sighed in discontent. Initially, they perceived Lu Meng as a scion of a prominent family, but they were taken aback to discover that it was Lu Jingya who had to pay, a staggering 500 billion. Coupled with Lu Meng's striking good looks, he was unanimously regarded as a kept man. A group of individuals, unable to partake, lamented sourly about the grapes. At that moment, a voice of disdain suddenly pierced through the murmurs. Wang Pengzi stretched languidly and feigned a yawn, glancing at the crowd, and remarked, Have you considered that, given Lu Jingya's astuteness, it would be no simple feat to compel her to part with 500 billion? You merely see the surface. Do you truly believe others to be fools? Furthermore, even if we were all fools, the likelihood of Lu Jingya being one is slim. With this forward-thinking commentary, Wang Pengzi left with an air of nonchalance. As they watched him depart, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words. It indeed seemed plausible. Could Lu Jingya, at such a young age, stand shoulder to shoulder with them, if not surpass them? And still be foolish? Clearly not. The notion that such a shrewd woman would simply give away 500 billion seemed preposterous, unless she had lost her mind. It must surely be a calculated investment. What kind of identity could possibly warrant Lu Jingya's 500 billion investment? In an instant, speculation ran rampant among them. Though ultimately they could not deduce anything, none believed Lu Jingya had gone mad. Instead, they concluded that their own perspectives were far too narrow. Chapter 34. You think too much in the afternoon. Lu Meng and the three women celebrated exuberantly in the office, reveling for a full 2 hours before concluding their festivities. After the celebration, Lu Meng reclined comfortably on the sofa, perusing the contract in his hands. Securing ownership of the land represented an unequivocally safe haven in the impending apocalypse. Claiming not to be elated would be disingenuous. Concurrently, he began plotting his next steps. Prior to their return, 10 stunning women had been brought to the office, precisely those he had listed for Lu Jingya. Each one was at least an A-grade ability user, and their beauty was undoubtedly up to par. Reflecting on his memories, a new idea sparked in Lu Meng's mind. If he were to incorporate these individuals, might there be a chance for preliminary bloodline fusion? He felt the system was not overly demanding. If it could not facilitate the fusion of a dozen bloodlines into a new one, then perhaps the system was not worth retaining. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone on the table vibrated. A message. Lu Meng picked up the device and swiped to reveal a text. Lu Meng, first floor of Hu Hotel, urgent matters to discuss. Zhao Qingling. Zhao Qingling. The bidding has concluded. Why would she seek me out? Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback. Then it struck him that Zhao Qingling must have discovered his name. It appeared she had conducted some investigation into him. Suddenly, it all clicked. With Zhao Qingling's resources, uncovering his identity would be a trivial pursuit. She must have also learned of Lin Jingya's asset liquidation. Now, her approach likely aimed at a joint development of that plot of land. A smirk of disdain crept across Lu Meng's face. The Zhao family's influence was considerable. Although not a local power in Jinghai City, investigating him and Lu Jingya would not pose a challenge. Upon discovering that Lu Jingya had sold off her assets to acquire the land, Zhao Qingling would naturally deduce that Lu Jingya lacked sufficient funding for development. Thus, at this juncture, Zhao Qingling could conveniently propose a partnership under the guise of joint development. What a shrewd woman. It seems the so-called Celestial Maiden is not as innocent as she appears. Lu Meng recalled Zhao Qingling's past title, Celestial Maiden, pure and unsullied, compassionate towards all, hence bestowed with such an epithet. It seems I ought to meet her. Perhaps there lies an opportunity for recruitment in the future? After some contemplation, Lu Meng resolved to meet this former Celestial Maiden, though the location would not be dictated by her. He reopened his phone and replied to the message, Yayuan Hotel? Lu Meng. After sending the message, Lu Meng ceased his inquiries and briefly succumbed to slumber. When Lu Meng awakened, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Meng, you're awake? Upon noticing Lu Meng's stir, Lu Jingya promptly rose. Yunru and the others are not here. I must have overslept. I wonder if they left without me. Lu Meng glanced at the time, adjusted his attire and stated, I need to step out for a bit. I have something to attend to. With that, he exited the room. By the time Lu Meng arrived at Yayuan Hotel, it was already 6:15. Although it was not yet dark at this hour of the season, Zhao Qingling's message had been sent at 2 in the afternoon. Entering Yayuan Hotel confidently, Lu Meng harbored a sense of serendipity. To his surprise, Zhao Qingling was indeed still present in a secluded booth. A woman clad in a flowing white gown, resting her chin in one hand and gazing out the window like an angel, was none other than Zhao Qingling. She had truly waited for 4 hours. Lu Meng approached her booth, somewhat surprised. At that moment, the surroundings were filled with envious glances. Yet perhaps due to Zhao Qingling's unique aura, no one dared to approach. However, Lu Meng overheard some rather unflattering remarks. Damn, what a jerk. I've been nursing this coffee for nearly 2 hours, and he finally shows up. How could he be so late in the presence of such a beauty? 2 hours. I've had 8 cups already. I've been here for 3 hours, and my backside is sore. That beauty has been waiting at least 3 hours. Perhaps we were mistaken. That man might just be trying to hit on her. He is handsome, but that doesn't mean he is the one she is waiting for. Not far off, several middle-aged men, whose appearances were less than appealing, glared at Lu Meng with palpable disdain. Clearly, their spirits were quite low. UV arrived? Noticing the commotion around her, Zhao Qingling turned her head, her face breaking into a sweet smile, devoid of any impatience, resembling a lovesick maiden finally reuniting with her ideal partner. Kill me now. This is too much. She is really waiting for him, and smiling so sweetly. How could my goddess be so humble? Someone, please put me out of my misery. The lecherous men, witnessing this, felt despondent, pondering how delightful it would be if such an angelic smile were directed at them. What would you like to drink? Lu Meng sat down across from Zhao Qingling, exhibiting no sign of guilt for his tardiness. Juice? Zhao Qingling shot him a surprised glance. Apart from her family elders, she had never encountered a young man who could sit with her so composedly, including Qin Yu. Help yourself. Lu Meng gestured towards the middle of the booth, then uncorked a bottle of red wine. Luo Fei Manor, Karimera red wine, a symbol of understated elegance. Zhao Qingling was not bothered, inserting a straw into her juice, her clear eyes fixed on Lu Meng. What is this? Lu Meng paused with the wine glass in hand. He indeed had little knowledge of wines. He merely indulged due to his good mood. Yet in his gaze, even as Zhao Qingling sipped her juice, her delicate fingers formed a graceful pose, exuding an elegance that evoked a sense of reverence. Speak. What business do you have with me? Without wasting time, Lu Meng drained his wine glass in one go. You are quite an intriguing individual. Is it always this direct? Surprisingly, Zhao Qingling smiled, her dimples radiating youthful exuberance. Her moon-like eyes narrowing slightly, creating a captivating sight. I prefer straightforwardness. After all, men who beat around the bush rarely endure. Lu Meng chuckled. Pfft. Suddenly, Zhao Qingling's smile broadened even further. She had never encountered someone as entertaining as him among her peers. Then I shall be direct. If I say anything amiss, I hope you won't take offense. First and foremost, I apologize for investigating you without your consent. However, I believe you currently require my assistance. I am aware your liquidity is running low, and entering the catering industry at this stage is not an ideal choice. If you are willing, I can provide all the necessary development funds to purchase half of the land ownership. Jointly develop that plot and assist in selecting a suitable industry. Her voice flowed smoothly, imparting a sense of comfort. Having graduated from finance, though new to the workforce, she was indeed talented and professional. Are you suggesting you wish to purchase half of my land ownership? Lu Meng suddenly chuckled. That is roughly the idea. Zhao Qingling, holding her juice, paused momentarily. She could sense the deep disdain in Lu Meng's tone. Was my offer too low? To fully develop that land, one would need at least 200 billion. That price is already quite fair. Or is he simply biding his time? A flurry of thoughts surged within her, leaving Zhao Qingling perplexed by Lu Meng's intentions. Miss Zhao? Lu Meng's smile faded, replaced by a frosty demeanor. I understand what you're thinking, but I can only say this. You are truly overthinking it. Remember to settle the bill. He stood and turned to leave, exuding an unparalleled air of nonchalance. Before departing, he did not forget to remind Zhao Qingling to settle the bill, as he had never been accustomed to footing the bill when invited. Zhao Qingling stood up in a daze, briefly lost in thought, her eyes filled with disbelief. Goodness, what on earth did they say? Look at the sorrowful expression on the beauty's face. Has she been dumped? Oh heavens, is there no justice in this world? Could it truly be the legendary case of a man rejecting a woman? What a scoundrel, to discard such a stunning beauty so casually. The few misfits still lingering around observed Zhao Qingling's dazed demeanor, their hearts brimming with indignation. Remember to pay for the drinks? Her lips, devoid of any lipstick, softly repeated, Lu Meng. I will remember you. As she gazed at the already distant figure, a slight smile once again graced Zhao Qingling's face as she picked up her phone from the booth. Second uncle, I won't be returning for the time being. Yes, I will stay in Jinghai City for a while. There's no romance involved. I simply discovered someone intriguing, oblivious to the impact of his minor action. Lu Meng unknowingly altered the course of a future emperor-level powerhouse's life. Meanwhile, Lu Meng had already returned to his car. Although Zhao Qingling was about to leave Jinghai City and could not be recorded for now, The method he had just employed should prove effective for a woman of her exceptional stature. Leaving a lasting impression in her mind, he could contemplate the recording matter upon their next encounter. As he drove away, even Lu Meng failed to notice a pair of vengeful eyes fixated on him from a distance. Chapter 35. The Assassin Nightfall. The heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, the rain hammering against the windows like a relentless assault. In Lu Meng's room, the window stood ajar, allowing the rainwater to cascade inside. Not far from the window stood Lu Jingya and her two companions. I have told you many times. Treat your bloodline power as an integral part of your being. Only then can you unleash your maximum combat potential. Lu Meng observed the three women, his brow slightly furrowed. He had just tested their abilities, all of them restrained within the same base level. Yet apart from Lu Jingya's relatively impressive performance, Qiu Shuang and Yunru struggled significantly with harnessing their bloodline powers. My Ice Demon bloodline has been countered by Meng's Flame Demon bloodline. My bloodline seems to be somewhat suppressed as well. Qiu Shuang and Yunru spoke with a hint of grievance. Indeed, their bloodlines were hampered by Lu Meng, a benefit bestowed upon him by the system. Absolute domination and suppression. It is only under such constraints that one can truly discern their shortcomings. Lu Meng shook his head, acknowledging the truth of this. It was precisely under the conditions of suppression that the combat talent of bloodline bearers could be most effectively tested. Representing one of the fastest growth methods, however, before he could finish his thoughts, a cold expression crossed his face. A killing intent? Possessing keen senses, he detected a palpable aura of malice nearby. What's wrong, Meng? Lu Jingya rose swiftly. Her night demon bloodline was equally perceptive, and after Lu Meng's training over the past few days, her mastery over her bloodline surpassed that of her companions, indicating the approach of someone with ill intentions. A chill gradually settled on her face. Shall we take action? Having reached her current position, Lu Jingya was not one to show mercy, and she understood that a different world would dawn after tomorrow. Action was inevitable, but she insisted. I will handle this personally. A voice, forcibly restrained, echoed as if a slumbering beast within Lu Meng was beginning to awaken. Faced with the sudden arrival of assassins, he felt no fear. No trepidation, no conflict, only exhilaration in his previous life. Although the desired demon god had forcibly elevated him to the rank of monarch, how could a man who had survived for 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world be considered virtuous? Clearly, he was not. In fact, the opposite was true. Though his reborn life was splendid, he found it difficult to adapt. Yes, it was a struggle to acclimate, a disquieting inability to sense bloodshed gnawed at him. For deep within his bones lay an inherent brutality. Now, these dormant violent tendencies were finally poised to awaken. Stay in the room and do not come out. Wait for my return. Casting one last glance at the three women, Lu Meng transformed in an instant, rushing out of the room. The rain continued to pour from the night sky. Lu Meng arrived outside the office building, where thunder rumbled ominously, as if heralding something. A cruel and savage aura began to rise from Lu Meng, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Following the source of the killing intent, he advanced step by step, reaching the vicinity of the public flower bed behind the office building, where 5 figures clad in dark garments lay in wait, seemingly discussing how to evade surveillance and infiltrate the building. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell rang out. Boom! A thunderclap resonated at that moment. Illuminated by the flashes of lightning, Lu Meng, drenched by the rain, came into view of the 5 individuals. Lu Meng, through the lightning, they recognized their target. Lu Meng, is this what they call heaven's path you refuse to tread? Hell's gate you insist on entering? A chilling voice rang out as the leader of the assassins sneered. Though they could not comprehend how Lu Meng had located them or why he remained so composed. Their investigations had depicted him as an ordinary man, merely a common office worker supported by a wealthy patron. Regrettably, someone has placed a bounty on your life. Therefore, you must die. However, do not feel lonely on the road to the underworld, for your friend will accompany you. The second assassin emerged from the flower bed, rolling a spherical object to Lu Meng's feet. Boom! Another thunderclap echoed, and Lu Meng's eyes narrowed. The blood-soaked rain revealed a severed head, one that belonged to a man he had encountered before, the wealthy merchant Wang Pongzi. Your friend met this fate because he harbored resentment towards the wrong person over his sister's affairs. Thus, you shall share the same end. The voice of the third assassin sounded as three figures stepped out from behind the flower bed. The five formed a circle, subtly surrounding Lu Meng, clearly exhibiting their professionalism. Very well, very well. Suddenly, Lu Meng smiled, a cruel smile devoid of any fluctuation in his gaze. He had once watched a television show, the name of which evaded him, and had always thought it exaggerated. Yet, he never imagined that such individuals truly existed in this peaceful era. However, I must extend my gratitude to you, for without you, I would find it impossible to release the negative energy that has been building within me. With a thunderous roar, the heavens erupted once more, and Lu Meng's blood-red eyes flickered with intensity as he moved, charging at the first assassin with a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary human. Let's begin with you. The rain-soaked ground splashed as sounds reminiscent of bursting watermelons filled the air in an instant. A headless corpse lay upon the ground. A brief silence ensued, devoid of thunder, only flashes of lightning illuminating the scene. Vivid crimson blood flowed across the ground, mingling with white remnants. The remaining four assassins were left utterly stunned. They had never encountered such a terrifying individual. No, he could no longer be classified as human. For no human possessed such speed and strength. Boom. The thunder roared once more as Lu Meng, reveling in the moment, lifted his head to let the rain cascade down his face. Brutality, bloodshed, demons, perversion. These words involuntarily surfaced in the minds of the four assassins as they beheld the scene. A demon. Run! Their repressed fear finally erupted, and the four assassins turned and fled without a backward glance, relinquishing any thoughts of carrying out their assassination mission. They had been assassins for years, never having failed. Having encountered many formidable targets, yet they had never faced someone like Lu Meng. Can you escape? A roar akin to that of a beast erupted as Lu Meng charged forward once more. Who are you? What do you want? At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly pierced through the thunderous night. Lu Meng, in the flickering lightning, the owner of the voice discerned the four assassins fleeing by the flower bed. Alongside the seemingly frenzied Lu Meng. Chapter 36. A Pathological Mind. Mu Yuha. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Meng realized it was the city's police flower, Mu Yuha. What has become of you? Mu Yuha exclaimed. Unable to restrain herself upon seeing the stark contrast between Lu Meng now and the man she knew. Her gaze shifted to the four uniquely clad assassins who were fleeing, and she quickly grasped the situation. Are they attempting to kill you? Without a moment's hesitation, her innate desire to eradicate evil and aid the weak surged forth, and Mu Yuha rushed to Lu Meng's side without a second thought. Yet, the response she received was a pair of icy, bloodthirsty eyes. Lu Meng remained silent, the killing intent within him surging forth. Without sufficient bloodshed, he found it hard to halt his rampage. Like a ghost, he darted forward, swiftly closing in on the second assassin. Do not kill me, as the ruthless aura loomed ominously behind him. The assassin fell to his knees, pleading, spare me, I can reveal the identity of your employer. Such a lamentable display of professional integrity. Lu Meng scoffed. He had no need to extract information from such wretches, for in his mind, only one person possessed the audacity and resources to hire a killer while simultaneously offending the corpulent Wang. Qin Yu of the Qin family from Modu. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a powerful kick imbued with demonic energy. Bang! The assassin was sent flying 5 meters, his neck grotesquely contorted beyond recognition. Lu Meng, you? The sight left Mu Yuha utterly astonished. She had always regarded Lu Meng as merely a fortunate ordinary individual, connected to Lu Jingya through Yun Ru, never anticipating that this seemingly mundane man harbored such terrifying prowess. Most alarmingly, he had taken a life, indeed. A life in a manner beyond the comprehension of an ordinary human. Turning his gaze, Lu Meng cast a glance at Mu Yuha, his silence profound. The relentless patter of rain echoed against the ground as he moved once more. His speed defying human understanding, overtaking the third assassin who had already fled a considerable distance. You shall meet your demise as well. A fist filled with brutality swung horizontally, crimson and white splattering across the ground. Staining Lu Meng in the process. Boom, thunder rumbled, and the rain fell with increased ferocity. How terrifying! Such beings truly existed in this world. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yuha felt not only fear but an unsettling sensation that eclipsed her current predicament. Having always revered strength, She now grappled with a strange and contradictory feeling. As a police officer, she ought to intervene against Lu Meng. Yet the fear coupled with that peculiar feeling compelled her to believe that Lu Meng was justified. As those men had clearly sought to kill him first. How troublesome. Suddenly, Lu Meng let out a thunderous roar. At that moment, the remaining two assassins had retreated at least 30 meters away. Even with his speed, catching them one by one would prove challenging. Lu Meng, wake up. Sensing Lu Meng's disquiet, Mu Yuha trembled as she approached, attempting to rouse him. Yet, the ensuing scene shattered her understanding anew. Thunder crashed once more, which seemed commonplace on such a stormy night. But as Mu Yuha focused intently on Lu Meng, she was astonished to realize that the cacophony of thunder appeared to be summoned by him. Lu Meng was now enveloped in blue arcs of electricity, his visage resembling a fallen deity of chaos. Could he truly command lightning? An implausible notion flickered in her mind, swiftly dismissed. However, the next moment, rumble! 2 consecutive peals of thunder erupted simultaneously, and Mu Yuha gasped in astonishment as she beheld that the bolts of lightning did not descend from the night sky but emanated from Lu Meng himself. The twin flashes surged forth like azure dragons, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. Cries of despair echoed as the 2 assassins, who had believed they could escape, collapsed onto the ground, their bodies charred and lifeless. This dot was utterly unfathomable. Mu Yuha covered her mouth, her umbrella long forgotten, the rain soaking her entirely. You saw it all. At that moment, a voice reminiscent of hell itself resounded, and Lu Meng had inexplicably appeared by Mu Yuha's side. The carnage had concluded. Though his bloodlust had not been entirely sated, much had been released. You saw I. Mu Yuha nodded tremulously, yet reassured him, fear not, I shall not speak of this. She sensed the lingering ferocity within Lu Meng. A thirst for blood. Initially, she had merely intended to inquire about the golden land parcel that Lu Jingya had purchased for 5 billion, but fate had conspired to entangle her in such horrific events. Now, she was engulfed in an odd sense of dread, both fearing for her life at Lu Meng's hands and harboring a strange admiration, a complex reverence for strength. She had always fantasized about encountering such power, and today she had, yet it felt as though her life hung in the balance. Lu Meng remained silent, his large hand seizing Mu Yuha's neck, lifting her with a brutal grip. While it would be regrettable to eliminate a woman of A-rank bloodline who met the system's standards of beauty, it was not beyond consideration. Lu Meng, a profound sense of suffocation enveloped her, and despair washed over Mu Yuha. Yet, in this moment of despair, a familiar sensation surged within her, an echo of her time with Qiu Shuang. Memories flashed before her eyes as she recalled experiencing this very suffocation, gradually growing fond of it. Although she had withheld such desires from Qiu Shuang, fearing her reaction, now, she was reliving that experience. Lu Meng noticed Mu Yuha's peculiar reaction, his attractive eyes clouded with confusion. Could it be, even in this state of lingering bloodlust, he was momentarily taken aback? He understood what such an expression implied. Recalling what Lu Jingya and Qiu Shuang had said to him, alongside the video Lu Jingya had sent, he analyzed and compared the fragments of memory. In the end, Lu Meng discerned that Mu Yuha indeed possessed a proclivity for masochism, and rather severely at that. Loosening his grip slightly, perhaps owing to the rain and the catharsis of violence, the last remnants of his bloodlust dissipated entirely. Cough, cough. Lu Meng and Mu Yuha, now collapsed on the ground, coughed a few times. The brush with death filled her with relief, yet a subtle sense of loss lingered. Setting recorded target, Mu Yuha. Returning to his normal state, Lu Meng's gaze fell upon Mu Yuha, and an outrageous thought inexplicably arose within him. Apocalypse Beauty's compendium generated successfully. Target, 4 Mu Yuha race. Human, awakening, demon hunter spider, age, 26 personality, reveres the strong, possesses severe fantasy syndrome beauty rating, 8. 5 initial favorability, 70 description. A seemingly normal woman, yet plagued by severe fantasy syndrome. She reveres the strong while simultaneously harboring a profound masochistic tendency, which distorts her inclinations. One that having developed a pathological mindset? Please do not treat her as a normal person. She is merely a patient whose sense of responsibility and honor desperately masks her true self, so do not hesitate to expose her fade. 2. Such a pathological mindset requires potent measures for complete healing. Her masochistic tendencies have grown increasingly warped, and offering her stronger stimuli will easily realign her. Remember, do not hold back. Note: a woman embodying pathology? Masochism and delusions, somewhat tragic, yet not fatal. I believe you can heal her. Chapter 37. A world apart. This. Lu Meng was taken aback, somewhat unexpectedly, a female police officer, not only with problematic inclinations but also grappling with various psychological disorders. And intriguingly, her initial favorability rating was 70. Was this not akin to a gift? Qiu Shuang mentioned your relationship with her. Although Lu Meng felt a twinge of unexpected joy, his expression remained cold. Exposing Mu Yuha's inner secrets was a crucial point. Mu Yuha froze, her rain-soaked form trembling slightly, the white, loose t-shirt clinging to her body, high-waisted jeans wrinkling, revealing glimpses of black fishnet stockings beneath. What did Qiu Shuang say to him? Surely, she hasn't disclosed our relationship. That's impossible. Qiu Shuang has never liked men. Engaging in self-reassurance, Mu Yuha clung to her last shred of hope. Before me, there's no need to hide. I know what I ought to know. And I also know what I shouldn't. Lu Meng raised an eyebrow, his not-so-brawny figure appearing quite imposing in the light of the thunder. Mu Yuha remained silent, uncertain of Lu Meng's intentions or whether he sought to extract information from her. Take a look at this. If I'm not mistaken, it should be you. Lu Meng retrieved his damp phone from his pocket. Thankfully, although the rain poured heavily, the phone remained functional due to the brief time spent outside. Utilizing facial recognition, a video was unlocked, and Lu Meng bent down to place the phone before Mu Yuha's eyes. The video played. The content shocked Mu Yuha. Familiar scenes unfolded before her, familiar faces, a soft bed, and pink-themed decor. In an instant, she was rendered speechless, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. I am well aware of the past of Qiu Shuang. Jingya has informed me that the past is merely a series of bygone events. Whether absurd accidents or youthful ignorance, yet it remains in the past. Lu Meng slowly began to speak, his voice intensifying with emphasis. Moreover, Qiu Shuang has now been cured by me. Mu Yu, he felt her heart in turmoil and finally murmured. Is this the reason she has been unwilling to see me these past few days? A sense of despair and heartache washed over her, yet it was overshadowed by a profound melancholy. She recalled Qiu Shuang's unusual behavior recently, no longer reaching out as frequently as before, and they had not met even once. It turned out that all of this was because of the man before her. She raised her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions directed at Lu Meng. There was no pain of losing a lover, nor the hatred of having a lover taken away. Only an overwhelming sense of helplessness filled her heart. Indeed, he has healed Qiu Shuang. It was only right for Qiu Shuang to depart from me. Her feelings became increasingly intricate and chaotic, and she could not help but reminisce about the moments shared with Qiu Shuang. They were both special individuals, privy to each other's secrets. It was only in the presence of Qiu Shuang that she dared to express her innermost thoughts. Yet now, Qiu Shuang had also left her. What am I to do? Mu Yu, he could not help but ponder within her heart. At this moment, she was certain that Lu Meng would not harm her, yet her heart remained a tumultuous mess. He has cured Qiu Shuang. I have no right to strip Qiu Shuang of her happiness. Yes, it is he who has restored Qiu Shuang to health. Unconsciously, Mu Yu's heart kept repeating this fact. Suddenly, an absurd thought arose in her mind. If he can heal Qiu Shuang, then what about me? Is it possible that he could heal me as well? The bizarre and nonsensical notion took root, compelling her to ponder incessantly. She understood that her situation, akin to Qiu Shuang's, was a psychological ailment. Mental illnesses are indeed illnesses. If it is an illness, then there must be a cure, without realizing it. A glimmer of hope flashed in her gaze as she looked at Lu Meng. Affection level 8. This flicker of hope did not escape Lu Meng's keen perception. The moment had arrived. Lu Meng concealed the coldness from his expression and reached out, grasping Mu Yu's delicate neck firmly, lifting her to meet his gaze. I can heal Qiu Shuang. Likewise, I can heal you. His domineering voice echoed in her ears, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation making it hard for her to breathe. Strangely, Mu Yu did not resist. Instead, she found herself nodding in acquiescence. Boom! A flash of lightning struck again. Under the illumination of the lightning, a particular scene unfolded in the torrential downpour of a deep night. A stern-faced man held a woman by her neck with one hand, yet the woman displayed no signs of resistance. The rumbling thunder continued to resonate, and the rain intensified. Uncertain of how much time had passed, it was already deep into the night, and the rain showed no signs of abating. Thunder roared once more, clearly illuminating Lu Meng's silhouette alongside Mu Yuhi, who was draped over his shoulder, her skin as delicate as white clouds. At that moment, Mu Yuhi bore the marks of his grip, yet they only inflicted a profound pain, sparing her bones from harm. This involuntarily evoked a phrase, clouds and mud. Affection level 2. Congratulations, host. The target's affection towards you has reached the minimum recording threshold. Would you like to record it immediately? The final 2 system notifications echoed in Mu Yuhi's hazy state. Just as she could no longer hold on, Lu Meng swiftly made his choice. He had not anticipated that exerting control over his strength would genuinely suffice to raise the affection level. Truly absurd, an outrageous turn of events. At that moment, however, Mu Yuhi lost consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host. Recording successful. Current number of entries in the Apocalypse's Beauty Compendium. The host may continue to select recording targets. Mu Yuhi had no recollection of how she followed Lu Meng back. Everything that transpired felt like a dream. In the room, Qiu Shuang was gently wiping Mu Yuhi's body with a towel. Her skin, as delicate and fair as before, bore visible bruises in several places. Yet Qiu Shuang no longer felt as she once did. I can manage myself. A slightly more alert Mu Yuhi halted Qiu Shuang's hand. For some inexplicable reason, the feelings she once cherished had suddenly vanished, replaced by a sense of aversion and repulsion. All right. Qiu Shuang did not press further. She understood what had transpired with Mu Yuhi and why Lu Meng had returned so late. Another hour passed. Lu Jingye and Qiu Shuang returned to the room after clearing the corpses around the flower bed, only to find Lu Meng fast asleep. Chapter 38. I Take My Revenge. No Overnight Habits. Recorded items. 4 Mu Yuhi. Race: human, demon hunter spider. Awakened. Age: 26. Personality: extremely self-reliant. Venerating the strong, with a pronounced masochistic tendency. Appearance score: 8.5. Current affection level: 80. Description: this woman, who appears normal yet suffers from severe delusions, has been thoroughly cured by you. She continues to admire the strong but has now firmly established you as the strongest of all. With no exceptions. As for her other peculiar preferences, you can certainly satisfy them well. Follow-up cultivation suggestions. 1. She is now a normal woman. Do not underestimate the strength born from extreme self-reliance. The demon hunter spider is inherently cruel and bloodthirsty. And with the awakened bloodline, she possesses a deep-seated propensity for violence, destined to become your invaluable ally in the apocalypse. 2. In your presence, she yearns for the feeling of being dominated. You can leverage this to enhance your bond. Moreover, in complex terrains, a woman with the demon hunter spider bloodline can offer you unimaginable assistance. Note: her pathological delusions have been completely cured, yet her masochistic tendencies are deeply ingrained. Feel free to explore this aspect. Morning, 8 o'clock. Upon waking, Lu Meng habitually turned to the 4th page of the mental compendium, which detailed Mu Yuhi. Goodness, I'm nearly a divine physician now. Lu Meng glanced at the 4 women conversing softly nearby, his gaze lingering particularly on Qiu Shuang and Mu Yuhi. These 2 troubled women, indeed, they were both healed by him. The title of divine physician is well deserved. The system's evaluation of Mu Yuhi resembled that of a solitary combat expert, akin to a special forces operative. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Meng began to analyze the system's proposed follow-up cultivation plan for Mu Yuhi. Her extreme self-reliance signifies an unwavering spirit. Her masochistic tendencies enable her to perform optimally in combat, regardless of the severity of her injuries, akin to a regional cultivator. The characteristics of the demon hunter spider allow Mu Yuhi to adapt to various combat environments. Isn't she essentially a super special forces operative? As he contemplated this, Lu Meng unconsciously awakened the demon hunter bloodline within him. Black light flickered, and a spear entirely composed of energy materialized in his hand. The spear measured 1.8 meters in length, its tip crafted from an unknown bone, radiating an aura of malevolence, with the connection between the shaft and the spearhead adorned with a Shura mark. Indeed, this is the greatest attribute of the demon hunter's spear. Though the A-grade demon hunter bloodline lacks any distinctive traits, it enhances physical attributes similarly to other A-grade bloodlines. Its classification as an A-grade bloodline hinges on this spear, whose strength rivals that of certain S-grade bloodline characteristics. This counts as having a weapon. Lu Meng rose, attempting to wield the spear. Whoosh! A streak of black light flashed, and the violent energy erupted, cleaving a wooden table 3 meters away in two. Quite impressive. I possess multiple bloodline powers, so there is no need to worry about being constrained by the Demon Hunter bloodline. In fact, the enhancement from the Demon Hunter bloodline surpasses that of some S-grade bloodlines. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction, further affirming that his actions from the previous night were indeed correct. Meng, you're awake? The 4 women turned at the sudden noise. Particularly, Mu Yuhi felt an instinctive sense of fear upon seeing the Demon Hunter's spear in Lu Meng's hand. Yet entwined within that fear was a hint of excitement. Her man has grown stronger. Lu Meng nodded and sat beside the 4 women, and I, along with Qiu Shuang, have already taken care of the corpses of the 5 assassins from last night. Lu Jingya spoke slowly, lifting a goblet from the table and taking a delicate sip. Moreover, Yuhi has investigated the identities of those assassins through the public security system. They are not locals. Clearly having received a mission and come from afar in today's society, those with the means, capability, and audacity to hire assassins are few and far between. The goblet hesitated in the air, her mood visibly darkening. Her tone becoming increasingly frosty. How dare anyone send assassins to kill the man she loves? Although they failed and were killed in retaliation, a deep-seated murderous intent arose within her heart. Though she had never killed, she would willingly take a life for the sake of the man before her. The other 3 women wore expressions of frost as well, their thoughts mirroring Lu Jingya's. Anyone daring to threaten Lu Meng must perish. Who do you think is most likely to have sent someone to assassinate me? Lu Meng chuckled softly. Despite already knowing the truth, he was eager to hear Lu Jingya's assessment. When Qiu Shuang and I were processing the scene, we not only discovered the corpses of 5 assassins, but also the severed head of Wang Pengzi. Lu Jingya's brow furrowed in contemplation. Having dealt with Wang Pengzi for 5 or 6 years, I found him to be a rather shrewd individual, one who had never wronged anyone. If he were ever to have a grievance, it would surely be at the auction. A cold voice broke the silence as a glimmer of frost flickered in Lu Jingya's eyes. Her delicate hand tightened around the stem of her wine glass. Qin Yu. From my understanding of Qin Yu's character, he was far from the gentleman he pretended to be. In truth, he was a petty and vindictive man. Indeed, it must be him. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction. Lu Jingya's analysis was remarkably astute, devoid of any discrepancies. Is it truly the eldest son of the Qin family from the magical city? What of the Qin family? Those who dare harm Meng must face death. The expressions of the other 3 women simultaneously hardened with resolve. Regardless of the Qin family's stature, even if the heavenly sovereign dared to harm Meng, they would not hesitate to wield their blades. Meng, allow me to handle this matter. Suddenly, Lu Jingya spoke softly. By tomorrow at the latest, I shall bring you Qin Yu's head. Her mind was already set on a plan. The Qin family might be powerful, but they were distant and untouchable. Tomorrow, the world would descend into chaos, and at such a time, the death of a scion from a prominent family would be of little consequence. I know you possess such capabilities. Lu Meng shook his head. An S-class knight demon bloodline, even at the novice stage of assassination, could not be compared to those top assassins during peacetime. However, I am not one to seek vengeance overnight. Since he sent someone this morning, he cannot survive the night. His voice grew colder, and a hint of brutality flashed in Lu Meng's eyes. This was keenly observed by Mu Yuhua, who could not help but lick her lips, seemingly recalling the events of the previous night. Chapter 39. The Last Supper. Is it too much to enjoy a KFC feast? Ding dong. Just as Lu Meng was conversing with the 4 women, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. They exchanged glances, and Mu Yuhua instinctively rose to answer the door. Mr. Lu, are you there? The visitor was a middle-aged woman in business attire, not stunning but certainly decent, her chest rising and falling. Clearly having rushed over to I'm here. What has happened? Lu Meng stood up, slightly familiar with this woman, one of the executives from Yayan Biotechnology Company, whom he had met a few times. Mr. Lu, Ms. Lu, something terrible has occurred. A large crowd has gathered in the central street where we own land, and they have seized a significant amount of construction materials, showing no signs of leaving, and they have specifically demanded that you provide an explanation. The executive gasped for breath, quickly directing her gaze toward Lu Meng and Lu Jingya, briefly outlining the situation. I will handle this matter. Mu Yuhua stood up, immediately reaching for the phone on the table to make a call. Such incidents should be dealt with by the police, especially since this concerns Lu Meng. Yuhua, hold on. Lu Meng waved his hand to stop Mu Yuhua, then turned his attention to the executive. Can you ascertain their origins? From their attire, they do not resemble petty thugs or social miscreants. They seem more like villagers from the countryside. The executive quickly responded. Being an executive at Yayan Biotechnology naturally indicated she was no ordinary person. I observed them closely. Almost none bore tattoos, and their accents and manner of speaking did not resemble those of common ruffians. Quite sophisticated, but also rather intriguing, Lu Meng nodded. This was undoubtedly another scheme orchestrated by Qin Yu, deliberately avoiding the use of thugs so that even the police would not be able to intervene forcefully and would merely attempt to mediate. Meng, why not allow me to take care of this? Mu Yuhua interjected again, unwilling to miss this opportunity to assist Lu Meng. They are just ordinary folks. Even if the police come, they cannot intervene forcefully and would only waste time. Lu Meng shook his head, a fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes. Let us go and take a look. Perhaps there will be unexpected surprises. Under the guidance of the executive, Lu Meng and the 4 women arrived at the construction site. It wasn't truly a construction site. A large expanse of iron fencing had been erected around the land, a measure Lu Meng had intentionally put in place. Only construction materials were needed. There was no necessity to expend energy on actual construction. At that moment, in Lu Meng's line of sight, a throng of middle-aged men and women, even shirtless middle-aged men, were waving flags and shouting. Their numbers surprisingly substantial, approximately 400 to 500. Among them, several banners were prominently displayed. Unethical developers, occupying land. We request the government to intervene on our behalf. Unethical developers, malicious development, threatening the ecological environment. There were roughly a dozen such banners. Neighbors, please listen to me. We purchased this land through legitimate means, with all the necessary paperwork. We are not the malicious land invaders you believe us to be. The woman around 30 years old stood at the forefront with a group of employees, persistently explaining. However, those who had come to cause trouble were unlikely to listen. Just because you say it is not a malicious occupation does not make it so. Call your Mr. Liu out here. We want to hear from him directly. Because of your construction, my 7-year-old child cannot sleep peacefully. If not you, then who should we seek? Enough with the nonsense. Get Lu Meng out here to give us an explanation. Or we won't be leaving today. The clamorous voices echoed incessantly as a group of middle-aged women at the front shouted hoarsely. Lu Meng observed the scene clearly from a distance, hearing everything. Such clumsy tactics, they were even less skilled than professional troublemakers. The site had seen no construction. How could there be any malicious disruption to the community? No chemical products had been employed, so how could they claim ecological damage? Shaking his head helplessly, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Lu Meng's eyes. Meng, you cannot afford to appear in this matter. Let me handle it. Lu Jingya's voice rang out. She felt that if Lu Meng faced this, he would undoubtedly suffer, so it would be better for her to step in, perhaps spending a little money to resolve the issue, or simply having security forcibly remove them. This cannot be resolved merely with money. And they have received quite a bit already. Even if we call security or the police to drive them away, they will likely return to cause further trouble shortly after. Lu Meng discerned Lu Jingya's thoughts and glanced up at the sweltering sun. June's heat was oppressive. Almost everyone involved in the commotion was drenched in sweat. Why bother? I never intended to take your lives. Alas, this is a convenient situation, and it saves me some trouble. Speaking softly to himself, audible only to his ears, Lu Meng turned to the executive. Please go and order some food and water. It must be of high quality. They seem to be having a tough time. Let us go for the KFC combo meal, the full set, and include dinner as well. Order 1,000 servings, but remember, it's for tomorrow, not today, Mr. Liu. This. Lu Meng's words left the executive stunned, as well as the 4 women beside Lu Jingya. In their minds, Lu Meng was not known for his kindness to outsiders, especially not to a group of troublemakers, and most importantly, why order for tomorrow when the world was about to change? Lu Meng paid no heed to their expressions and continued. By the way, inform them that I have said this. Do they not seek an explanation? Tomorrow, they shall receive a satisfactory answer, if they do not trust me. They may stay here tonight. Moreover, the answer I provide will surely leave them satisfied, devoid of any lingering concerns, perhaps even allowing them to remain on this land forever. Additionally, inform them about the KFC delivery for tomorrow. His voice resonated chillingly, a peculiar smile creeping onto Lu Meng's face, a smile that bore a hint of the sinister. Tomorrow, the apocalypse shall descend. Among the tasks given by the god of the earthly demons lies a crucial element. A bloody sacrifice. 500 lives are required to fill the void. However, as the apocalypse dawns, how easy will it be to hunt monsters? In comparison, humans are far easier to slay. After speaking, Lu Meng had no intention of lingering and turned to leave. Follow Mr. Lu's instructions. With hearts full of confusion, Lu Jingya uttered a phrase before trailing behind Lu Meng along with Yunru and the other two women. Meng, I'm somewhat perplexed. Will waiting until tomorrow hinder our important matters? On the return journey, Lu Jingya found herself unable to comprehend. She wished to quell the turmoil, not wanting Lu Meng to suffer, yet Lu Meng seemed to be more benevolent. There was nothing incomprehensible about it. After all, they were human, and humans would eventually perish. Based on humanitarian principles, allowing someone to enjoy what they had not experienced in life before they passed away was not such a bad thing. Was it? Moreover, it is indeed the final meal. Indulging in a whimsical feast at KFC seems hardly excessive, does it? Lu Meng turned around, a familiar smile resurfacing, presenting an appearance that was seemingly harmless. 1,000 servings of KFC? Not even a dog would deign to feed such individuals. Chapter 40. Licked to the last, left with nothing. Nightfall. A torrential downpour returned, the thunder echoing incessantly, as if the night sky had been rent asunder. Ominous and eerie. Tianyuan Grand Hotel, one of the few five-star establishments in Jinghai City, on par with Yaoyuan Grand Hotel. Yet this opulent hotel, known for its daily fortune, had been entirely reserved by a single individual for the sole purpose of serving one. On the top floor, within the presidential suite, Qingling, do you still not comprehend my feelings? We have been childhood friends, and for your graduation ceremony, I went so far as to travel from the metropolis to this modest locale. The suite was adorned with roses, the candlelight dim, and a haunting melody played on repeat, filling the air with a subtle fragrance, as Qingyu, clad in formal attire, knelt down, professing his heartfelt declaration. The object of his affection was none other than Zhao Qingling. Qingyu, I have always regarded you as a friend, harboring no other sentiments. However, as a friend, I hope you can also show me respect. Do you not find it rather rude to have taken my room card without my consent? Transforming my room into such a state? Her delicate face clouded with displeasure, Zhao Qingling gestured towards the chaos within the room, clearly agitated. This hotel was temporarily reserved by the Zhao family, not by Qingyu. Qingling, I acknowledge my fault, yet I am unable to suppress the love I feel for you. From the moment I became aware of my emotions, I have been deeply captivated by you. Now that you have graduated and are about to take the reins of the Zhao family, no one can bind you any longer. Accept my love. The affection in Qingyu's expression intensified. As he raised the bouquet of 99 roses high in that moment, he was nearly overwhelmed by his own emotions. Considered the eldest son of the Qin family, he could have any woman he wished, yet he had never expended so much effort for anyone. But indeed, if pursued for long enough by a wealthy and handsome bachelor, it is rare for a woman to resist. Yet, before him stood Zhao Qingling, the sole legitimate daughter of the Zhao family. Everything that Qingyu possessed, she had never lacked, and everything he lacked, she had never needed. She was, in essence, the recipient of countless adulations. I am sorry, but I must decline. The cold, biting voice resonated, a trace of disdain flickering across Zhao Qingling's angelic visage, and now I must ask you to leave for your impolite behavior. Throughout her life, she had encountered numerous suitors, all of whom had been courteous in their refusals, and they, due to her family's status, never persisted excessively. Only Qingyu was different. She found his presumptuous and unilateral actions utterly detestable. Furthermore, she harbored not a single feeling for him, even less than for that man she had only met twice. Qingyu was taken aback, still wishing to plead his case, yet he remained rooted to the spot. Leave! The frigid command resounded once more, and the look of revulsion on Zhao Qingling's face deepened. The flickering candlelight danced, and outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the rain continued to pour, the relentless sound of raindrops mocking. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly perceive it as yet another love-stricken fool rejected by his muse. However, Qingyu was certainly not infatuated. He was merely a devoted admirer. Why do you refuse me? Am I not good enough? Am I not exceptional? With renewed fervor, Qin Yu raised his voice, involuntarily recalling the events of the previous afternoon. Was it because of Lu Meng? Qing Ling, how could he possibly compare to me? Do you know? Yesterday afternoon, you waited 4 hours at Yayuan Grand Hotel just to see him, while I, concerned for your safety, stood outside the hotel for the same duration. Are you aware of that? His voice grew increasingly agitated, feeling a sense of grievance. The heir of the Qin family willingly endured the sweltering summer sun for 4 hours for a woman, and out of jealousy, to observe Zhao Qingling more clearly. Qin Yu had not waited inside the car but had stood outside, exposed to the elements. His skin had even darkened slightly. Under normal circumstances, many women would feel a degree of warmth upon hearing such words. After all, the man professing his love was not only handsome and wealthy but also sincere. Yet, to Zhao Qingling, this so-called devotion did not resonate in the same manner. Are you spying on me? A colder voice emerged as Zhao Qingling's exquisite features displayed a hint of frost. I do not appreciate the feeling of being watched. The previous afternoon, she had specifically instructed her family's bodyguards not to follow her to meet Lu Meng. And she had also given Qin Yu prior notice. No, Qingling, it is not that I am watching you, that I am merely concerned for your safety. What if Lu Meng intends you harm? Qin Yu hastily clarified, utterly unprepared for his self-proclaimed affection to be misconstrued in such a way. Yet, indeed, he had harbored a sense of surveillance that afternoon. Despicable intentions, hypocritical words, Zhao Qingling retorted mercilessly. There is no hatred without cause in this world. Two strangers meeting for the first time. What ill will could they possibly harbor? Qin Yu, suppress your feelings. They only serve to repulse me. Beneath your gilded exterior lies nothing but filth, compared to Lu Meng. You are utterly lacking. At least he is forthright, sincere, and does not resort to deceitful words. In that moment, she could not help but recall her brief exchange with Lu Meng, though he was 4 hours late. He offered no excuses, not even deigning to explain. Had it been Qin Yu, he would have concocted 18 different reasons. Yet, she did not hold Lu Meng's tardiness against him, for she had been the one to invite him. In the business world, the party in a subordinate position often bears some loss, and she understood that well. Furthermore, while Lu Meng appeared not to be well versed in wine, he did not feign expertise after her explanation. He simply continued to enjoy his drink. Were it Qin Yu, he would have swiftly changed the subject. Ultimately, Lu Meng was genuine, not like others who approached her with ulterior motives. The juice was self-serve. Remember to pay for the wine. Those two simple phrases lingered in her memory, devoid of flattery or sycophancy. The more she pondered, the more she found Qin Yu's inadequacies glaring. Apart from his lineage, he was utterly lacking when compared to Lu Meng. In your heart, am I truly so unworthy? Suddenly, Qin Yu resembled a wounded dog, his anger flaring as he rose. How many years had he devoted to Zhao Qingling? How good had he been to her, in his own estimation? Yet, in the end, he was bested by a man he had only met twice. He felt aggrieved. He was furious. He felt like a dog that had licked its way to nothingness. Chapter 41. It seems you are not playing with flowers, but rather, you are incompetent. Leave, now, at once. The look of disdain on Zhao Qingling's face grew ever more pronounced. To her, Qin Yu had become utterly insignificant. Even his facade of cultured sophistication crumbled under scrutiny. Very well, Zhao Qingling, you truly are remarkable. Suddenly, Qin Yu laughed, a sinister grin that sent chills down the spine. I had thought that we were well matched. That winning you would be a natural course of events, yet I did not expect you to be such a harlot. He no longer concealed his true nature, revealing a gaze filled with desire. A mere pretty boy from a small town could captivate you, while I, the legitimate son of the Qin family, could not even catch your eye. However, I advise you to abandon hope that Lu Meng, a mere commoner, has no right to compete with me. Moreover, you shall never see him again. What do you mean? What have you done to Lu Meng? A sudden tightness gripped Zhao Qingling's heart as she sensed the ominous undertone in Qin Yu's words. Lu Meng is in danger. This was her immediate reaction. What, are you worried? Afraid? It seems you truly have feelings for him. Qin Yu elongated his tone, a mocking expression twisting his features. However, you would do well to focus on your own predicament. What do you intend to do? What are you planning? Zhao Qingling felt a jolt, instinctively retreating a few steps. Yet, The sudden movement left her feeling weak and dizzy. This fragrance, the overwhelming sense of dizziness, alerted her to something amiss. As the faint aroma in the air tightened her chest, "You have tampered with this scent." The last image burned into her mind was of Qin Yu's grotesque visage. Zhao Qingling collapsed to the ground. "This is all you're doing. Wouldn't it be better to obediently submit to me? What exactly makes me inferior to that commoner? A powerless individual clinging to a woman's coattails. What is it about him that you find appealing? What am I lacking in comparison?" As the door closed, Qin Yu loosened his collar, his expression growing increasingly deranged. "On ordinary days, you always exude an air of superiority, an aura that seems untouchable. Today, however, I intend to make you comprehend that your aloofness, your reserve, are mere facades. You are nothing but a wretch." A cruel laugh echoed as Qin Yu gazed down at the unconscious Zhao Qingling sprawled on the floor, clad in a pristine white dress. Her flawless visage bore no trace of makeup, yet it was sufficient to render all other beauty shameful. Her slightly closed eyes, with perfectly arched brows, were breathtakingly exquisite, evoking a sense of reverence that made one reluctant to defile her. Yet, it was precisely this overwhelming sense of nobility that incessantly provoked Qin Yu. He felt a stirring within himself, surprising even his own sensibilities. Typically, he would not react so swiftly. Few were aware of his secret. He was somewhat lacking in certain aspects. Countless indulgences had led to his current state, yet today, an unexpected change seemed to manifest. It appeared to be fate. A twisted smile reappeared on Qin Yu's face as he approached Zhao Qingling step by step. Ding dong! Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Qin Yu turned back impatiently, glancing at the surveillance monitor to see the scene outside. It was his secretary, and ran. One of his playthings, dressed in a professional ensemble, standing around 172 centimeters tall. With gold-rimmed glasses, long, straight legs, and a captivating figure, she was indeed alluring. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yu's interest piqued. With his sudden change in fortune, he recalled the embarrassment he had once faced before his plaything. A more deranged grin spreading across his face. The door swung open. Qin Yu could hardly contain his eagerness. Young Master Qin, there's something important," and Ran instinctively resisted, though not too overtly, revealing that it concerned Lu Meng, who was apparently still alive, and their knives seemed to have gone missing. At the mention of Lu Meng's name, the agitated Qin Yu abruptly halted his movements. "Explain clearly, what is going on?" He glanced at the ground behind him, then at Ran. "Forget it, let's discuss this in your room." "All right, please follow me, young Master Qin." And Ran clasped her arms together and hurried ahead. 10 minutes later. "Useless, truly useless." Qin Yu roared, his eyes reddened, as if he were about to devour someone. 9 minutes prior? Yes, indeed. It was 9 minutes ago. 9 minutes ago. While Qin Yu observed Lu Meng's movements captured on his laptop, he felt anger, but did not act on it. However, the fury boiling within him demanded an outlet. Naturally, the target of his frustration became her. And then, there was no further development. Cutting through a series of complexities, it ended before it even began. Yet, she had anticipated such an outcome. To outsiders, she was merely Qin Yu's plaything. Yet after more than a year by his side, she remained untouched. Despite her intelligence, she had never let such matters slip out. Useless, utterly useless, incapable of handling even a lowly thug. What use do I have for this bunch of ineptitude? Qin Yu himself was unclear whether the term useless referred to others or to himself. Nevertheless, it was indeed the case. Although he had learned that Lu Meng was still alive, his sudden improvement merely fueled his anger. He had initially intended to use this opportunity to regain face before Ran, but who could have known that the outcome would be the same, ending before it even began? Ultimately, the fusion of his impotency and rage seemed to have transformed into something more sinister. And Ran could only endure in silence, her gaze icy and filled with disdain. "Do you even look down on me?" Qin Yu descended further into madness. Ayn Rand remained silent, merely enduring. "Is that so? Is that so? I demand you answer me." His hysterical voice echoed, as if he had succumbed to obsession. And this scene was observed in its entirety by a figure outside the window, on that rainy night. A not-so-mighty silhouette stood atop a long spear, entirely black with a hint of red glow, watching the events within the room with keen interest. Initially assuming it to be mere play, It soon became apparent that it was not the case. It seemed you were lacking in capability. A playful smile emerged on the figure's face as a vibrant flame suddenly severed the locked window from within. Crack! The window inexplicably swung open, and the figure strode in with nonchalance. Indeed, on a rainy night, from the 26th floor, he entered with such audacity. Chapter 42. Schemes are useless before me. Lu Menged, a chilling night breeze wafted inside, causing both Qin Yu and Ran to pause, their expressions reflecting disbelief. This was the 26th floor. How did he enter through the window? Shoo? Lu Meng smiled, placing a finger to his lips, then, with a flick of his finger, he activated his celestial bloodline. Two golden talismans appeared and swiftly adhered to the mouths of Qin Yu and Ran, vanishing from sight in an instant. The two lost their voices. This was merely a minor technique of the celestial bloodline. As an S-class bloodline, the celestial bloodline was far more complex than just thunder magic. The silencing talisman that could control the voices of ordinary people was something Lu Meng could conjure with ease. As for how he had flown directly from the ground floor to the 26th floor, that was even simpler. The demon hunter's spear was inherently extraordinary. Although Lu Meng, being merely at the Dawn realm, could not have the spear bear his weight, one must not forget his unparalleled control over his own body. I hear you wish to kill me. Lu Meng advanced step by step, his smile unwavering. Woo-woo. Qin Yu instinctively attempted to call for help but found himself utterly voiceless. In a moment of desperation, he bolted toward the door. Whoosh, a pitch-black spear, radiating flickers of flame, materialized out of thin air, piercing through Qin Yu's legs. Ugh. Qin Yu knelt on the ground, his eyes wild, his face flushed, yearning to scream but finding himself unable. At that moment, fear gripped his heart. He could never have fathomed that a mere lowly figure from a small place could wield such terrifying power. A man devoid of capability, preoccupied with convoluted schemes, ultimately bringing chaos upon himself. One could only say that his survival would be a mockery of fate. To let you die so easily would be too generous. After all, you are the first to oppose me. Murderous intent surged within him. Lu Meng donned a contemplative expression as he slowly approached Qin Yu. Woo-woo. Just then, a desperate struggle erupted from the sofa. Lu Meng turned to look. Are you attempting to save him, or are you seeking to plead for him? Lu Meng gazed at Ran, who was struggling to rise, a playful smile returning to his face. He had witnessed how Qin Yu had tormented this woman, and his keen eyes could perceive that she remained untouched. Woo-woo. Due to the severity of her back injury, Ran could not stand upright. Kneeling on the ground, pointing at her mouth as if she had something to say. Interesting. I shall grant you an opportunity. Let us see how you perform. Observing her condition, Lu Meng waved his hand, lifting the silencing talisman, while the demon hunter's spear hovered above Ran's head. I know you wish to kill him. However, grant me a chance. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. In return, I can reveal why he sent people to assassinate you. And not only that, but he also dispatched individuals to stir trouble on your territory. Ran slowly crawled toward Lu Meng. Her face filled with animosity as she glared at Qin Yu. She could sense Lu Meng's extraordinary nature. The 26th floor. How could an ordinary human possibly enter through the window? Moreover, the spear floating in midair and the golden talismans earlier had made her realize that Lu Meng was no ordinary person. Presently, it was clear that Lu Meng intended to kill Qin Yu. In such a scenario, she would undoubtedly be silenced as well. Thus, she needed an opportunity, a chance to safeguard herself and shift the blame for Qin Yu's demise. You are truly forsaken by all. Lu Meng lifted Ran's delicate chin with a single finger, casting a taunting glance at Qin Yu. Ran was indeed quite remarkable. Her skin was as smooth as mutton fat jade. Her figure perfectly proportioned, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, cascading waves of hair, and the crimson stain on her back, exuding an exotic charm. Tell me, how do you plan to exact your revenge upon him? Lu Meng smiled, unperturbed by spending a few minutes observing Ran's retaliation. Just as Lu Meng's words fell, Ran demonstrated her answer through action. A long whip appeared in her hand, her bright eyes filled with hatred. Lu Meng understood her method of revenge, glanced in the direction of the sofa, and a peculiar smile crept onto his face. This method was indeed clever. It was quite good, and I can grant you this opportunity. With that, Lu Meng settled onto the sofa point 10 minutes later. Qin Yu's struggles grew increasingly feeble. The bloodstains covering his body rendered him nearly unrecognizable, yet the fury in his eyes blazed ever brighter. "It seems he yearns to kill you," Lu Meng observed with amusement, surprised that a woman could harbor such intense hatred for a man. "He is nothing but a waste." A flicker of disdain crossed Rand's face as she approached Qin Yu. "So, what now? You, a worthless creature. Did you ever imagine you would find yourself in such a predicament?" Her mocking voice rang out, her expression filled with contempt as she stared at Qin Yu. The prolonged torment had warped her psyche. However, the recent outburst allowed her to release a considerable portion of her long-held grievances, yet it remained insufficient, alas. Qin Yu had been so thoroughly tormented that she seemed on the verge of a mental breakdown, reduced to nothing more than instinctual whimpers. This continued for over half an hour, leading to her complete psychological collapse, her once exquisite hairstyle now a disheveled mess. Yes, it was her own head that she had been pounding. "You worthless wretch, is this all you can endure?" And Rand had every intention of prolonging the ordeal, having no intention of allowing Qin Yu to die easily. "I do not possess ample time to squander with you." Lu Meng glanced at the time. His leniency towards Rand was merely a fleeting whim. The black gleam of the gun shone ominously, piercing directly through Qin Yu's neck, the scalding blood splattering across Rand's face. Yet, Rand displayed no sign of fear. Instead, she knelt and crawled to Lu Meng's side, pleading, "Will you take me with you? I am already yours. Remaining here will only lead to my investigation, and by then." She halted, the implication of her words unmistakable. "You are indeed quite remarkable, yet you are not particularly fortunate," Lu Meng remarked, judging that Rand's beauty met the system's criteria, but her lineage was likely lacking. "As an A-grade bloodline is certainly not commonplace. Furthermore, I have little affinity for women who harbor too many ulterior motives, especially when they cannot be controlled," a chilling voice echoed as Lu Meng pointed to the phone on the sofa, which had long since activated its recording function, and the demon hunteress spear swiftly pierced Rand's neck. Rand stared at Lu Meng in disbelief, her throat damaged, leaving her only able to emit instinctual whimpers. At that moment, her heart was filled with profound regret. Indeed, the phone on the sofa was hers. From the instant Lu Meng had burst through the window, she had sensed something was amiss, aware that Lu Meng had come to kill. She devised two potential escape plans. The first was to exploit her hatred for Qin Yu as a means of allegiance, striving to please Lu Meng and become wholly his. The second was to leave herself a backdoor. Even if Lu Meng did not take her away, he might spare her life. As long as he did not kill her, when questioned by the police, she would possess evidence to exonerate herself. For the recording only captured the moment Lu Meng entered. Yet, she never anticipated Lu Meng's utter ruthlessness. Such naive individuals. Lu Meng scoffed, a flame igniting, instantly reducing the phone on the sofa to charred remnants. Chapter 43. Is it really you? My head feels so dizzy. Where am I? In another room on the top floor of the Tianyuan Hotel, Zhao Qingling gradually regained consciousness, her hazy awareness rendering her somewhat disoriented. Her mind only vaguely recalling the last moments before her fainting spell. "Qin Yu, that little fiend, drugged me in the room," she recalled carefully, the grotesque visage of Qin Yu slowly surfacing in her mind. Hypocritical, falsely benevolent, filthy, utterly detestable, however, I seem to be unharmed. Where is that scoundrel Qin Yu? Glancing at her intact clothing and the slightly chilly floor, Zhao Qingling exhaled slowly. Could it be that little fiend was taken away by someone else? Or was I rescued by others? Her mind raced with thoughts, a hint of frost creeping onto her angelic visage as she swiftly seized her phone from the table. "Uncle Lee, top floor of the Tianyuan Hotel. Bring people here. Do not inquire about what has transpired. Temporarily seal off the entire hotel, and let no staff member escape. Do not notify second uncle. He will worry. Rest assured, I am safe and unharmed." As the call ended, Zhao Qingling collapsed onto the floor, her heart still racing with fear. Just a moment more, and that beast would have prevailed. Yet, she completely overlooked why the drug's effects had dissipated so quickly. After a brief moment of contemplation, she endeavored to calm her emotions and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. The torrential rain outside continued to pour, seemingly unrelenting through the night, with lightning sporadically illuminating the dark sky. "Who could have helped me?" Zhao Qingling murmured, unable to comprehend. Yet, she understood that with Qin Yu's treacherous actions, he had reached a critical juncture and would not easily relent unless some irresistible event occurred. Who could it be? Faces associated with Qin Yu flooded her mind as she searched for clues among them. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated, briefly illuminating the night outside. Instinctively, Zhao Qingling took 2 steps back. In that fleeting moment, she beheld an image that would haunt her for a lifetime. Lu Meng. She could hardly believe her eyes. Illuminated by the lightning, a man clad in black, his hair slightly tousled, stood on a black flame spear, soaring into the distance from the 26th floor, arms crossed behind him. Indeed, he was flying. At such a height, the perspective was parallel. What else could it be? How is this possible? Doubt gnawed at her, prompting her to rub her eyes vigorously. Another thunderclap echoed, the night sky once more illuminated. Although the figure in the void appeared further away than before, this time Zhao Qingling was certain she had not been mistaken. That figure, resembling a deity or demon, was Lu Meng. She had seen that familiar silhouette just yesterday afternoon. There was no way she could be mistaken. Are you even human? Suddenly, a shiver ran down her spine. Fear enveloping her. She had always been a materialist, believing that such feats of sword flying and moving mountains were mere fantasies found in tales and dramas, yet the scene before her shattered her understanding. No, wait. That slight fear began to dissipate as Zhao Qingling suddenly recognized a troubling connection. Qin Yu's abrupt disappearance, Lu Meng's astonishing appearance. Could these events be related? For some reason, in that fleeting moment of contemplation, she intertwined these 2 seemingly unrelated occurrences. Miss. Just then, a frantic knock echoed at the door. Zhao Qingling momentarily retracted her thoughts and opened the door. Miss, are you all right? A middle-aged man stood anxiously at the threshold, flanked by 20 burly men in black suits. Uncle Li, I am fine, but this hotel is rather unsavory and requires cleaning. Zhao Qingling shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of coldness. The subordinates understood. Everyone, listen closely, conduct a thorough investigation of all rooms, retrieve the surveillance footage from tonight's various time slots. If you encounter Qin Yu, break his legs and bring him here. Furthermore, any hotel staff currently being interrogated. If any issues are discovered, they should be brought as well. Old Li's expression turned stern, and he could not help but sniff the air. He faintly detected a lingering scent of the drug in Zhao Qingling's room. Yet he refrained from probing further. 10 minutes later, just as Zhao Qingling pondered Lu Meng's appearance and Qin Yu's disappearance, Old Li approached her, his expression peculiar. Miss, everything has been clarified. Indeed, it was the hotel staff who provided your room's spare key card to Qin Yu. Those individuals have already been brought in, but Qin Yu. Old Li hesitated. What about Qin Yu? Zhao Qingling's delicate face turned cold. He is dead, and precisely in the room next to yours. No, to be accurate, he died in the room of his secretary. And ran. Old Li furrowed his brow and spoke. Although Qin Yu deserved his fate, his death occurring in a hotel booked by the Zhao family was rather problematic. Take me to see. Zhao Qingling's brow also furrowed. Miss, the scene is rather gruesome. It would be better if you did not go. Old Li shook his head. Some member of the Zhao family, a little bloodshed is hardly unbearable. Zhao Qingling was resolute. Then, Miss, please follow me. Old Li led the way. Before long, the 2 arrived at Enrant's room, where a group of bodyguards stood vigil in the corners, clearly maintaining a secure perimeter around the scene. Upon witnessing the sight before her, Zhao Qingling instinctively frowned. The overwhelming scent of blood mingled with an unusual odor. Both Qin Yu and Enran lay dead, their bodies exposed, and their demise was gruesome indeed. It was easy to surmise what had transpired before their deaths. Miss, I have already examined the scene. Both Qin Yu and Enran met their ends by being pierced directly by a sharp weapon. The sharpness of such a weapon would be difficult for even the military's most advanced dagger to match. Additionally, I have dispatched personnel to retrieve the surveillance footage, yet no outsiders were detected. As he spoke, Old Li could not help but glance towards the shattered window, the cold wind continuing to sweep through. Zhao Qingling followed Old Li's gaze. Her pupils suddenly constricted. 26 floors. The flight of a deity or demon. The perfect timing of the appearance in that moment, she comprehended everything. It is truly you. Gazing at the shattered window, with complex emotions swirling in her clear eyes, Zhao Qingling's mind was once again haunted by that figure. Uncle Li. The matter of Qin Yu's death has been shouldered by the Zhao family. There is no need to alert the authorities, as the Zhao family will resolve this privately with the Qin family. However, Old Li was taken aback. It was evident that Qin Yu's death had no connection to Zhao Qingling. If they were to take the blame, it would only exacerbate the conflict between the two families, especially since it was Qin Yu who had perished. Yet, before he could finish his thoughts, Zhao Qingling interrupted him decisively. There are no buts. This matter is settled as it stands. I will personally explain it to my second uncle. As for the hotel staff caught in this mess, you may handle that as you see fit. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Chapter 44. The formative phase of the Apocalypse Women's Legion when Lu Meng returned to the office building. It was already 9 in the evening. The heavy rain continued to pour in the night sky, reminiscent of memories from a past life. Meng, this time, you are truly only seeking revenge, without any ulterior motives? Perhaps it was the excessive rainfall outside. Inside the room, the 3 women were engaged in discussion beside Lu Meng, faintly sensing something amiss. Though Lu Jingyao was absent, it was merely a matter of eliminating 2 individuals. Lu Meng chuckled. Indeed, it was simply the demise of 2 people. 2 individuals? The 3 women were taken aback. Given their understanding of Lu Meng's strength, if he wished to avoid drawing attention, only 1 person should have perished. However, they did not delve deeper into the matter, as in their eyes, those whom Lu Meng had slain were all deserving of their fate. When Lu Meng and the 3 women arrived in the hall, they encountered Lu Jingyao once more. Yet, she was not alone. Accompanying her were 10 beautiful women, each adorned in their respective professional attire. Meng, you have arrived. These are the individuals you sought. Lu Jingya's face lit up with joy as she approached Lu Meng. Naturally wrapping her arm around his, the other 10 women present looked on with curiosity. This was the renowned Lu Jingya of Jinghai City, who had recently acquired prime real estate in the city center for a staggering 50 billion. It was impossible not to recognize her. Such a powerful woman displaying a vulnerable side before a man. Moreover, it was evident that the relationship between Yunru and Lu Meng was quite extraordinary. Could it be that wealthy individuals now preferred such dynamics? This thought involuntarily arose in the hearts of the 10 women as they scrutinized Lu Meng, speculating about his identity. What a handsome man. He must be a scion of one of the prominent families. Otherwise, how could he possibly win over Lu Jingya? This was the conclusion they reached after a brief contemplation. Very well, all seems quite satisfactory. Lu Meng nodded, leading Lu Jingya and the 4 women before the 10 individuals. His gaze swept across them, and with each passing moment, his satisfaction grew. Each of the 10 women possessed unique beauty and figures. Yet all undeniably bore A-grade bloodlines. This is Lu Meng, our man, and soon to be your General Lu. Remember, General Lu's words hold greater weight than anyone else's, including mine. Lu Jingya exuded an authoritative aura. Clad in a black evening gown, her voluminous curls cascading like a proud black swan delivering a lecture. The 10 women were momentarily taken aback. Lu Jingya's latter statement seemed quite normal, but the former? Our man? What does that mean? Could it truly be so? Curious glances were exchanged, and the women ultimately redirected their attention to Lu Meng. Observing their reactions, Lu Meng smiled, taking the small booklet from Lu Jingya's hand. I understand that you are all quite puzzled as to why I have gathered you here. Before I invited you, you were all elites from various professions, flight attendants, teachers, lawyers, even celebrities. However, rest assured, since I have brought you here, I will ensure that each of you is utilized to your fullest potential, and you shall never regret joining us. As Lu Meng spoke, he perused the names in the booklet. Indeed, he had invested heavily in recruiting them. He noticed that Lu Jingya had allocated a signing fee of 20 million for one of the celebrities, and each individual had received a year's salary in advance, demonstrating her commitment. Yet, Lu Meng felt no remorse over the expenditure. In a matter of hours, money would hold no value in this world, becoming utterly worthless. General Lu, I have a question. After Lu Meng concluded his speech, a striking woman, approximately 175 centimeters tall, clad in high heels and possessing an alluring figure, raised her hand. Ask. Lu Meng smiled, glancing at the booklet in his hand. He had a vague recollection of this woman, Tang Wanru, an obscure celebrity for whom Lu Jingya had paid 20 million in signing fees. In her past life, she had awakened as an A-grade bloodline, 9 lives cat demon. Earlier, Lu Jingya mentioned, you were their boyfriend. Should I interpret that as you wishing for us to become your girlfriends as well? Tang Wanru giggled, teasing Lu Meng. She was no fool. Quite the opposite, she was astute. She sensed that Lu Jingya's earlier statement was not made in jest and could discern that this man named Lu Meng held a position of absolute dominance among the women. Therefore, she deliberately posed the question to attract his attention. After all, as a minor celebrity, she might not earn 20 million even over a decade. Yet this man casually offered such a signing fee. He was certainly extraordinary. Sure enough, as soon as Tang Wanru spoke, the other 9 women erupted into laughter, their voices ringing like silver bells. They all believed Tang Wanru was merely jesting. If this beauty thought so, it was hardly unreasonable. Lu Meng feigned deep contemplation before responding with a smile. Of course, provided that you ladies are all willing, I would not mind having a few more girlfriends. This was his genuine thought. Lu Meng had already devised a plan. He aimed to establish his own dedicated Apocalypse Women's Legion amidst the impending doom, and the women before him, possessing both high bloodline levels and striking beauty, would serve as his foundation. General Lu is truly humorous. Initially, I expected to meet a stern and serious boss. I never anticipated that General Lu would be such a light-hearted and down-to-earth person. General Lu was not only witty, but he also had a charming appearance, truly captivating. The sound of silver bells echoed again, as the women observed that neither Lu Meng nor the 4 women with him displayed any sign of displeasure, gradually loosening up and engaging in playful banter. After all, this was an opportunity to establish a rapport with their future boss. All right. Suddenly, Lu Meng waved his hand, a meaningful smile gracing his face. As for when you will become my girlfriends, we can discuss that later. For now, I have other matters to attend to. Regarding your work, you will find out after you awaken tomorrow. Now, go and enjoy your final night to the fullest. Good night, General Lu. Farewell, General Lu. Remember me, for I shall be your future girlfriend. Noticing that Lu Meng had no intention of continuing the conversation, the women began to disperse. Jingya, have the people from the security company delivered the items? Once everyone had left, Lu Meng turned his attention to Lu Jingya. The apocalypse was merely 2 hours away, and before then, he and the 4 women needed to continue enhancing their strength. Chapter 45. The affection of the starlets in the dimly lit warehouse. The incandescent bulbs flickered slightly, and in the iron cages, bloodthirsty eyes gleamed, occasionally accompanied by ferocious roars. Meng, there are a total of 24 magical creatures. I heard that the security personnel suffered considerable casualties in their attempt to capture them. Lu Jingya, dressed in a black gown, spoke softly, her red lips moving gently. If only I had known about that earlier. The Yayu Biotechnology Company still had quite a few live specimens left. She expressed her regret, feeling it was a missed opportunity. The emergence of low-level magical creatures had only occurred within the past month. Had she been aware of this sooner, she would have exerted every effort to capture more creatures rather than resorting to firearms and bringing back mere corpses. For she had learned from Lu Meng that those magical creatures appearing before the apocalypse, if killed with firearms, would not yield magical sources, while after the apocalypse, firearms would become utterly ineffective. Given the current situation, it was already a considerable achievement. Lu Meng nodded. Human greed is insatiable, and he too was no exception. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. These 24 magical creatures would suffice for the enhancement of the 5 of us. This time, he had no intention of monopolizing all the magical sources. After all, in the apocalypse, he required a legion of women, not a mere collection of ornamental figures. Furthermore, even if he were to claim all the magical sources for himself, it would not elevate him to the Dawn Realm. It would be wiser to relinquish a portion of the magical sources to elevate Lu Jingya and the other 3 women to the Breaking Dawn Realm. Upon hearing this, the 4 women displayed eager expressions, especially Mu Yuha, whose eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. However, magical sources do not come without a price. Suddenly, Lu Meng's tone shifted dramatically. In this world, there are no free lunches. To possess something, one must first pay a price. Each of you may select a Breaking Dawn creature to eliminate individually, and their magical sources will belong to you. Though the 4 maidens all possessed at least an A-grade bloodline, they had never confronted these magical creatures directly, which was utterly unacceptable. Therefore, he decided to prepare them in advance to bolster their courage. Sisters, allow me to go first. I shall take on that magical cat, exclaimed Mu Yuha, her face alight with excitement, her eyes shimmering with fervent desire for power. a yearning far surpassing that of the other three. This was an innate drive within her. Lu Meng smiled and nodded, casting a knowing glance at Lu Jingya. Upon noticing this, Lu Jingya pressed the button in her hand. Click! The iron cage containing the magical cat swung open, and a dark shadow swiftly darted away into the distance. However, Mu Yuha's reflexes were equally swift, bolstered by her background as a police officer. In an instant, hundreds of slender, furry spider legs sprouted from her body, emanating a faint purple glow as she propelled herself against the wall toward the magical cat that had leapt onto the chandelier. Hiss.as Mu Yuha cautiously approached the magical cat. Her excitement caused her to emit an odd sound. Meow. Startled, the magical cat's black fur bristled, its sharp claws instinctively reaching out toward Mu Yuha. Yuha, get back. Be careful, the other three maidens shouted urgently, while Lu Meng remained unfazed. The demon hunter spider could adapt to all combat environments, ranking highly even among A-grade bloodlines. Its most renowned trait was not its all-encompassing combat ability, but rather its extraordinary reflexes. In her heightened state of exhilaration, Mu Yuha had no intention of evading. At that moment, amber cracks appeared in her eyes, allowing her to instantly capture the magical cat's every movement under the influence of her compound eyes. Hiss, 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 as the sound of the spider spinning silk filled the air, Mu Yuha anticipated the cat's actions, and with a swift motion, she unleashed several bursts of spider silk from her arms, ensnaring the magical cat completely. With a resounding crash, the magical cat hit the ground, and Mu Yuha, utilizing her spider-like limbs, swiftly descended the wall. With a sudden flash of her blade, she severed the magical cat's throat. Is this the source of magic? In her demon hunter spider state, Mu Yuha inhaled the black gas into her being. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of old skin shedding echoed as Mu Yuha officially stepped into the Dawn realm. This sensation was truly remarkable. She gazed at her arms, her skin, already as fair as clouds, now appeared even smoother. Yet, there was a downside. Having just ascended, a foul odor emanated from her. Indeed, due to her promotion, she had expelled a small amount of tainted blood. What a stench! Returning to her normal state, Mu Yuha took a whiff of herself and quickly dashed toward the entrance of the warehouse. Meng, I need to cleanse myself first. Sisters, you all keep it up. All right, who will go next? Lu Meng chuckled nonchalantly, knowing that an A-grade talent was the strongest beneath S-grade. Even a novice could handle the lowest-tier Dawn Realm monsters without issue. I'll give it a try. Qiu Shuang stepped forward, choosing another magical cat. Click. The magical cat was released, immediately attempting to flee. However, in the next moment, layers of frost suddenly formed on the ground, binding the cat's hind legs. At that moment, Qiu Shuang radiated a faint chill. This seems rather straightforward. Seeing the magical cat restrained, Qiu Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and effortlessly drew a short blade from behind to dispatch the creature. Absorb the magic source, ascend, transform. All in one go. Onward. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to Lu Jingya and Yun Ru. Lu Jingya exchanged a glance with Yun Ru, hesitated for a moment, then said, Meng, let me go first with that. The cage door swung open. An enchanting green light illuminated the space as Lu Jingya moved like a darting rabbit, her short blade gleaming with a chilling aura. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, and as she sheathed it, a swirl of magic source appeared in her hand. Excellent, truly remarkable. Lu Meng couldn't help but applaud. The S-grade bloodline of the Night Demon was naturally adept at assassination. And although Lu Jingya had only begun to harness her bloodline power, she exhibited a commendable proficiency, truly deserving of the title Queen of the Silent Night from her past life. Go, Xiaoru. There's nothing to fear. Unleash your abilities to resolve this. Having absorbed the magic source, Lu Jingya and Qiu Shuang did not immediately leave, but instead approached Yun Ru to encourage her. All right, I will do my utmost. Even Yun Ru, timid as she was, forced herself to remain calm. That a faint red glow began to rise from her body. Bang! A sudden and jarring explosion erupted. Lu Jingya barely had time to open the iron cage before the magical cat within exploded. In the next moment, the dark magic source flew directly toward Yun Ru. Does this count as a success for me? Her timid voice inquired as she absorbed the magic source. Indeed, and quite a resounding success. Lu Meng was evidently pleased. The succubus bloodline could influence the emotions and desires of living beings. While its direct intimidation was not particularly strong, it served as the best auxiliary power. Just imagine two evenly matched experts engaged in battle, and one's inner desires were suddenly affected. What could the outcome possibly be? The rest was mine. Lu Meng refrained from offering further commentary. The initial test for the four maidens had been successful, and the remaining 20 magic sources would belong to him. Jingya, open all the cages. Lu Meng suddenly turned to Lu Jingya. Lu Jingya momentarily stunned, for there were 20 magical creatures. Did you not hear me clearly? Lu Meng frowned, and I heard you loud and clear. Lu Jingya nodded vigorously. Click, click, click. All 20 iron cages swung open, and various magical creatures, including hellhounds, magical cats, and venomous rats, surged forth, charging toward Lu Meng. Meng, be careful. Watch out. Meng, quick, step back. The three maidens felt an inexplicable tightening in their chests. Yet, in the next instant, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The not overly broad-shouldered man suddenly wielded a black flame spear, followed by a series of thunderous roars. Boom! With a single thrust, a cacophony of explosions erupted, and the 20 magical creatures charging toward Lu Meng burst apart. The Demon Hunter's spear, combined with the Thunder Master's technique, rendered Lu Meng, even in the Dawn realm, overwhelmingly powerful. Meng, how impressive. Having changed back into her clothes, Mu Yuha happened upon this scene, and the other three maidens also wore expressions of shock. Their Meng was truly formidable. Even having witnessed Lu Meng in action several times before, to see him take on 20 opponents and end the battle in the blink of an eye was indeed astonishing. Blood mist filled the air, mingling with a heavy scent of iron. Lu Meng, arms spread wide, grasped the Demon Hunter's spear as waves of magic source surged into his body, his expression one of rapture. He relished this feeling of slaughter. He craved the sensation of power elevation. Moments later, he had absorbed all 20 magic sources, a torrent of strength coursing through him, his well-defined muscles beneath the black, tactical suit exuding an aesthetic beauty. Why are you all staring at me? Are you perhaps mesmerized by my charm? Lu Meng turned to see the expressions of the four maidens and shrugged nonchalantly. Charming? The four maidens were momentarily taken aback. Of course, incredibly charming, absolutely stunning. The combination of looks and strength transcended mere attractiveness. It was a potent masculinity, irresistibly alluring to the opposite sex. Do not gaze at me with such ravenous eyes. I require solitude to contemplate my forthcoming plans tonight. You four should prepare as I previously instructed. Lu Meng, understanding their thoughts, dismissed them with a wave. However, with only a few hours remaining before the impending arrival, he had no other thoughts for the moment. Rather, he needed to meticulously plan how to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible once the apocalypse descended. Without lingering, Lu Meng retreated to his private quarters under the watchful eyes of the four maidens. A modest room, yet well-equipped with various essentials. After midnight, the projections of gods and demons would manifest, and those creatures would descend. Although many powerful beings would emerge among the first wave, along with some godly projections. It seemed that the stronger creatures and projections were bound by certain rules and could not indiscriminately slaughter humans. Lu Meng sat cross-legged on his bed, meticulously recalling scenes from his past life. This apocalypse was not without precedent. At least, to Lu Meng's knowledge, it followed a certain pattern, as the desired demon god had mentioned during their conversations. Despite their formidable nature, demon gods too had to adhere to some rules of this world, including the powerful creatures from the initial wave. Otherwise, if any projection were to run amok from the outset, the entire world would be doomed. For the time being, he need not concern himself with those projections. The only entity to consider was the god of goblins, renowned for brewing, investing, and forging, and belonging to a neutral faction that placed great emphasis on contracts. Temporarily becoming the lord under his banner would at least grant him a 3-year period of safety. As for what lay beyond those 3 years, with this thought, a cold smile crept across Lu Meng's lips. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang unexpectedly. Could those 4 women be feeling a bit too eager? Lu Meng opened the door. Curiosity piqued. However, at the moment the door swung open, he was momentarily taken aback. Standing at the threshold was not Lu Jingya and her 3 companions, but the illustrious celebrity Tang Wanru, dressed in a shimmering silver sheer slip gown. Subtly translucent, her toned abdominal contours were faintly discernible, accentuating her curvaceous figure in a tantalizing manner. Mr. Liu, won't you invite me in for a moment? Observing Lu Meng's expression, Tang Wanru blinked her radiant eyes. Her delicate hand covering her mouth as she chuckled softly, her cascading silver waves falling gracefully, with several playful knots at the ends, exuding a unique allure. Ding! A compatible target has been detected near the host, Tang Wanru, 9 lives cat demon bloodline. Grade A. Upon successful acquisition, the host will awaken the corresponding bloodline, red tiger bloodline, grade A. Please choose whether to set this as a target for acquisition. The close proximity inadvertently triggered the system's acquisition notification. This woman indeed met the criteria for acquisition. A subtle smile graced Lu Meng's face. As the apocalypse loomed, acquiring an additional grade A bloodline could significantly enhance his strength, especially considering the vital utility of the grade A red tiger bloodline. Please, come in, Lu Meng smiled, stepping aside slightly. Tang Wanru nodded, playfully tucking a silver strand behind her ear as she slipped past him in her Hermes crystal sandals. As she squeezed by, Lu Meng could distinctly sense her intoxicating fragrance. It's quite late. Does Miss Tang have something to discuss with me? Seated across from Tang Wanru, he could clearly see the alluring length of her legs revealed between the splits of her gown, long, straight, and perfectly proportioned. There was no denying it. In terms of beauty and figure, Tang Wanru was undoubtedly first-rate. If not for the impending apocalypse, a woman like her, given the right resources, could undoubtedly soar in the entertainment industry. Of course, I am here to hold you to your promise, Mr. Liu. Tang Wanru rose with a light laugh, sauntering to Lu Meng's side, bending slightly to whisper sweetly in his ear, "Have you forgotten, Mr. Liu? You did say you would be my boyfriend." The enchanting whisper echoed in his ear. "What I said naturally holds weight," Lu Meng replied with a smile, his eyes appraising Tang Wanru. "However, you should understand the consequences of such a choice." His gaze narrowed. Although he had not yet set the acquisition target and could not view the strategy suggestions, Lu Meng understood that in this world, regardless of one's profession, everyone was bound by their circumstances. Can a stunning and emotionally intelligent star, after 3 years in the industry without resources, not feel anxious? I understand, and I have made my decision. Tang Wanru shivered slightly, her rosy lips parting. This is my choice. Rather than being hounded by those aged and greasy men, I would prefer to choose someone I like. A wistful look crossed her eyes. After graduating from university, she was discovered by a talent scout due to her striking beauty and subsequently groomed by an entertainment company. Yet her career remained lukewarm. It was not due to a lack of effort or talent, but rather the harsh reality that to gain, one must first pay a price. Once, a portly man in his 60s had made advances, which she had resolutely turned down. Such incidents were not isolated. Back then, she held on to her ideals, believing that hard work would yield rewards, but after 3 long years of watching her peers ascend while she remained stagnant, her mindset began to shift. When the Yayu Group offered her a contract worth 20 million, she was elated. Thus, she came, and in meeting Lu Meng, she realized she had to adapt. Observing the beautiful women around Lu Meng, she understood that the world had not changed. It was she who needed to transform. To achieve her desires, a price must still be paid. Yet this time, she found the prospect less repugnant, for Lu Meng was unlike those older men. Handsome, wealthy. Even the enigmatic president of the Yayu Group, Lu Jingya, looked up to him. Such a man was undoubtedly a prime choice. Your choice is not mistaken, and you shall not regret it, Lu Meng smiled again, rising decisively to look down at Tang Wanru. Everyone who stands by my side will attain what they desire. Power, fame, and the admiration of the masses. Tang Wanru smiled, not taking Lu Meng's words to heart. Viewing them merely as a man's grandiose promises, perhaps with Lu Meng's support, she would no longer lack resources and might even gain some notoriety. However, the notions of power and universal admiration seemed far-fetched to her. After all, in the eyes of the powerful, stars like her were akin to the entertainers of ancient times. Yet, she could never have imagined that one day, everything Lu Meng claimed would indeed come to pass. What, do you not believe me? Lu Meng sensed Tang Wanru's skepticism as he extended his hand forward, a sphere of fiery black flames appearing in his palm. At that moment, the room around them transformed, blood-red long spears materializing in the void, and Lu Meng stood like a deity, gazing down with an air of indifference. This was his true self. Indeed, he had unleashed the power of his bloodline. and Tang Wanru was the fifth person alive to witness his abilities. Tang Wanru was stunned, rapidly surveying her surroundings, which no longer resembled the room from before. The unfamiliar and terrifying environment made her body tremble slightly. Was it an illusion? Or a magic trick? She swallowed hard, unable to believe her eyes, subconsciously dismissing it as an elaborate illusion crafted by Lu Meng. In the future, all of this will come to pass. Lu Meng spoke slowly, confirming the reality of his crafted illusion. A landscape of corpses and rivers of blood, where gods and demons roamed freely, all of which he had witnessed in his previous life. How is this possible? Tang Wanru instinctively wanted to refute, but in the next moment, her body inexplicably lifted off the ground, a faint crimson glow emanating from her form. Simultaneously, a shattering sound echoed as the illusion collapsed. Reality returning, yet Tang Wanru remained suspended in midair. Mr. Lu, hanging in the air, the rapid shifts in her environment induced a sense of vertigo. Yet, her heart began to believe Lu Meng's words. Indeed, when supernatural forces manifest consecutively in one's life, it transcends mere illusion. It could indeed be real. Do you believe now? Lu Meng smiled slightly, the red glow in his palm dissipating, allowing Tang Wanru to gently descend to the ground. I don't believe. Tang Wanru exhaled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She possessed a refined demeanor. Regardless of her true beliefs, she felt compelled to display an air of conviction. Of course, even if all of this were merely high-tech illusions crafted by Lu Meng, it was still impressive. Such methods were not something ordinary wealthy individuals could achieve. Moreover, if it were not a high-tech feat but genuine supernatural power, her gains would be even greater. You are quite astute. Lu Meng chuckled nonchalantly, well aware of Tang Wanru's thoughts. Her professional smile reflected 3 parts belief and 7 parts skepticism. Yet that was sufficient. A mere fraction of trust was all that was needed. Setting acquisition target, Tang Wanru. Apocalypse Beauty Album Generation successful. Target, 5 Tang Wanru species. Human, unawakened. 9 lives cat demon. Age, 27 personality. Stubborn, independent, unwilling to submit to fate. Yet often defeated by reality. Appearance rating, 9 initial affection level. 50 introduction. A woman inherently filled with contradictions. Her upbringing instilled the belief that hard work would yield results, yet reality has shattered that notion. Currently, she grapples with a profound internal conflict, unwilling to forfeit opportunities while simultaneously resisting submission. Strategy suggestions. 1. When facing a strong-willed woman who has temporarily lost her way, the host should apply targeted remedies. The more excellence you display, the more she will subconsciously yield, affirming her choices and solidifying her resolve. Point 2. Having navigated the entertainment industry without encountering genuine individuals, perhaps you could leverage this aspect. Point 3. After 3 years of anonymity, a man of renown promises her the world, yet it must be grounded in reality. Only then will she willingly invest. Note: an exceptionally contradictory woman, yet one with her own convictions. Perhaps shattering her beliefs will yield unexpectedly profound results. Lu Meng was not surprised by the initial affection level of 50. He understood that a significant portion of that was likely due to the intimidation from his earlier display. However, having chosen Tang Wanru as an acquisition target, he was determined to succeed. Mr. Lu, it is quite late. Suddenly, Tang Wanru's voice rang out again, her recovery swift as she shed her earlier anxiety and trepidation. Her body gradually leaned against Lu Meng, her delicate fingers attempting to unfasten his neatly arranged collar. But in the next moment, those slender fingers froze. A powerful hand firmly grasped hers. Although Lu Meng may not be a paragon of virtue, he has never compelled others against their will. Perhaps much of his life has revolved around transactions, and it may continue to do so. Yet, in matters of the heart, he holds such practices in disdain. Lu Meng spoke with righteous conviction. Indeed, if one were to adeptly navigate the game of strategy, they would reap significant rewards. Lu Meng believed his assertions were not without merit. Can genuine affection be reduced to mere transactions? Certainly not. Are you repulsed by me? Tang Wanru's body tensed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In truth, I am not typically like this. I merely wish to venture further, yet now I find myself at an impasse. Her voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with urgency. This was indeed her first experience of such a nature. Despite her outward appearance of sophistication and allure, she felt an inner turmoil. at least in this moment. Her emotional intelligence was exceptionally high, and she feared Lu Meng's rejection. Not all men tend to offer excuses such as needing more time or citing poor health to rebuff advances from women. Please believe me. Tears streamed down her smooth, delicate shoulders, causing them to tremble slightly. She had even envisioned the consequences of being rejected by Lu Meng. Her reputation tarnished, targeted by Lu Jingya and others, ultimately leading to her contract being rescinded, thus losing the hard-won opportunity. Lu Meng paused, shaking his head in resignation. Women truly possess an extraordinary capacity for imagination. Shouldn't she feel touched at this moment? Rest assured, I will not disdain you, nor will I look down upon you in this world. Every individual harbors their own struggles and makes choices distinct from others. I am no exception. Lu Meng rose, striding confidently towards the door, leaving behind a resonant declaration. With me here, no one shall target you afterward. You possess your freedom and your choices. I can provide you with everything you desire. Yet I require no transactions in return. All I seek is your genuine willingness. I can offer you everything you wish, however. I do not need any transactions to obtain it. What I desire is simply your sincere consent. Tang Wanru sat alone on the sofa, the echo of Lu Meng's 3 statements reverberating in her mind, tears trickling down her slightly swollen eyes. Fishing? Clearly not. Lu Meng's status does not necessitate such tactics. It must be genuine. She felt as though she had personally experienced the essence of sincerity for the first time. Congratulations, host. Target engagement triggering love at first sight. Affection level automatically raised to 80. Automatic recording will commence. Ding. Congratulations, host. Recording successful. Current collection in the Apocalyptic Beauty Compendium. 5. The host may continue to select additional targets. Shortly after Lu Meng's departure, he received this system notification. Love at first sight had truly been activated. And it was an automatic recording. How intriguing. Perhaps this feature of the system indeed has exploitable loopholes. A faint smile graced his lips, his mind swirling with vague ideas. After all, in the wake of the apocalypse, even divine beings might experience love at first sight. Chapter 47. The onset of calamity. The apocalypse descends approximately half an hour later. Tang Wanru sought out Lu Meng once more. This time, however, she was impeccably dressed, her face radiant with a smile, subtly conveying her apologies to Lu Meng. Lu Meng waved his hand dismissively, not particularly concerned with the matter. Having already established loyalty, what was there to fret over? Nonetheless, he still needed to impart many lessons to Tang Wanru. Wanru, come take a look. Lu Meng beckoned her to the mirror. Tang Wanru obediently approached, yet the next moment, panic set in. How could this be? The reflection in the mirror revealed her form emanating a faint white light, with a phantom white cat flickering around her. Am I seeing things? She found it hard to believe, instinctively rubbing her eyes, which caused her to lose her balance and fall to the ground, a slight pain jolting her back to reality. Yet, even so, the image in the mirror remained unchanged. A phantom white cat was indeed manifesting around her. Do not panic. Lu Meng soothed her, continuing, I understand this is hard to believe, but it is the truth. The world has changed. Phenomena that defy scientific explanation will soon unfold, and you are merely one of the fortunate few. Of course, I am as well, if you doubt it. Take another look. Suddenly, Lu Meng activated his newly awakened Crimson Tiger bloodline. Roar. A deep tiger's roar resonated, and a crimson-eyed tiger materialized on Lu Meng's form, majestic, imposing, and exuding regal power. Indeed, this was the A-class bloodline. The Crimson Tiger bloodline possessed the ability to beastify, inherently commanding the respect of feral creatures and enhancing physical prowess, granting humans extraordinary endurance and explosive strength. Lu Meng valued this aspect greatly, as dealing with demonic entities required the S-class Heavenly Master bloodline for optimal effectiveness. Is this real? Tang Wanru stared in awe at the Crimson Tiger phantom enveloping Lu Meng's figure. Momentarily struck dumb. Despite her reluctance to accept it, she could not help but feel an inexplicable belief swell within her, as if Lu Meng's words were gospel, compelling her to adhere to his commands without question. It is true. You can now control your will and attempt to retract the White Light and White Cat phantom, Lu Meng urged, recognizing the necessity of demonstrating the power of the Crimson Tiger bloodline to bolster Tang Wanru's confidence. Indeed, after another half hour had passed, With Lu Meng showcasing the might of the Crimson Tiger, Tang Wanru successfully harnessed her 9 lives cat-demon bloodline, and at last, she believed. Meng, are there truly others like us in this world? Earlier, while conversing with Lu Meng, she had posed this question, but her mind had been somewhat foggy, and she had not grasped the answer. There are, but they are rare. However, in just a few hours, many will emerge. Lu Meng nodded. In a few hours, the apocalypse would arrive, and under the mysterious radiation, humanity across the globe would awaken various bloodlines. Then what about our advantage? Tang Wanru instinctively pressed her face to the ground. Her first thought echoing that of Lu Jingya's, ambition and a focus on benefits. Yet now, Tang Wanru's ambitions and interests were centered around Lu Meng. Do not worry about the advantage. With me by your side. It is an absolute advantage. Lu Meng's large hand gently grasped Tang Wanru's neck, his eyes brimming with confidence. I trust you. Tang Wanru instinctively nodded, feeling an odd certainty in Lu Meng's words, a sensation both strange and compelling. Do you believe what I just said? Lu Meng inquired, a sly smile creeping onto his face, having already recorded the success. Ding dong. Unbeknownst to him, as Lu Meng settled onto the sofa, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Meng, who is it? Tang Wanru, lying on the bed, instinctively felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively tightening her body. It's nothing. Just some arrangements I made earlier. Lu Meng approached the door confidently, boldly opening it, as anticipated. Standing at the threshold were Lu Jingya and her 3 companions. This time, the 4 women were not clad in their usual attire but had donned uniform black tactical outfits, their curvaceous figures strikingly apparent, particularly Mu Yuhua, whose nearly perfect ensemble accentuated her spirited demeanor. However, Lu Meng's gaze lingered on Lu Jingya and her companion's point. One had a wide, pert hemline, another boasted alluring long legs, and the last was breathtakingly voluptuous. Meng, the time is drawing near. When do we depart? Lu Jingya surveyed the room before addressing Lu Meng. He glanced at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock at night. He replied, in half an hour. Yuhua, Xiaoru, Xiaoshuang, you 3 gather the 9 individuals and have them change into tactical gear at the construction site. Jingya, please explain the current situation to Wanru, then join Yuhua and the others. Understood. No worries. Each of the 3 women nodded solemnly, taking their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Lu Meng departed the office building alone. The night sky was still drenched in torrential rain. The construction site was merely over 800 meters from the office, a distance not too far. It is coming. It is coming. Lu Meng traversed the rain-soaked night alone, his eyes glowing with excitement as the rain cascaded down upon him. He wandered aimlessly, observing those who still hid beneath the steel structures at the construction site. Do not rush. Patience is key. Everything will begin anew, and the past will fade away. As seconds ticked by, Lu Meng's excitement grew, the violent impulses within him gradually awakening. Perhaps he yearned for the apocalypse, or perhaps, having been unsatisfied in his previous life, he was determined to rewrite his fate in this one. Boom! As the clock struck midnight, a thunderous explosion resonated through the void, echoing as if heralding the end of the world. At that moment, the dark clouds dispersed, thunder ceased, and the night was no more. At this moment, a dazzling brilliance illuminated the surroundings, as terrifying and colossal projections emerged from the void, transforming the entire world into a realm of daylight. The intense radiance spread like waves of radiation. Reaching every corner of existence, a resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of an inexplicable heartbeat, or perhaps the sound of an epic resetting. Its authority was palpable, causing even the vast projections to retreat in deference. The epic resets, heralding the onset of calamity, the dawn of deities and demons, the awakening of all things. The commoner enters the dawn. Dawn meets the first light. First light unveils the clarity. Clarity ultimately leads to enlightenment. On the day of enlightenment, brilliance shines forth. The brilliance crowns the sovereign. The sovereign ascends to emperor. The emperor aspires to divinity. The chaos of gods and demons begins. You all may become gods or demons. This majestic voice reverberated throughout the world, indelibly etched into the minds of every individual. Am I dreaming? Goodness, it can't be. I have only just awakened. Could this truly be a dream? Are those projections in the sky from a grand Hollywood blockbuster? In this moment, humanity across the globe appeared to be in a trance, disbelief etched upon their faces, however. With a thunderous roar, the sky erupted once more, splitting open to unleash countless orbs of light. And it was then that they began to believe. What is that? Monsters descending from the sky. Run, run. Huh? Wait, why do I feel fire on my body? Hello? Is this the police? Hello? Why can't I get through? No signal. Goodness, why has my vision suddenly become so clear? And why do those monsters seem to be moving so slowly? Quick, notify headquarters. Satellite signals are lost. All thermal weapons have become inoperative. Moreover, it seems we have undergone some form of mutation ourselves. The world plunged into utter chaos as countless monsters with scarlet eyes began to wreak havoc, obliterating the remnants of a peaceful society. Chapter 48. The God of Goblins. Carnilos. The rain continued to pour down on the dimly lit streets. However, the atmosphere was markedly different from just moments before. The apocalypse had arrived, global thermal weapons rendered useless, and human society had lost its former splendor and tranquility, leaving only bloodshed and slaughter in its wake. According to the accounts of an S-class bloodline bearer from a past life, the God of Goblins, Carnilos, should be nearby. Die in the distance. Cries for help echoed. Shadows filled the dim streets, and monstrous figures with blood-red eyes roamed. Yet, near Lu Meng, there were no monsters in sight. The rumors seemed to hold truth, and the S-class bloodline warrior was not lying. After surveying his surroundings, Lu Meng felt a sense of relief. With the arrival of celestial monsters, certain deities and demons would also cast their projections, and no creature would dare challenge the might of such divine manifestations. Where could it be? Lu Meng meticulously searched his surroundings, his heightened senses extending beyond the ordinary. 5 minutes later, Suddenly, he turned sharply in a particular direction. Eyeing a nearby corner of the street, two silhouettes faintly emerged, and notably, there were no monsters surrounding them. Why are there two figures? Intuition told Lu Meng that one of them was likely Carnilos. Though he was uncertain about the other. No time for hesitation. I must investigate. With a surge of energy, Lu Meng dashed forward. A few hundred meters was not far. Within 30 seconds, he reached the corner of the street. Oh, another promising human has arrived. In the eerie corner, a figure, cloaked and approximately 150 centimeters tall, suddenly turned around, perplexed that this divine projection had not sensed his presence beforehand. The God of Goblins. Under the dim, scattered light, Lu Meng discerned the features of the individual who had turned. The slightly exposed brown skin, the robust, bony arms and feet, and the disproportionately large head unmistakably identified him as Carnilos, the God of Goblins. However, when Lu Meng glanced at the individual beside Carnilos, he was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yingqiang, the S-class bloodline bearer from my past life, known for his peculiar luck and misfortune. How could he be here so soon? Did he happen to appear precisely where Carnilos descended in the previous life? Furrowing his brow, Lu Meng's mind raced with thoughts. Hey, old man, are those tales of gods and demons true? You're not deceiving us. Are you, brother? Do you know this old man? He claims to be the God of Goblins, yet he doesn't look the part. Lu Yingqiang's voice broke the tension, as he skeptically eyed Carnilos before slowly approaching Lu Meng. Compared to this self-proclaimed deity, he trusted Lu Meng, a fellow human, more. The task has been initiated. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's brow furrowed even deeper. From Lu Yingqiang's words, he gathered that Carnilos had encountered the S-class bloodline bearer upon his arrival and attempted to issue a task. Yet Lu Yingqiang seemed unconvinced. There is still a chance. After a brief analysis, Lu Meng grasped the current situation. Esteemed God of Goblins, may I inquire how I might serve you? Ignoring Lu Yingqiang as he approached, Lu Meng stepped forward, slightly bowing. This is the human gesture of respect, and Carnilos, well-versed in human customs, would surely understand. Indeed. Carnilos glanced at Lu Meng with curiosity. Little one, it is unfortunate that you have arrived late. I do have a task that requires assistance, but I have already found someone. At this point, his amber eyes shifted to Lu Yingqiang. Brother, you can't possibly believe this eccentric old man, can you? You witnessed the monsters descending from the sky. We should leave quickly to avoid being surrounded. Seeing Lu Meng completely disregard him, Lu Yingqiang pulled Lu Meng aside, casting wary glances at the agitated surroundings. Blood had already stained the rainwater, and the cries of humanity echoed incessantly. Many had begun to notice this area and were fleeing towards it. Esteemed god of goblins, it seems the individual you selected does not appear to trust your intentions. Lu Meng continued to ignore Lu Yingqiang, as he refrained from allowing Lu Yingqiang to deter him. The god of goblins valued integrity. Any display of deceit was something he loathed. Yes, it does seem that way. However, among gods and demons, there are always those lacking in wisdom, especially when it comes to humans. The extraordinarily wide mouth opened slightly, and a wine gourd materialized in Carnelos's hand, from which he began to drink deeply. Even so, the god of goblins showed no inclination to change his chosen companion. Brother, we must leave. If we delay any longer, it will truly be too late. Watching the approaching crowd and monsters, Lu Yingqiang began to panic. How can we accept this task? Lu Meng was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, recalling everything he knew about Carnelos. Values contracts, skilled in forging, fond of investments, enjoys fine wine. Those seem to be the only pertinent details. According to legends from his previous life, Carnelos had granted Lu Yingqiang a full 7 days to complete his task, although it ultimately ended in failure due to a breach of contract. It demonstrated the patience of this god of goblins. If it were any other deity or demon, they would not possess such a forgiving temperament. Values contracts, adheres to agreements, it would be challenging to transfer the task. Lu Meng continuously filtered through his thoughts, seeking a breakthrough. Aha! Suddenly, inspiration struck him. The solution must stem from engaging with Carnelos himself. He mentally articulated this idea, then looked directly at Lu Yingqiang for the first time. Don't you see? The ones fleeing towards us are all humans, while the monsters have retreated upon reaching the alley of the street. If I am not mistaken, the reason for this phenomenon is that there must be something or someone within this area that terrifies those monsters. Based on the recent occurrences in the surrounding scene, I believe the words of this god of goblins. He is indeed divine. Although these words were directed at Lu Yingqiang, they were essentially meant for Carnelos. The god of goblins often assessed the intellect of his potential investors, for if one lacked common sense, it would be unacceptable. What a clever little one. Carnelos smiled, wiping his wide mouth, though he still lamented. As a trustworthy deity, I have already granted that young man a task. Still not feasible? Then what must be done? Lu Meng's expression darkened. It seems that indeed at that moment, Lu Yingqiang also began to understand. If that were the case, completing this god of goblins task would secure a completely safe refuge. He felt a surge of excitement, turning to Lu Meng. His gaze now sparkled with a different hue. Brother, thank you for your insight. Otherwise, I would not have believed it. If that is the case, let us work together to complete this task. Rest assured, once we have a safe haven, you can join me, and I will help you soar to great heights. With that, he clapped Lu Meng on the shoulder, a look of naive enthusiasm on his face. Esteemed god of goblins, is it possible to share this task? Lu Meng once again disregarded Lu Yingqiang and quietly inquired of Carnelos. This was crucial, pivotal to his impending success or failure, as long as the little fellow accepting the contract task consents. It can be done, however, if this endeavor is to be undertaken by 2 individuals, I shall only afford you 3 days to complete it. You must think carefully, Carnelos nonchalantly nodded. Since it is permissible, let us not squander any time. Lu Yingqiang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Quickly share the task with me, my brother. Clearly, although he had not encountered much of the world, he was not foolish. From Lu Meng's demeanor and conduct, he could easily discern his exceptional nature. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that if this task were genuine, it would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, for he had indeed played games before. In such circumstances, should danger truly arise, an additional ally would be invaluable, or perhaps even a sacrificial pawn. What troublesome little rascals they are, Carnelos muttered under his breath, his thick fingers scratching his lips as he softly intoned some incomprehensible incantations. With a flash, a golden parchment materialized before Lu Meng. Lord Contract, God of Goblins, Carnelos, description. The illustrious God of Goblins, Carnelos, has recognized your potential and intends to invest in your rise amidst this chaotic world. Please do not refuse his benevolent offer, for rejecting the goodwill of a deity is a most discourteous act. Contract content. The god of goblins, Carnelos, believes that this prime golden location at the heart of the human city will hold immense value in the future. If you are willing to assist him in acquiring this parcel of land, He will generously bestow upon you the title of Lord and entrust the management of this area into your hands, along with a 3-year security guarantee. Current tasks to complete. 1. The low moans of monsters. Incomplete. Those vile creatures may not dare to approach the vicinity of Carnelos, yet they will affect the value and aesthetics of this prime location. Now, Carnelos requests your aid in clearing all monsters near the golden site. XXX, to prove your strength. Point 2. Invisible. 3. Invisible. 4. Invisible. Contract acceptors. Lu Yingqiang, Lu Meng. Time remaining for contract task. 3 days. The golden parchment fluttered incessantly, and within mere seconds, its contents were ingrained in Lu Meng's mind as if etched in the depths of his memory. Well then, young lads, hasten to fulfill your task. The great Carnelos has high hopes for you. After another swig of strong liquor, Carnelos's body floated slightly, reclining in the low-aired, "Go now, brother, and slay the monsters. Just to be clear, my awakened bloodline is a ranged attack method, so you will need to bear the brunt of those creatures." The shared task was concluded, and Lu Yingqiang urged Lu Meng to move. However, in response to his urging, Lu Meng displayed no reaction, a subtle smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. "So, this task has indeed been shared with me, hasn't it, Lord Carnelos? Indeed, the contract has been established, and now you are also a contract acceptor." Carnelos nodded indifferently. "Brother, are you going or not? Do not forget, this task was shared with you. You must heed my words, understand?" Observing Lu Meng's utter disregard for him, Lu Yingqiang felt a surge of frustration. "If you do not accompany me to undertake this task, do you believe I will inform this goblin god to revoke your status as a task acceptor?" Lu Meng, however, paid no mind to Lu Yingqiang's words. At this moment, he only understood that he was now a contract acceptor. This meant that even in Lu Yingqiang's absence, he could undertake this task. Furthermore, although the task had been shared, there could only be one lord, and the land was singular. Therefore, "Are you going or not? What is this? Do you not regard me at all? This task is mine." Lu Yingqiang was thoroughly exasperated. However, before he could finish his sentence, he found himself at a loss for words. "You?" Unbeknownst to him, Lu Meng had already conjured a black flame spear, which he thrust directly through Lu Yingqiang's neck. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground. Lu Yingqiang clutched his throat, disbelief etched on his face. He could not comprehend. If the task was shared with Lu Meng, why would Lu Meng repay him with such treachery? Shouldn't he be obedient and overflowing with gratitude? Or had Lu Meng seen through his intentions to use him as cannon fodder? Yet, in this world, there are rarely so many wise, with an overwhelming sense of resentment. Lu Yingqiang slowly collapsed to the ground, leaving behind a pool of blood. What an intriguing little fellow. Witnessing this scene, Carnelos was not surprised in the slightest. In fact, he even commended Lu Meng. "You are quite audacious. Little one, do you not fear that by slaying a contract acceptor of mine, I would hold you accountable? If Lord Carnelos were to hold me accountable, then I should now be in the same predicament as this fool upon the ground. Moreover, if you were to blame me, who would assist you in fulfilling this task?" Lu Meng remained unfazed, a glimmer of brilliance in his gaze. "What you require is someone capable of completing the task. And as long as that individual demonstrates sufficient potential without contravening your stipulations, it matters not who they are or how many there may be. I trust you would not appreciate such impolite and dim-witted individuals. Would you?" The god of goblins, Carnelos, though a neutral deity, would not normally act against any race. However, neutrality does not equate to benevolence. As a being of divinity and chaos, who among them is truly kind-hearted? The bloody slaughter that Carnelos would soon orchestrate makes this abundantly clear. In the eyes of such an entity, humans are merely amusing toys, and they seek only a modicum of entertainment, regardless of who provides it.